Assalamu alaikum. Namaste, namaskar, shubhodaya, vanakkam. I am C.A. Subhashri, Secretary of this prestigious Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. On behalf of the Chairperson C.A. Sridhar Sitapati and the entire Executive Committee, it gives me immense pleasure in welcoming each one of you to this flagship event, the 10th Annual International Conference with the theme, Embrace, Change and Grow. The annual sponsors are Talent Solutions and the title sponsors Grant Thornton. I would like you all to pay attention to the following announcements before we actually proceed to the opening ceremony. May I ask how many in this audience do not carry a mobile phone? Anybody in this audience who's not having a mobile phone? Okay, now that it is established that each one of us has a mobile phone on hand, may I request each of you to please keep it on silent mode? Members, I hope that you have registered for CPE near the registration desk, and please wear your badges at all times during the conference. You may have to return the badges to exchange for the conference gift, which will be tomorrow evening. The doors to my right will be closed once the opening session starts. So may I request you all to use the side doors to move in and out of the hall. May I also request that you restrict your movement when the session is in progress. We have many raffles to be won during the conference. I would request you all to visit the sponsor stalls and drop your business cards to win some raffles. Other than that, we have other raffles also during the course of the session. Stanu, can you please play the bugle which we'll use for the raffles? When you hear that sound, be sure that there will be a raffle session followed, so please file into the room immediately. Please also note that it is necessary for the winners to be present to collect the raffle prizes in person. Exception to this rule will be the executive committee members and the volunteers. In case you have any questions for the speakers, I would request you all to please note down on a piece of paper and pass it on to the stage management team, which is to my left of the podium here. In case of any emergency, please leave the hall immediately. Selfies of any kind and posting on the social media is strictly not advised. And since there is no prediction of any kind of emergency, please feel free to click pictures in front of the meet and greet board, which is placed near the registration desk. Click pictures, post it on the Facebook page, and tag BCICI, and you will still be eligible to win some more raffle prizes. Now that I have set the ground rules, let us now proceed to the inaugural session. To take us through the opening ceremony today, we have with us a chartered accountant and an MBA. He is an avid speaker and a trainer. He is accredited with executing the first ever open offer transaction in GCC and has also advised several corporates on fundraising and acquisitions. He is also the past chairperson of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for C.A. Vivek Kapoor.
Many thanks, C.A. Subhashri, for the eloquent introduction. C.A. Sridhar Sitapati, Chairperson of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Suna, Ambassador of India in the Kingdom of Bahrain, respected dignitaries from the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain, dignitaries from the Indian Embassy in Bahrain, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Managing Partner of KPMG in Bahrain, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman of the Bahrain Accountants Association, respected speakers in the conference, invited guests, past chairpersons, and members of the Executive Committee of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI, my fellow members, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Today we assemble here to embrace change and grow. I welcome you all to the 10th International Conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICI, which is themed Embrace Change and Grow, under the patronage of His Excellency Mr. Zayed Al Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism of the Kingdom of Bahrain. We will begin with the national anthem of Bahrain, to be followed by the national anthem of India and the anthem of ICI. May I request the gathering to please stand as a mark of respect till the three anthems are over. Can I request the team to play the anthem, please? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This conference is a very special conference because this is the 10th annual International Conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICI. And this year is the 70th year of our parent body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And to open this special conference and to lift the spirits, we have with us Mr. Khalil Al-Ashar, a professional Kathak dancer. Kathak is a form of Indian classical dance, and the name Kathak is derived from the Sanskrit word Katha, which means story, and Kathaka means the storyteller. Khalil was trained by Mrs. Prachi Dikshit in Los Angeles, USA, and he has also completed Sangeet Prabhakar from Prayag Sangeet Samiti, Allahabad in India, and Sangeet Visharad from Prachin Kala Kendra, which is also in Chandigarh in India. He was recently conferred upon the prestigious International Nritya Shiromani Award at the 7th Kathak Mahotsav in India. This dance sequence is an artistic expression of our love and respect to our motherland India, where we were born, and to Bahrain, which is our second home. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join me in welcoming Mr. Khalil Alashar.
कस्तूरितिलकं 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 ललाटे पटले बक्षस्थले कस्तुभं नसग्र नवमुक्तिकम् करतले वेणु करे कंकणम् सर्वांगे हरि चंदनम् कंठस्थ मुक्तावली गोपास्त्री परिवेष्टिता विजयते गोपाल चूड़ामणि गोपाल चूड़ामणि गोपाल चूड़ामणि
तनदेरेना तनदेरेना दर दर तना दीन दीन तनदेरेना तदरे दर तनदेरेना तनदेरेना दर दर तना दीन दीन तनदेरेना तदरे दर दर दीन दर दर दीन दर दर दीन देरेना तनदेरेना तनदेरेना दर दर तना दीन दीन तनदेरेना तदरे दर तनदेरेना तनदेरेना दर दर तना दीन दीन तनदेरेना तदरे दर दर दीन दर दर दीन दर दर दीन देरेना
da 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 da
Thank you, Mr. Khalil. I now request our chairperson, Sri Sridhar Sitapati, to give a memento to Mr. Khalil as a token of our gratitude. An artist needs applause. It should go on. Thank you. That was an awesome performance and marking the beginning of a special conference. Growth is painful. Change is painful. But nothing is as painful as staying stuck to where you do not belong. These are the words of Mr. Narayan Murthy, who built Infosys, and he also had graced the Bahrain chapter of ICI in 2015. The theme of the conference is aligned with what words of a wise businessman are. Keeping with the theme of the conference, embrace change and grow, the Bahrain chapter of ICI has brought together an exceptional talent pool who, over the next 2 days, will motivate and inspire you to embrace change and grow. Before I spill out the details of the two-day event, this magnanimous event would not have been possible without the efforts of the Executive Committee of Bahrain Chapter of ICI. I request all of you present here to applaud them for their efforts. Thank you. Over the next 2 days, you're going to listen to some of the finest technical experts, motivational speakers, industry leaders from Bahrain who will present a holistic view of different aspects of life and business and the profession as well. The lineup for next 2 days include a past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, chartered accountants who will unveil a digital world to all of us, the CEO of Akshay Patra Foundation, the CEO of Bahrain Economic Development Board, and several other renowned speakers. You will also witness a thrilling motivational session by Major D.P. Singh. All of these exceptionally talented people have embraced change and grew in their life to achieve great heights of success. And they are here to share their experiences with us, to motivate us on the growth path. All in all, I would say it's a sumptuous treat of knowledge, inspiration, happiness, motivation, leadership, and above all, a growth story might begin from here. I now request our chairperson, C.A. Sridhar Sitapati, to come on the stage to be welcoming our dignitaries for this conference. May I request our Vice Chairperson of Bahrain Chapter of ICI, C.A. Mahesh Kumar Narayan, to escort the dignitaries on the stage. And I request you, ladies and gentlemen, to please welcome each of our dignitaries with a thunderous loud round of applause as I invite them to the dais. His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Sinha, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Mr. Hamid Yusuf Rehma, Assistant Under Secretary for Domestic Trade, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. Mr. Ali Abdul Hussain Maki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. Mr. Jamal Fakro, Managing Partner, KPMG in Bahrain. And Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman of Bahrain Accountants Association. May I request the dignitaries to please be seated? May I now request our Vice Chairperson, C. Mahesh Kumar Narayan, to welcome all our dignitaries with a bouquet of flowers, please. I think the breakfast was quite good, so the applause should not stop. We have a special guest amongst us who spared his time. We have a special guest who spared his time on a Friday morning. He is Mr. Ibrahim Zainal, Chairman of TRAFCO, may I request CA Mahesh Kumar to welcome Mr. Ibrahim with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, CA Mahesh. It is the ancient Indian tradition to light the lamp on every auspicious occasion. Light symbolizes knowledge. Hence, we light the lamp representing filling the hall with wealth of knowledge of our speakers in this conference. I request our dignitaries on the stage to kindly perform this auspicious ceremony. Please. Thank you, gentlemen. To mark this occasion of our international conference, a souvenir has been compiled. The souvenir has been edited by our executive committee member, C.S. Sunita Gupta. I would request our dignitaries on the dais to please release this souvenir for this international conference themed Embrace Change and Grow, being held under the patronage of His Excellency Zayed Al Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. May I request Sunita to present for the release of the souvenir? Thank you, gentlemen, for releasing this souvenir. Now it is the time to call upon our dynamic, handsome, smart and still young and multi-talented chairperson, Sri Sridhar Sitapati, to give his welcome address. Please join your hands to welcome Sri Sridhar.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Respected dignitaries on the dais, speakers at the conference, invited guests, sponsors, my fellow professional colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. With great pride and immense pleasure, I welcome you all on this Friday morning to this 10th Annual International Conference of the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, under the patronage of His Excellency Zayed Al Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Trade and Tourism. We are grateful to the Minister for extending his support and guidance year after year. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last 3 months, the 10 members in my committee have been running helter-skelter with the intense focus and sole objective of making this moment possible. And I'm happy to see this moment in front of my eyes. Thank you very much. The exchange of over 1,000 emails, 2,000 text messages, umpteen number of calls, more than 30-40 meetings outside office hours. My chairman is here. All this have resulted in seeing this mega conclave. My special thanks to all the spouses and children who are accepting our absence on many occasions on the home front. Ladies and gentlemen, the advent technological innovations, change of business models, ups and downs and surprises of stock markets, transformations in global market have all brought in one common word, that is change, which is the only constant. Today's conference is themed ECG, Embrace Change and Grow. Now this conference is going to witness a galaxy of 17 speakers from all walks of life, the exponents in their respective fields, and they are going to talk from their own perspective how this change has necessitated us to accept and embrace it and move forward for the growth of economy and to see the transformation around us. I'm sure the speakers will also elucidate how chartered accountants play a crucial and pivotal role in transforming the economy for the contribution in all sectors of the industry that they represent. Last but not the least, our thanks and gratitude to the annual sponsor, Tally Solutions, title sponsor, Grant Thornton, all our event sponsors, support and day sponsors for their benign support to organize this flagship event of the Bahrain chapter of the ICAI. Please sit back, relax, enjoy the conference. Shukran.
Thank you, C. Sridhar. We are grateful to the Indian Embassy in the Kingdom of Bahrain for providing its valuable support to all our endeavors. His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Sinha, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, is also the patron of our chapter. We feel blessed with his presence today. Thank you, sir. I request His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Sinha to kindly share his thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Sinha.
Thank you, Vivek. Good morning. Mr. Sridhar Satpathy, President, Executive Committee members, Your Excellency, Mr. Jamal Fakhru, in his capacity as also first Deputy Chairman of the Shura Council, His Excellency Mr. Hamid Rahma, Assistant Under Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Mr. Maki, Assistant Under Secretary representing the commercial registration, Mr. Abbas Radi, is an old friend now, and who heads the Association of Accountants of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to compliment the Bahrain chapter of ICAI for organizing this annual international conference successfully for over a decade now. This year, as we were all hearing earlier, that it is not only 70 years, they are celebrating also 70 years of the ICAI this year, and the theme of this year international conference is particularly pertinent, that is embrace change and grow. I'm confident that you will be discussing and deliberating on this important theme, not only from the perspective of how important it is for each individual, each professional, for each organization in the present-day context, but also it is equally important from the perspective of policymakers, and I'm sure some of you are deliberating on these issues day in, day out. I just thought I will talk about it from a broader perspective, which is how this has had an impact in the very, very recent times in terms of the policies of the country and the achievements that countries have been made, limiting myself particularly to how this initiatives taken at the policy level have had an impact in the growth of our bilateral relations, that is between India and the Kingdom of Bahrain in the recent years. As you all are aware, talking about India, the Indian economy, the most recently, if you remember, the IMF report has again indicated that this year the Indian economy would not only be the fastest growing economy, but would register a growth of 7.3%, which will increase to 7.5 in 2019 and then 8% in 2020. It has the changes that are taking place in India, the complex and significant changes that has had an transformative impact are some of those who are, and especially from the perspective of ICI, who has contributed to the successful implementation. One is obviously introduction of GST, Goods and Services Tax, which is basically to bring the entire taxation structure within the framework of one country, one market, one tax. And there, the successful implementation, the chartered accountants in India had done a great job in terms of putting the mechanisms in place and to ensure that this is implemented effectively. The other about the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Bill. What has also been happening, how do you embrace change at the policy level, is get to the integrities and have an effective impact all across. And it is the second consecutive year that India has emerged as the best improver in terms of doing business index of the World Bank. And now from 133, 34, in the past 2 years it came down to 100, and this year to 77, which is an achievement in itself. It has also created a better environment for increased FDI, which has its impact in the growth that we have achieved in the past few years. I won't fail in my duty if I don't bring out the significant changes and the reforms that have been undertaken in the Kingdom of Bahrain under Vision 2030, under the leadership of His Majesty, His Royal Highness the Prime Minister, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Not only the investment climate has improved, the economy has, despite the challenges that the country faced because of low oil prices, low commodity prices, has been achieving one of the remarkable growth rates in the region. I think what we see in the manufacturing sector is one of the highest, which is the non-hydrocarbon sector. These changes and the impact of this, I think all of you in the industry must be feeling the way things are changing in Bahrain. And most importantly, that another landmark development that is going to take place is introduction of VAT very soon. And all of you, I think, have already geared up to it to have a successful implementation. What has happened at these changes in the two countries that I have been talking about, not only in terms of the growth that each of the respective countries have achieved, but what is, as representing India in Bahrain and also representing the vast Indian community in Bahrain, I am very delighted to share with you that it has had an impact on the growing not limiting to other aspects, but economic ties between our two countries. It's not only in terms of greater business collaborations and investments in each other's country, which is modest, obviously, given the opportunities that are there, but especially on the bilateral trade. And in the past 2 years, it is one of the fastest growing country in terms of our bilateral trade in percentage terms, which has registered almost 25% growth in the past year and this year, and up to 9 months that figures are available, we have already crossed the total trade of last year, if you talk in terms of non-oil trade. So, which is reflective of the changes that are taking place, the emergence of new items. The traditional items growth has been increasing. I think Mr. Janel was mentioning what is happening in India and what impact it has in our bilateral trade. So even from the policy perspective, the theme of this year's conference is very, very important. I'm sure you will, all of you are our ambassadors in terms of in this economic sector. And I just thought I'd share this with you to set the tone for you also deliberating in how best your contribution will go towards enhancing our bilateral ties. And in conclusion, I would just like to say that your growth here is also thanks to the very, very fact that, despite you might have read about that, it is the best country for expatriates. Bahrain, apart from that, given our historic ties, Bahrain is an excellent host. And all of you have contributed, all of you have benefited by your presence here. And this is a link, it has provided a foundation which is very, very important. And we are very confident of our very strong foundation in this bilateral relationship, which has great confidence for accelerated growth in our bilateral relations in all spheres. And once again, I wish you a very, very fruitful interaction, deliberations, and an excellent outcome, and a very high level of satisfaction to all the speakers and the participants. I think the visiting speakers will also have a very good interacting with a very, very capable, competent, and effective group of professionals here in the Kingdom of Bahrain. I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kind words. The Bahrain chapter of ICI is really grateful to the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism of the Kingdom of Bahrain for the continued support to the BCICI over the years. And this year as well, the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism has kindly extended its patronage for this international conference today. We are honored to have with us Mr. Hamid Yusuf Rehma, Assistant Under Secretary for Domestic Trade in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain, and Mr. Ali Abdul Hussain Maki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. I request Mr. Hamid Yusuf Rehma to share his thoughts with the audience and request you all to please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sridhar, Chairman BCICAI, His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Sina, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, His Excellency Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Executive Director of KPMG and Vice Chairman of Shura Council, Mr. Abbas Radi, the Chairman of Bahrain Accountant Society, Mr. Ibrahim Zainal, the good friend of mine, the Chairman of MAZA and ex-BCI members. Invited dignitaries, members of BCICAI, and distinguished guests. His Excellency Mr. Zayed Al-Zayani, the Minister of Industry and Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain, could not make it today due to his previous commitments, and he conveys his great pleasure to extend his patronage towards the 10th annual conference being conducted in the Kingdom of Bahrain by Bahrain chapter of Chartered Accountant of India. Bahrain has always been a favored destination for business, and chartered accountants from India have contributed to the Bahraini economy through their high levels of professional skills and appropriately the preferred choice in their field of experience worldwide. In this time of economic downturn and the advent of the VAT, their contribution has become even more invaluable, and they can assist us to navigate through this troubled time. We have a social and moral duty to help our nation progress and to use our skills, experience, knowledge to the same. A progress of any nation to measure in economic terms and finance professional can help by creating benchmark, monitoring progresses, and identifying global trend that can be used for the benefit of the nation. It is only by continuously interacting with well-reasoned, experienced professional peoples like you as a chartered accountant can we get a more insight and make sense of that could be happened around us. I am glad that the BCICAI has organized conferences such as this that helps broaden the understanding of financial professionals, keep themselves abreast with current trends as well as challenges in their intellect to come up with answers in this demanding world. I am sure that this timely and appropriate conference will be a melting pot of great people and ideas which will help us to weather the current global financial and economic condition to be improved. I wish you all and the conference all the success today, and we all should benefit from the speakers and the interactive of these themes of today's conference. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hamid. I would now request Mr. Ali Abdul Hussain Maki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies in the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, to share his thoughts with the audience. And may I please request, ladies and gentlemen, to join me in welcoming Mr. Ali Maki.
Good morning, everybody. I'm really very keen to be here every year and giving small words to you people, to the professionals of professionals in this sectors. So my small words, I have few words to say. Mr. Sridhar Snapthi, Chairman of BCICAI, His Excellency Alok Kumar, Ambassador of India, and our Naveen Gupta, Chairman, ICAI, Mr. Hamid Rahma, Assistant Under Secretary, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Partner KPMG, dignitaries, fellow finance professionals, and friends, good morning again. It is always a pleasure to be associated with BCICAI and have been doing so since inception of this chapter. Bahrain has always been a center for trade in the Middle East, and we at the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Tourism are keen to ensure that investors are afforded all facilities to open a business and conduct their activities here in Bahrain. Just like the theme of the conference, we at the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and Tourism are embracing changes and growing to keep pace in these rapidly evolving times. I'm a firm believer in continuously educating ourselves, and I'm glad that the BCICAI has organized conferences such as this helps broaden the understanding of the professionals, keep ourselves up to date with the current trends, as well as changes and challenges our intellect to come up with answers in this demanding world. Finally, I congratulate the BCICAI for organizing such top quality programs and wish them all success in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali, for your kind words. He is a veteran Bahraini legislator and a business advisor. Mr. Jamal Fakhro, managing partner of KPMG in Bahrain, is a visionary leader in the profession of chartered accountancy, who has been constantly embracing change and growing. KPMG just completed 50 years. He has been a solid support to the Bahrain chapter of ICI in all its endeavors of professional development of its members in Bahrain. I am delighted to welcome Mr. Fakhro and request him to share his thoughts with us. Please welcome Mr. Fakhro with a round of applause.
Thank you, Vivek. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ambassador, members of the Executive Committee, colleagues, friends, good morning to all of you. It's great to start a weekend at 8:30 in the hotel. I'm glad that all of you are here on time, except Abbas, who came late. Part of the change, he said. It's really my great pleasure to join you today, as I have been doing this for the last few years. It is something that gives me lots of energy, gives me lots of thoughts, gives me also lots of hope. I have been coming for the last 7 or 8 years to talk to you, and I think from time to time I might come up with some good ideas, but most of the times I'm sure that I come with repeated thoughts and ideas. Mr. Ambassador said in his speech that you have to enjoy Bahrain, and you have been working hard in Bahrain. To the Ambassador and to you, I think it is important to say thank you for being part of the growth of our economy. Thank you for being part of the prosperity of this country. You have been a great supporter to our economy, and on top of that, to our profession. So thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thanks to all of you. The theme of this conference, which talks about change and growth, and I don't need to remind you the importance of these two words. I think we should be always positive when we talk about change. People always worried from change, and they prefer to keep things as static as they are. But believe me, history have told us that with change, there is always growth and there is always prosperity. So thank you very much for coming up with this theme. Again, history have told us that we should not at all swim against the tide. We should not go against the wind. We should be part of it, and we should be a positive player in the change which will affect everybody's life and everybody's prosperity. So I think the theme of today and the subjects that you are going to talk about today would definitely lead you and lead us to encourage any change and to be part of that change and to help our communities, our people, and our employees and our organization to benefit of such changes. I have seen part of the subject to be discussed today is the impact of artificial intelligence and digitalization. This is a major change in our life. The speed that artificial intelligence is changing our day-to-day life, whether it is in business, whether for our kids' school, whether it's in the community, whether it is at home, is unbelievable. And unless we get ready and be able to really be part of that change, be part of the impact of the artificial intelligence and digitalization, we would not be able to live the benefits of all these new technologies and new digitalization, which will have a positive impact on our life. We should not at all believe that artificial intelligence is going to damage our life. On the contrary, everybody who reads and follow up what's been said about that, he feels that it is exactly going to help us having a better life going forward. Talking about change, talking about the agenda today, it will be unfair to me and to you all when we talk today about change and about the growth, that also not to talk about risk. I know that our colleagues from KPMG is going to talk to you today about VAT, about tax, but it will be again unfair to all of us here today not to remember what had happened when people who are sitting at the top of their organization and don't conduct their business with total integrity. I think we as accountants, as chartered accountants, have to play a major role to ensure that integrity is conducted in everything we do. The recent development with Mr. Ghosn, the chairman of Nissan and Renault, tells us exactly that integrity is a must in everything we do. And talking about VAT and about tax, and knowing that part of Mr. Ghosn's issue was really not responding to his or not paying his tax, it is important we as accountants to ensure our organizations are really obliged and complying with all the rules of VAT, which is coming soon in Bahrain, hopefully by 1st January, to ensure that our companies are protected and to ensure that our government would get their money on time. So integrity is something you as accountants, we as accountants, are responsible for, and I'm sure you will help the Bahrain community to prosper by collecting those VATs, the fair VATs from the businesses. Before I finish, this morning I just was going through the agenda, and I saw that about 12:30 there says break, prayer, lunch, coffee, and raffle. And I just wondered who would really miss a raffle, free coffee, a free lunch, and go to pray. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. This gentleman has always been with us. Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Chairman of Bahrain Accountants Association. Abbas has been playing a key role in the development of the accounting and auditing profession in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Through his development and business activities, he's been able to attract several businesses to Bahrain. Besides being a strong pillar of support, he is a patron of our chapter. I am delighted to welcome Mr. Abbas Al-Radi to share his thoughts with us. May I request you to welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Your Excellency, the Ambassador to India, Hamid Rahma, representative of the Minister of Commerce, Trade and Tourism of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Mr. Zaid Zayani, our friend and honorary chairman of the Bahrain Institute of, or the Bahrain Association of Accountants, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, our friend Ali Makki, Ibrahim Zainal and Balu, and our friend, the chairman of the Charter Institute of India, chapter in Bahrain, Sridhar, all colleagues, good morning to you. It is your international conference. This is the 10th. It is over a decade. It become a yearly event that we are all accountants in Bahrain look for and try to enjoy. It is something that the Bahrain accounting profession is proud of. If there is a word to be said, I think your chapter is the life of the accounting profession in Bahrain. You are always dedicated to work hard and to enhance and support the profession. Without you, there won't be, without any exaggeration, there won't be any profession in Bahrain. Thank you for considering the Kingdom of Bahrain is home for you all. We are here in Bahrain, are proud of our association with you as community and as brother in human nature and human being. The theme of your conference is a real fact. It is change. And change, whether we notice it or not, it is the only constant in life. And I think no one will doubt that without change, we cannot grow. Without change, we cannot move from one place to another. So I will repeat what my friend, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, said, that when we face change, we have to accept it. We have to be part of it. Otherwise, if we stand in front of change or against change, we are not going to move, but we are, in fact, going to be changed. Therefore, we have to accept change. We have to be part of it. We have to support it. As accountant, we are faced with a lot of challenges, especially these days. If the whole state of Bahrain is talking about VAT, I think you are the instrument to implement VAT. But let's not be happy and relax. We will challenge VAT and we will implement VAT, but we have to be aware that blockchain is coming. And the effect of blockchain on accountant is going to be great. That blockchain and other IT intelligent and artificial instrument or application will all require the accountant to work hard on their skills, and to be ready to accept the fact that they are no longer going to be, some of their services no longer going to be required, but it will be required in other forms of application. So this requires us to continue to change our perspective and our way of thinking. If I were to conclude, I will repeat my thanks and gratitude to you all, and to pass one simple message, which is you as accountant are looked at to be the guardians of the public interest, or the assurer of the public knowledge. Please work hard on your integrity, maintain your integrity, your proud, and your professional skills. Thank you all for organizing this great event.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas, for sharing your thoughts. Friends, the Bahrain chapter of ICI has been continuously providing tremendous opportunities to its members for professional development through seminars, workshops, where expert speakers present their experience and knowledge. It could not have been possible without the solid support from our parent body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We are fortunate to get support from our parent body for all our endeavors, and I thank in absentia the President of ICI, the Vice President of ICI, all the Central Council members of our parent body, and the staff of the ICI for the constant support throughout. I now request our chairperson, Sri Sridhar Sitapati, to honor the dignitaries on the dais by presenting a memento to them as a token of our gratitude. In token of our gratitude for the kind patronage extended by His Excellency Mr. Zayed Al Zayani, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain, I request Mr. Hamid Yusuf Rehma and Mr. Ali Makki to please accept a memento on his behalf from C.A. Sridhar. I request C.A. Sridhar to honor His Excellency Mr. Alok Kumar Suna with a memento as a token of our gratitude. I request C.A. Sridhar to please honor Mr. Hamid Yusuf Rehma, Assistant Under Secretary for Domestic Trade in Ministry of Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. I request C.A. Sridhar to please honor Mr. Ali Abdul Hussain Makki, Assistant Under Secretary of Commercial Registration and Companies, Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. The applause should go on, please. I request Sridhar to honor Mr. Jamal Fakro, Managing Partner of KPMG in Bahrain. I request Sri Sridhar to please honor Mr. Abbas Al Radi, Chairman of the Bahrain Accountants Association. I now request Sri Sridhar to please escort the dignitaries back to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we now conclude our inaugural session of the 10th International Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICI, themed Embrace Change and Grow, under the patronage of His Excellency Mr. Zayed Al Zayani, Honorable Minister of Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Kingdom of Bahrain. I thank you all for your active participation in the proceedings. I can guarantee you that over the next 2 days, 15 sessions of this conference are going to be a truly enriching experience for all of you. I now hand over back the control to the Secretary of the Bahrain Chapter of ICI, C.S. Subashri. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Vivek, for the great start that you've made today to what I expect to be a spectacular conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the work on any international conference begins way back, many months in advance. While the speakers are being finalized for the conference, we approach the sponsors for their support. This year, it was no different, and we are very happy to announce that we had many sponsors who have come back to be with us this year too. This shows the confidence they have in us as a professional organization. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the sponsors. Before that, let us have a look at all the sponsors who are with us today. Can we have the AV now?
Bahrain Chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, 10th Annual International Conference, Embrace Change and Grow. We are thankful to our sponsors and partners for this conference. Annual sponsor, Tally Solutions. Tally, Power of Simplicity. Title sponsor, Grant Thornton Bahrain, An Instinct for Growth. Event sponsors, Early United Bank, BDO Bahrain, KPMG Fakru, Protivity Bahrain, Al-Hadad Motors, Fame Technology. Day sponsor, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company. Support sponsors, American Express, Bahrain World Trade Center. Other sponsors, Bahrain National Holding, Solidarity Insurance, G4S Secure Solutions, Diyar Al-Mahrak, Dev G, Kalam Telecom, Gulf Insurance Group GIG Bahrain, Trafco Group, Patrick Law, Almoid International Group, Al-Arin Palace and Spa Bahrain, Gulf Union Insurance, Real Search, NAS Corporation, Xerox, BIBF, Homebox, Local Logistics Partner, U-Drive Rent-A-Car, Travel Partner, Dadabai Travel, Technical Support Partner, Convex Productions, Events and Publicity, Media Partners, Salam Bahrain, The Daily Tribune.
Now, Stano, can we please have the AV of our annual sponsor, Tally Solutions?
Business management software solution, preferred by businesses across the world.
From 1986, impacting almost every business across the country and 1 million customers across the world. Most would call this a resounding success. For us, success is the fact that the brand has become synonymous with the company. The fact that thousands of people have realized their dream of becoming an entrepreneur. The fact that we have created lakhs of jobs and made people more employable. The fact that our brand and its philosophy have become a way of life for all those who have come in touch with it. The fact that we have not just delivered a box of software, but happiness. Who are we?
At a time when we had barely 3,000 customers, my father said that there are only two kinds of people, those who use Tally and those who will.
Tally ERP9 is a complete business management software solution preferred by businesses across the world. A true all-rounder, Tally offers comprehensive solutions to most efficiently manage your business operations, books of accounts, inventory, banking, payroll, and much more. Overall, Tally will prove to be the perfect solution to accelerate your business growth. So, come, let's rediscover the power of simplicity with Tally.
Thank you, team. Now I call upon the Chairperson CA Sridhar Sitapati and Vice Chairperson CA Mahesh Kumar Narayan to please come onto the dais to honor our sponsors. I call on Mr. Vikas Panchal, Associate Zonal Head from Tally Solutions, our annual sponsors this year, to please come and accept a token of our appreciation. Ajit. Can we have the AV of Grant Thornton, please? Our title sponsors, Grant Thornton. I now call upon CA Jatin Karya, Senior Partner from Grant Thornton, our title sponsor this year, to please come on stage to accept our token of appreciation. Please keep it. We move on to our event sponsors. KPMG, may I call CA Ram, the partner of KPMG, to please come and accept a token of our appreciation. Please keep the applause going, gentlemen. BDO Jawab Habib, may I call upon CA Nath Venkatachalam, Partner Audit, and Ms. Smitha Roy, Partner VAT, to please come on stage to accept a token of our appreciation. Our event sponsor, Protivity. May I request to see Arvind Banani, Managing Director, Protivity member firm, Bahrain, to please come and accept a token of our appreciation. Our event sponsor, Ahli United Bank. May I request CA Srinivasa Ratnam, Group Head of Finance, to please come and accept a token of our appreciation. Al Haddad Motors, Mercedes. May I request Mr. Imran Ali, Marketing Manager. Thank you. Fame Technology, Mr. Ranjit, CEO and MD. Mr. Sahu, or any other representative from Fame? Okay. Now we'll move on to the day sponsor, Bahrain Commercial Facilities Company, CA Vishal Purohit, Vice President Finance. Please come and accept a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, CA Sridhar and CA Mahesh. We will now proceed to begin our keynote session. To take us through this session, I invite the Joint Secretary of BCICI, CA Stanamurthy, on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhashri. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all had a good breakfast and had good time in the opening ceremony. Hari Om, Jai Swami Narayan, Jai Sachidanand. Today's capital environment talks of a zero-sum game. A zero-sum game is a mathematical representation where one person's gain or loss is another person's gain or loss. In simple words, assuming there are only two parties, you and me, your gain is my loss. My gain is your loss. But what if we both had to gain? We both had to win. Is this what the modern management theories talk about as the win-win scenario? Is it truly practical? If so, how? In this dynamic environment, to embrace change and grow, this is the most important question. How do we all grow? What is truly the sum of all things? To know more on this subject, we have with us our keynote speaker, Pujya Brahma Vihari Das Swamiji. Can we please play the AV of Pujya Brahma Vihari Das Swamiji?
Pujya Brahma Vihari Das Swamiji is one of the 1100 sadhus at the BAPS. From a young age, Swamiji has been a part of the core creative team at the BAPS, Swami Narayan Sanstha. He has been a part of the team that designed the Akshardham temples, including the Mandir in London, which has been awarded 4 mentions in the Guinness Book of World Records. He has also been an active organizer for BAPS in many disaster relief activities. He is an accomplished orator who is invited to speak at national and global meets and conferences. He has traveled across the world and studied global cultures, histories and philosophies. Pujya Brahma Vihari Das Swamiji.
I now request our chairperson, Sri S. Sridhar, and vice chairperson, C.A. Mahesh Kumar, to please escort Pujya Brahma Vihari Das Swamiji to the dais. Pujya Brahma Vihari Das Swamiji.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. Shri Swaminarayan Bhagwan Jai. Akshar Purushottam Maharajani Jai. Radha Krishna Devani Jai. Umapati Mahadevani Jai. Siyavar Ramachandra Bhagwanani Jai. Guru Hari Pramukh Swami Maharajani Jai. Guru Hari Mahan Swami Maharajani Jai. Pramukh Swami Maharaj Shatabdi Mohotsavani Jai. In the divine presence of Bhagavan Swaminarayan, in the equally divine presence of my Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj, Mahan Swami Maharaj, in the revered presence of saints and distinguished guests and members of the Chartered Accountants Institute of Bahrain. In all honesty, I wanted to talk about and explore the topic, the sum of all things, which is man's fascination of finding one answer to all the questions of life. Or perhaps science's pursuit of finding one wonder drug that cures all diseases. Or the mathematicians yearn to find one formula that solves all the equations and calculations of life. But as I came into this conference and as I was talking, I think it's unfortunate, just a day ago I found out that the theme of the conference is embrace change and grow. So I was debating with myself that why can't I embrace change and grow? So I've decided to change my title. Please forgive me. Some other time we will talk about the sum of all things. But because the conference is on embrace change, why don't I begin with my own self as a speaker, and why don't you begin with your own self as listeners? When we are predetermined, we find it very difficult to adjust to change. if you have been given a seat in this conference now, and if somebody asks you to change that seat, it becomes agony. But if you had got the other seat right from the beginning, fine, there's no issue. If somebody announces before this conference that Brahmavihari Swami will speak for 10 minutes, and if I speak for 20, all of you will start thinking, God, overshot time, because your mind has been preconditioned for 10. But if I speak the same stuff, the same ideas for 20 minutes, and somebody had announced before that Brahmavihari Swami will speak for 20 minutes, you'll stand up and applaud, wow, what a perfect speech. The speaker is the same, the listeners are the same, but preconditioning, predetermination is very important that affects us how we respond to change. So as I talk to you, and as we try and address a topic, embrace change and grow, let me frankly tell you that all of you are chartered accountants, professionals. Not the way because you dress, not because it's the way you speak or behave, but it's the way you have to work. Sometimes ruthlessly honest, sometimes daringly bold, sometimes taking the right risks, but all the time clinically clear. We need to understand that when we go out and meet chairmen and owners of great companies and somebody's there for mergers, acquisitions, or just restructuring, the first thing they say, I need to get back to you, I need to consult my CA. So I start thinking many times that who is the boss? I think you know. You are shadow CEOs. If you are not the CEOs, you are shadow chairmen. You yourselves are shadow owners. You are the eyes and the hands and the ears. But I also want to tell you, with great power comes great responsibility. So it's very important when we talk about change. So it's very important that you know that in your world of liquidity, cash crunches, budget blowouts, window dressing, I hope not fiddling the figures, but in your world which is full of numbers, notes, mathematics, and sheer heartless calculations, I also want to tell you that in this world of yours which is full of numbers, there is a heart within you that beats. Because you command and control companies and corporations, you should also know that, yes, you may control circumstances, but there comes a time when the circumstances start controlling you and changing you as well. And as our accounts in this world have moved from cupboards to computers, from writing books to writing and rewriting softwares, from counting coins to clouding bitcoins, as our world continuously moves, we see there's a rapid change, that we are moving from real wealth to virtual wealth. If you tell me there's no change, nobody in this world is going to believe, because there is a change, and evident change and real change that's happening all around us. And if I would be given a chance to summarize this whole change, moving from hardcore reality and material things to this virtual world that we're moving into, there is also this one danger that this one story will summarize. It's an imaginary story, but the message is real, very real. Once one man who was a professional just like you, I'm not saying you, just like you, all suited, dressed up with a tie, with a bag, he goes to a village from the city. And there he finds a farmer with knee deep in mud, all muck. He's just running around trying to work around his fence of the farm. This urbanite, he goes to that farmer and says, "Hey, howdy." He said, "Fine." He said, "Are you the farmer of this farm?" He said, "Yes." He said, "Well, if I can tell you how large this farm is, and if I can tell you how many cattle you have on this farm, if I can tell you the exact number of bulls, cows, and calves, and if I can tell you how much milk you produce every day, would you give me a calf free?" He's making a deal. So that farmer looks at him, he says, "Yeah, okay, go on." Within minutes, he brings out, opens his bag, he takes out his laptop, connects his mobile into the satellite, he sends a request. There's a satellite that buzzes around, and one satellite communicates with another up in space. One satellite that's above this farm takes a picture, zeroes in, finds out straight away from the parameters that the farm is about 100 acres big. Suddenly, from all the dots that are on the farm, the ones that are constantly moving are calves. The ones that are gently moving are cows, and the ones that just don't move are bulls. So straight away, within 5 minutes, the satellite sends a signal back to his computer. He takes a printout, he tells the farmer, "Here, your farm is 100 acres. You have 300 cows, 100 calves, 50 bulls, total 450 cattle, and you produce 6,000 liters of milk every day. Here, these are the facts," in 5 minutes. And he says, "Now give me the calf." After the process, the farmer tells the urbanite, the professional, he said, "If I can tell you who you are, will you give the calf back?" The guy's, "Okay, tell me." He said, "You are the local representative of the national party in politics." He said, "How do you know?" He said, "I didn't invite you, you still came. You asked me the questions I never had." You know, this is what politicians do. We have a problem. We say, we don't have a problem. You asked me the questions I don't have. You gave me the answers I already knew. I knew how many bulls and calves and cows I have. You gave me the answer, and you still want to get paid for it. You want to vote for it. And you know nothing about farms, cattle, or calves because I just gave you a dog. Give me my dog back. In this world of virtual reality, we have lost touch with the truth that we have. With so much information, so many figures, so many things happening around us, us knowing so much about other corporations, how they fail, how they succeed, we forget to look at our own figures. Busy in making homes, giving interest loans, and creating system after system, we lose interest in our own home. I want to ask you, we are professionals to the world, but we have no passion for our own lives. Where is the passion that we have lost in our profession? We should breathe back that in, so when a time to change comes, we need to think of everything and talk about a holistic movement. So once again, as we know, that we are slowly, not fast, rapidly moving. And to really tell you one thing, whether you accept it or not, change is a reality. More so in Bahrain. We've got the VAT coming in. We've got so many regulations. As the world connects, we'll have we'll have systems, we'll have new ideas, we'll have technology. We'll need to change ourselves. So I want to again tell you, forget about just accountancy. Let's talk about there is a real movement towards change in the whole world. Whether you like it or not, there is one thing that is constant in this world is change. And we see it. Even in this very world, forget about the virtual, in this very world, the world that we live in. I'm not talking about the past and the present and the future. No. In this very world, if I take a tribal from the Andaman and Nicobar, if I take a bushman from the Kalahari Desert, if I take an aborigine from the outback of Australia, And if I take an Eskimo from the North Pole, they're living in the same time, in the same world with us. If I put them to sleep and wake them up in the middle of Times Square, Manhattan, they would think they are in heaven. They have no clue in this very world we live in different time zones. We have created worlds within world. In this very world, change. But forget about the world outside. Talk about your own home. Anybody who's living in a joint family where you have a granddad and a great-granddad and a dad and you, the things that the child talks about, the great-granddad knows nothing about. Even in our own home, we've created micro-homes in our own home. We've created micro-worlds in our own world. Change. Don't think we're all on the same page. No. But forget about that in your own world, in your own mind now. How many times, don't look at me, but look at your own self in the heart. How many times during the week, suddenly you come across a gadget or you come across a news and suddenly you think, God, I never knew about it. How many times do you really feel outdated? Every time you buy a new version of a new phone, you feel outdated. Because you don't know 90% of the things that are inside the phone. After 2 years, you find out, hey, is there a technique in that? Yeah, fine. You and me are constantly outdated in this world. Whether you change or not is your outlook. But I want to emphasize that change is real and change happens to all of us, and as we live life, it is a must. Our world, from sunrise to sunset, the day changes. From summer to winter, seasons change. From life to death, life changes. And from creation to destruction, cosmos changes. Change is perhaps the most real thing. It's on autopilot. And as if it's being moving naturally. And those of us who resist or refuse to change have a danger of disappearing. I might sound too strong, but as a sadhu, I also want to tell you, if you refuse or resist change stubbornly, then there is a danger of disappearing. Look at life. Go into the genetic world. 99.9% of all the species on this earth, we are constantly worried about saving a species, endangered species, this endangered, this endangered. 99.9% of the species that ever existed on this earth are extinct. 5 billion species have disappeared before we could read the title of the book. We don't even know. These are all combinations that genetics and genetic scientists and zoologists have created. 5 billion species have disappeared on this earth before we could even read the names. Now, let me ask you, from all those 5, they say around 8.7 to a larger figure, let's take a round figure, 10 million species are existing parallelly with us. From 5 billion gone, 10 million, look at the mathematics, you are genius, you would know. That's 0.2%. From that 10 million species which are supposed to exist, man has been able to catalog only 1 million. Only 1 million, that's 0.02% of the species we know, and we still think we are the savior of the world. That's farcical. I'm not here to demotivate you, but I'm here to make you aware of where we stand and what the truth is. So what happened to all these species? Did other species kill them? It's our own pride and arrogance that we think. We see a spider coming around in our own home. The first thing, even a small cockroach, the first reaction of all, especially us, would be to stamp the cockroach out. The cockroach doesn't even know you exist. It's not here to harm you. They don't have a plan that go and let's destroy humanity. No. Do you think the mosquitoes are here to kill you? They are here to survive themselves. You're in the way, so get out. All these species that have disappeared have become extinct because they could not change according to time. And as the world moved on, if you refuse to change, there's a fear of becoming extinct. But then there's a second thing. If change is good, but if we can't change at the right time, you still have the danger of becoming irrelevant. Everybody knows the story of Kodak. I think here, everybody present here, I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know the name Kodak. A giant in the industry of films, photography, whether you call the horizontals or the verticals. A giant. There was a time from 1988, that's where it began. In 1990, when we were also involved in so many creative stuffs in the US, in 1990, Kodak as a film industry owned the market share of almost 90% of what went on in 1990s Kodak, whether it's a camera, whether it's a film, whether it's photography, whether it's small other things, whether it's Polaroid cameras, anything was Kodak, Kodak, Kodak. But you know what happened? In 1975, a genius engineer of Kodak, his name is Steve Sasson, he had a brilliant idea of creating digital cameras, 1975. The Kodak industry decided that if he produced digital cameras, it would eat into their own profits because they were ruling the world. So they said, let's not go digital. So they didn't change. But other companies started changing, and a time came in 2012, Kodak had to file for bankruptcy. They did change, but they didn't change at the right time. Most of us, after being constantly pushed, goaded, then we change. But by that time, it's too late. You know, every time somebody tries to get married and he thinks, oh, this is the right person, this is the right person, and they don't call, and then after 6 months they go, this is too late, they've already married. The world doesn't wait. So, of course, change, if you don't, you become extinct, but if you don't change at the right time, you still become irrelevant. But now let me tell you something even more shocking. Even if you do change, and even if you do change at the right time, if you don't change in the right way, it's too late. Who hasn't heard the name of Encyclopedia Britannica? Come on. I want to ask, everybody in this has heard the name of Encyclopedia? Please raise your hand. So I feel comfortable. Yeah, I'm not a minority. Everybody has heard the name of Encyclopedia Britannica. That was the go for everything you wanted, the pool of knowledge. And everything you wanted to check background, fine. For 244 years, not 124 years, Encyclopedia Britannica ruled the wisdom of the world. And it did change. When the digital age came, they did create multimedia CDs, because I was the one who already had the Encyclopedia Multimedia CDs. But God, when Wikipedia emerged, the world became authors, the world became editors, the world became monitors, and the world became users. Encyclopedia Britannica closed shop in 2014. Change at the right time, in the right way, and at the right instant. I'm asking you to become aware of this idea. Don't just say, yeah, we are changing. If you miss the bus, you're gone. And I also want to emphasize, yes, we do change. We feel that we are changing. But that was in the genetic engineering, that was in the industrial way. But look at the technology that's constantly intruding in your daily life. Technology has created wonders. And change that it has brought your daily life, meaning your way you think, way you behave, way you communicate, way you connect, way you write, way you store information. Look what technology has done. Technology gave power to man to climb down from the treetops and climb the roofs of the skyscrapers. Very simple, I've just painted history. We're at the top, from treetops to the roofs of the skyscrapers. from the confines of the caves to the comforts of the cities. Yes, technology has brought us. And look at what it has done. No animal 5,000 years ago, a lion used to live in a cave. Even now, you leave a lion alone, it lives in a cave. Do you think the bulls and the cows, they've been eating grass for 10,000 years. Do you think they've changed their dishes and different types of grass and Chinese grass and Mexican dishes and South Indian? No. It's the same food. Nothing has evolved in that fashion. And look at man. We've changed. To such an extent, if I wanted to summarize the history of man's change through science, it would be summarized in just 5 words. You can go back home and tell your children that the whole world history can be summarized in how many words? 5. They're not read, they are thought out, and I feel responsible for these 5 words. First, man was nowhere. We were moving in the caves, in the jungles. We didn't have a name, didn't have a place. There was no cities. We didn't have an address. If no caveman said, I live behind that cave on the 4th floor of this 15th cave. No. No interior, no gates, nothing, no gated community. So we were nowhere. Man did not have an identity. We were like animals roaming the jungles and the caves. Nowhere. Then because of our ability to think and change, we arrived somewhere. We had cities, villages, we had houses, we had colonies. We have avenues and address and a name and a biodata. So from nowhere, man arrived. Say it aloud. Somewhere. So be with me. We were nowhere. We arrived. Then with the help of technology, we are everywhere. With mobile, you're all over the world. With video calling, you see everything. With remote, with satellites. We've also got a big ear listening to the universe. With the help of huge science and technology, we are everywhere, ubiquitous. The presence of man has become big and bigger. So first we were nowhere, then we arrived. Now we are. And unfortunately, overuse of technology, we are elsewhere. We have become an elsewhere generation where we are always doing something else with our mobile. When we are in a meeting, we are phoning somebody else. When 20 people arrive, we are only worried about the 11th who has not come. At office, we are planning a holiday. And in vacation, we are doing office work. We are an elsewhere generation. In classrooms, kids are doing something else, and we always feel that there is multitasking is a word that we use that makes us elsewhere. We always think there's another task which is more important to do. Your mind is elsewhere. I'm asking you that we've created an elsewhere generation where we always feel that we should be doing something else or we should be somewhere else. At least not now, please. We should be somewhere else and we want to be someone else. What's wrong with your life? God gave it to you. At least keep it well. You just can't be someone else. So first we were where? I'm giving you history very quickly. First we were, then we arrived, then we were, and now we are. All I have come to tell you is to be now here. Our small journey starts with nowhere to now here. But again, when we see now here the present world that we are in, the present world, yes, the changes have happened, the changes are challenging, the changes will happen. But when we examine the world now here, there's a problem we see. This will help us to guide us how we should change. You know what's happening? Now, today, there's never been a point in history where there have been more peace conferences, preachers of peace, ideas for peace, conventions for peace, programs for peace, treaties for peace. There's never been more peace things, and still the largest industry in the world is armaments. Seriously think about it. Now here, unless we think what's going on now here, we won't find a way out. Secondly, you go out into books and magazines and search on an internet and find research. I have done that and I've found out there's never been a time in history where more books and articles have been written about happiness. More discussions have happened about happiness. We celebrate the happiness day. We have a happiness ministry. We have happiness programs. We have happiness breakthroughs. We have happiness climates. There's never been a time where we have been more aware of happiness. And sorry to say, the best-selling drugs in the world are antidepressants. Fact. You are chartered accountants. You do your math. The highest selling, and somebody in the industry told me, Swamiji, this drug will never have a problem with. The world has a problem with it. We're talking about happiness, and look what's happening. We need to examine both hands, like you audit the books. And the figures have to balance. You need to look at the world. We need to look at our life and make sure that the figures balance. I still want to tell you, let's go ahead. There's never been a time where we have been more freaked out about fitness, diets. And still, if you look at the statistics, we are the most unhealthy, obese society. The cavemen never had problems with their bellies. You see any animal living in you don't see fat lions. Come on. Show me one big fat lion. No. And he doesn't read books. He doesn't have freak out exercises. No. What's happening? I also want to tell you, at no point in this world there have been more industries for amusement, more games, more video games, more personalized, more resorts. When have they been? Yet we are one of the most bored societies. You ask any man and call him, what are you doing now? They'll say, nothing. Go and try and ask your kid, what's your plan for tomorrow? Nothing. No, be serious. Ask 10 people today, what's happening? What's new? He said, nothing. God, the world is changing and we still think nothing. We've never been in a more bored civilization. I also want to ask you, and I think we should consider this because this is very important. And unless we consider this, we'll never be able to really ask the right questions. Perhaps we are the most connected civilization, whether it's through Facebook, Google, email, WhatsApp. And why is it we feel very lonely? We do. But this question, I believe, because all of you are an understanding audience, I want to ask you, which leaders, which countrymen, which people do not know that pornography is bad? Who doesn't know? Then why does it exist? Ask yourself the right questions. Who doesn't know it's bad? Then why does it exist? We've never really sat down with our own books. We've never really seriously thought about where we want to go. Grow will come later. Change we have to accept, but we should understand and know where we are changing, where we are going. Grow or growth will be incidental. If you're not aware, then you are nowhere. So most important, even in a Google map, when you are trying to search for a location or search for a route, first the Google map tells you, show me your location. If you say, no, I don't want to show you my location, you'll never find a way. So in trying to change, we need to first find our location. Where are you? Where do you stand with your family? Where do you stand with your friends, in your business, in the system, in the moral compass? Where do we stand? Until we find and gauge our own location, you will never be able to find a way. You won't know where to go. So I am again telling you the simplest and the most important thing. The change we do welcome. We are not foolish. We know change is important, we welcome. While we love to change, the problem is we don't want to change. You know, change we all want. Why? What's a vacation? Tell me. A vacation is change of place. You can't have a vacation in your own home. A vacation is just change of place. It's the same family with the same problem, with the same bickering. All of you go to another place and have the same fights. That's a vacation. Because you talk about home, you talk about the past life, you talk about all the grudges. Vacation is just simply a change of place and we feel good about it. Okay, I want to ask you, what's relaxation? Change of activity. The professionals who are all day in the office, for them, a boat ride is relaxation. For the fisherman, you tell him, let's go on a boat ride for relaxation. No, I want to go to an office. What's a vacation? Change of place. What's relaxation? A change of activity. You just do a small different change of activity, you feel relaxed. Now I want to ask you, what's happiness? Change of attitude. You're the same people. If you see all of yourselves as competitors, you won't be relaxed. And if you see all of you today as friends, you'll be relaxed. A simple change of attitude gives you happiness. You don't need wonderful things to bring or breathe back happiness. So then what's meditation? The Hindu scriptures tell us, our spiritual guru Mahan Swami tells us, meditation is change of mindset. When you say all these things I don't really need for happiness, as Socrates went into a big a supermarket at that time in those Greek times, and everybody's talking in the town, Socrates, he's in the supermarket. Socrates who doesn't want anything, desires nothing. He's in the supermarket like us. We suddenly feel good, you know, like we feel like vindicated. Yeah, Socrates is coming, so I'm fine. So after 2 hours, Socrates came from the entire supermarket and the whole people of Athens were waiting for him and said, hey, Socrates, so why were you in a supermarket? With a big smile, Socrates said, I just came to see how many things I don't need. Change of mindset is meditation. And what is enlightenment? Change of being. When you don't recognize yourself as the body, you will recognize yourself as the divine being, a soul. That's enlightenment. Nothing changed in Buddha when he woke up from nirvana. He just became different because he felt different. So change we do welcome. And we know change takes us everywhere. But the problem is, we love change, but we don't love to change. But I'm here also to tell you that change is not bad, but why is it affecting us? As Alvin Toffler said in his book, Future Shock, change is not hurting us, it's the rate of change. The speed. See, vacation is great, but if you have in one day 10 vacations, meaning you go to Rome, then you fly to Berlin, then you fly to London, then you go to Chicago, then you come back to Bahrain, and you said, I had a great vacation in 4 days. Is it possible? The rate of change destroys you. Even in activity, he said, I had a wonderful day. I did horse riding, swimming, then I ran, then I climbed a mountain, then I did press-ups, and then you'll be able to admitted into ICU. You did too much. The rate of change, even in the mind, if you keep changing your mindsets every 5 minutes, then they call you mad. This guy keeps changing his mind every 5 minutes. That's madness. So it's not change that hurts us, it's the rate of change. And how can we control that rate of change? I believe, what is the problem of climate change? Climate has been changing throughout the world, with or without man. But what would take thousands and thousands of years, man is helping it to do it in 100 years. That's the problem. It's like somebody's going to die in 100 years, naturally. And if you just help him die, I think that's murder. You can't. You say, oh, he's going to die anyway. No. So climate change, I'm just trying to put it into perfect perspective, that change happens, but the rate of change is going to be more difficult. So when somebody comes to me and he says, Swamiji, I think I love to change, but I just can't change my attitudes, my thinking, my skills. I just can't change. I want to tell you something which you can take back home. Whether you like it or not, you are changing and you can. Talk about your own body. 20 years ago, your face was different, and today your face is different. Forget about 20 years ago. Even in a single day, your face changes many shapes. Either you're sad, you're happy, you're morose, you're lonely, you're depressed. In just one day, your face keeps changing. But forget about the face. Let me talk about hardcore facts. Every 20 years, the entire cells of your heart are replaced. Your heart changes every 20 years, physical. Every 10 years, every cell in your bones, your entire set of skeleton changes every 10 years. Every 5 years, your hair, every cell in your hair changes. You have completely new hair every 5 years. Every 8 months, your nail completely change. Every 4 months, your blood cells, RBC, completely change and are replaced. Every 3 months, your liver completely changes. Every 21 days, every cell in your lung changes, completely replaced. Every 2 weeks, every cell on your skin, you get a new skin, though it looks the same color and it looks the same way, but every cell on your skin changes, replaces itself. Every 10 days, every cell on your tongue, the taste buds, they change. And every 3 days, every cell in your intestine changes. And you tell me you don't change? And you tell me you can't change? That doesn't go down well. If your body, your face, and your mind continually changes, why can't you embrace change consciously? If you embrace it consciously, then you'll have more control, you'll have more direction, and you will move into a better way. So the only way to embrace change, I have 2 options for you. Either you embrace change with change, by changing yourself. There's no point in the world changing if you don't change. You know, this boy, when we were children in England, when we were studying, we had an essay competition, and we were all asked that what would be the one thing you would change in this world to make it better? Somebody said industries, somebody said roads, somebody said security, somebody said safety, somebody said environment. So many people said so many different things. One little boy, he came up with this idea that if there's one thing I needed to change in this world to make it better, it would be me. I think we should learn, take a leaf from that boy's wisdom. You want to change the environment in your own office? Start changing yourself. If you want to change the environment in your own home, first person is you. If you want to change your worldview, change yourself. Embrace change by change. That means changing your own self. And see what happens if you just decide to change a little. I was in Ahmedabad. We are coming down from our temple. We had a ceremony of Aarti. I think you know, it's the light waving ceremony. It was 7 o'clock in the evening, and as I was coming down the temple steps, one 70-year-old person, he came down and he was wearing his slippers because, you know, after you perform the temple Aarti, you can go home. His name was Manibhai. As he was wearing his slippers, I came down and I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, Manibhai, so where are you off to? It's 7 in the evening, okay? And he says, Jange Chadwa, that means into battle. I said, come on, Manibhai. Into battle? He said, I'm going home. Literally, I'm not making a little word. He said, I'm going home. I said, into battle in home? I said, come on. I said, don't say that it's your home after such a hard day's work. He said, exactly. He said, Swami, you're not married. You don't know what home is. You don't have a wife. You don't have children. You already started putting me into a box. I said, look, Manibhai, you're going home. He said, look, I want to tell you, Swami, he's 70-year-old. He said, in this heat of Ahmedabad, from morning 7 to evening 7, I have been going from place to place to get my payments, to do work. I'm going to go home. I'm tired. When I go home, I just want to sit and relax. I said, then what's the problem? He said, when I go home, my wife would be all ready and decked. And she'll be dressed and she'll tell us, let's go out. I said, I have been out. I want to come home. And she says, I've been home all day. I want to go out. So I said, then what's the problem? He said, we'll have a fight for half an hour. I said, then? He said, then I'll tell my son that you take your mother out. But of course, he's my son, my factory. And he'll say the same thing, no, I'm too busy. So we'll have a little more fight. Then after our fuel has gone, we sit down and eat and we have a happy meal. They don't have a happy meal because they have understanding. They have a happy meal because they have no longer stamina to fight. Most of our fights are over because we lose steam, not because we find a way. So I told Manibhai, I said, if you go home, you're here at the temple, be positive. Change yourself to change your home. He said, no, Swami, you don't know. I said, go out. He said, Swami, you don't know the minds of women. I said, why? He said, once I say yes, they think it's a yes, lifetime yes. That's why men are very hesitant to say yes. And women are also very clear and clever. They know we just need to ask our men to say yes once. And it's a lifetime commitment. So I said, look, Manibhai, forget everything. This is a temple. I am a spiritual Swami. You go home. And if your wife says, let's go out, then say, yes, let's go out. What's wrong? He went home. Next morning at 7, he came really smiling and happy as if he had seen God. He's smiling from ear to ear. An old man smiling, so happy. He hugged me. I said, what happened, Manibhai? He said, a miracle. I said, what happened? He said, I went home so tired, dog tired. And I was just about to relax. And my wife came all dressed and said, let's go out. And I said, yes. And she said, not tonight. If you change, the world changes. Come on. Stop blaming. Stop sulking. If you decide to face change with change and adjust, it was in Bahrain last year when there was a race going on for sailing and all the Gulf countries had participated. I happened to go to the seaside at that time and just the winner emerged. So I went down to congratulate the winner. I have no clue about sailing. And the winner was Bahraini. He said, your holy man, we have won. And he was thanking me. I had nothing to do with it. But when he came and saw me and I said, I have no clue about sailing. What wind is the good wind in sailing? He said, no wind is bad. Just no wind is bad. So I want to tell you, no change is bad. Just no change is bad. You need to adjust your sails in life. So you want to change the environment home? Change yourself. One man, he was always having difficulties with his bosses, his peers, and everywhere at office. And I started listening to his life and day at office. He blamed so many people. I said, can you do me one favor? He said, what? I said, can you start going to office just 5 minutes before everybody? And leave the office by turning off the lights 5 minutes after everybody. Do nothing else. You know what happened? He became the most loved office person in that office. He changed. Because he used to go half an hour late and start blaming people, and he would go half an hour early and start dumping work on others. Why? You want to change the environment of your office, your home, your friends, your place in the world? Change yourself. Do you think we will be able to solve the issue of climate change by treaties and laws and technology? We are fooled. We need to change our lifestyles. If we consume less, there will be less production, less factories, less gases naturally. If we consume less by our own change of lifestyles, there will be less needs. I'll come into your own home and you can show me 1,000 things that you really don't need. They're still there. Let me come and open all the drawers of your dressing table, and there'll be at least 10 old chargers you still keep. You don't need them, huh? They're tangled amongst themselves. You still feel, maybe. They're gone. Everybody will have things. Every Diwali time, we actually empty our home and collect a whole thing that we must give up. And then at the end, we look at it and say, okay, but still, it's all right, I'll still keep it. How many times we want to clean and clear ourselves? We can't. I am here to tell you that if you want to change, then face change by changing yourself. Changing yourself so far as upgrading yourself through wisdom and knowledge, fine. The second thing I also want to tell you, which is very important, that if you want to change, then there's the other segment I want to add to your list is change without change. Are you with me? There are some things you must change, that is yourself. But there is one thing you should never change, are the set of values that make us human beings. Do not allow any corporation, any company, any gadget, any technology, any environment, any circumstance to change the values that make you and me human. One great man told me that the real danger in this world is not that one day machines will begin to think like man, but one day man will begin to think like machines. When everything to you and me becomes 0 and 1, 0 and 1, 0 and 1, when everything to a chartered accountant just becomes figures and no emotions, when our relationships are just based on ruthless laws and sets laws and subset of laws, no. The biggest danger is this technology will one day make us think like machines. And when you sacrifice the values that made us, you know what happens to big companies. They fall. The best of the best large corporations, when they're not ethical, they fall. The best relationships end up in drastic divorces if they are not based. Even relationships with God, even religious leaders are misguided. Even the so-called moral keepers and the conscience keepers lose road. So I want to ask you that yes, change with change, change yourself, but change without change is never allow the set of values that make you and me human to change. How and why, I would like as a conclusion to tell you. The faster the world moves, as we said, the stronger our roots should be. The more spinning the spinning wheel does, the more stable the core has to be. The faster we move in this world, the greater that changes come, the stronger our spiritual and ethical world should be. As Charles Steinmetz said, one of the biggest and the finest physicists and scientists, he said when he was asked that according to you, how would the world progress in 50 years to come? He said, in 50 years to come, men and women will realize that material things do not bring us happiness. And when that day comes, they will turn the laboratories, the scientists will turn the laboratories onto the study of God and prayer. And when that day comes, we shall see more advancement in one generation than we have seen in the last 4. So I'm asking you, what should we not change? Change the values that make us humans. Change the ethics, change the spiritual dimension that man is blessed with. The lion, we say he's the king of jungles, but does the lion know what a king is and what a jungle is? No, he has no clue of his identity or depth of his spirituality. Man knows, despite the fact we are no kings, we still think we are. So I am telling you, we have multiple dimensions. We don't have physical only, we have emotional, we have spiritual, we have moral. So please do not allow change to influence the values that make us humans. That should grow. What should grow? If the values grow, then your business will grow, your houses will grow, your relationship will grow. Everything will grow if you keep focus on the values. Of all the hundreds and thousands of values that we talk about, I'd just like to mention 3 very quickly. One, the most essential is love. I'll not go into in detail, but I should know that love works now, love works in the past, love works in the future, and love will work forever. How? One boy, he was disillusioned, father and mother, they took him to a child psychiatrist. The child psychiatrist said that, look, this is the prescription for your son, make him take these 3 medicines 3 times a day, and this is a prescription for you. The father and mother said, hey, we're not ill, the child is ill. Why is there a prescription for us? He said, well, the prescription for him is this, read your own prescription. For the parents, they said, 3 times a day, morning, evening, and afternoon, give him love, love, and love. The parents were wise. They said, what if it doesn't work? He said, double the dose. Love always works. Don't forget to love each other, to spread love. The more hate and the wars that we have in the world, the greater the need of love. The more aggression, the greater the need of love. And I take you into the future. They say in the future, in this world of smart clothes, where your BP and everything will be measured by the clothes, in this world of smart machines, where you will be absolutely useless. All the machines will be doing the work. In the world of smart homes, in the world of smart glasses, in the world of smart toilets, every time you flush, your insurance people will know whether you've had a bottle of wine or not. You understand? This is how everything is going to be. I'm just saying it very quickly. In the world of smart mirrors, you stand up before a mirror and say, who is lonely in my street today? And suddenly the faces will appear. So in this world of smart roads where you can park your car anywhere and your wife will know where it is, the roads will be informing her. So in this world of complete connectivity, they are thinking of making smart toys. You know what smart toys are? At this moment, your children, this is nightmarish. Smart toys, at this moment, your children have idols and icons, who's a cricket star or a music star or a film star, whatever. They stick posters because of their music, their talent, anything. But smart toys will be that the children will be able to download a whole personality into that toy. So if somebody loves Messi, then the Messi will always be around him. He'll say, hi Messi, the toy will talk back like Messi. He said, Messi, go and get me some water. He'll bring water in his way, maybe with a football kick. Whatever, you will be able to download complete personalities around you and they will be interacting with you constantly. Now I want to ask you, when such a world which is so smart, so human-like, how will you be able to handle these toys? Not through technology, because they'll be self-generating, self-electrified, they'll be receiving motions and energy. They'll be all around you, talking to you like human beings, like an identity. If you ignore them, they will feel neglected. The only way the toys will listen to you is if you, say it aloud, love them. When the computers are smart, your mobiles are smart, when you go out and you just take one computer, the other 3 will feel sad. Hey, why not me? It's going to be a big problem. Huh? You're going into a big world where even technology will have emotions and you can't handle emotions of 6 people on your family. You'll have 20 now. Then nobody will have 5 mobiles. It's very difficult because which one you use is going to determine the attitude of the 4 others. So I want to tell you, there'll come a time when technology will become more human. There again, the only thing that will control technology will be love. Don't lose sight of the values that make you human being. Compassion. Nothing beats compassion. You still have to serve. We are human beings. We have to connect. We have to be compassionate towards everything. As Aldous Huxley wrote, after 45 years of writing books, the famous thoughtful writer, philosopher, almost metaphysical, he wrote books from Brave New World to Island to Moksha. When Aldous Huxley was asked that after your studies of all the cultures, civilizations, philosophies, and writing to human beings and mankind, what would be the single advice you give to people? You know what he said? It is becoming increasingly embarrassing for me to tell the civilization just be a little kinder. When you go home, just be a little kinder. To your own friends, just be a little kinder. To your competitors, just be a little kinder. Can the world today decide and say, change? But let's just be a little kinder, then no change is going to affect us. We need to understand these values, and the last value which I believe, love, compassion, and faith. Faith in God. Whichever God you believe in, whatever spirituality you believe in, reaffirm your faith in God. Gandhi never lost a day without prayer. It is this faith in God. They have found Lincoln praying in the middle of war. What did Arjun do to Krishna? Krishna gave the message of Gita in the middle of war. You are not as busy as war. And the world is not changing at the speed of a battle. Even in the speed of a battle, the stability that a person gets is through faith in God. When Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the most famous scientist of India, the father of India's nuclear bomb, he was the principal advisor to the Prime Minister of India. When Abdul Kalam, who had 48 PhDs, honorary degrees from 48 universities, that's Kalam, the team builder, the most profound and knowledgeable person who loved India. Look, I have met so many leaders around the world. When I looked into Kalam's eyes, there was so much love for India and humanity, which I have not discovered in hardly anybody's eyes. When Kalam, who was a Muslim, a profound Muslim, just a month before he passed away, he wrote his final book. That book was Transcendence. He wrote this book on our spiritual leader, Pramukh Swami, and he described him as his ultimate teacher. Before writing his book, he called his brother, who was an imam in Rameshwaram, and he said, is it correct for a Muslim leader to write a book on a Hindu sadhu? His brother sat in the Fajr prayers, the morning prayers. And he got out of his prayers, the Imam, and he told Kalam, Kalam, this is in your heart, this is truth, and Pramukh Swami is great. Write the book and tell the whole world there is harmony. A way that we can move forward. Kalam wrote that book, but you know why he wrote it? Before he became the president, as the best scientist of India, he had come to Pramukh Swami, and I was always there as a translator because Kalam did not understand a word of Gujarati and Pramukh Swami never understood a word of English. Imagine, one was a man of science, one was a man of spirituality, one was the most learned scientist. Pramukh Swami had hardly gone to school. So when they were meeting and Kalam laid a plan, now how do you want change to affect you? He laid a plan bare. And he said, Swamiji, 500 thinkers from different fields of the world have got together and they have thought of ways of how to develop India in 2020. We have identified 5 areas. One area is agriculture, health, communication and information technology, infrastructure, that's roads, hospitals and buildings, and critical technology. That's genetic engineering, nuclear engineering, and things like that. He said if India grows in these 5 areas, by 2020 we would have the most developed nation. As he laid the plan, I was sitting there, Pramukh Swami, he looked at me and he said, tell Kalam there is something missing. You know, how can you and me have the guts to say something like this when the top thinker of India has said that 500 thinkers have been thinking for 1 year, and these are the 5 elements we have identified. Pramukh Swami said, tell Kalam there is a 6th that is missing. And very hesitatingly I said, Kalam, there is 6th missing. And he asked, which one? Pramukh Swami said, faith in God. As a scientist, he actually refused to believe this. I was there. But then he asked that how can faith in God help develop a nation? You know what Pramukh Swami said? You cannot evaluate a nation by the number of roads, buildings, hospitals or schools, by the types of technology, by the types of institutions. You can evaluate a nation by the character and the values of the citizens it produces. A nation is as good as the people. None of this technology or infrastructure or information technology or anything will help determine the moral and spiritual fabric of the nation. It is faith in God, in a higher belief and a higher purpose that helps. So I want to tell you that whichever faith you have, believe in that faith and strive for harmony. It is only when we get together, is only when the 200 or more bones and muscles of the body work together that we can stand, we can move. So I want to ask you that if we want to go forward, then the way forward should be change the things you can, that is you, and don't change the things that make you, that are the values and spiritual depth. If we face change in this way, then we will not have to go home once like that professional who went to the farm, and you will not have a clue of what's happening in your own home. You must understand the minds of the people you love and the hearts of the people you care for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swamiji. I now call upon our chairperson, C.A. Sridhar, and founder chairperson, C.A. Kalyanaraman, to please come to the dais and honor Pujya Swamiji with a token of our appreciation. Thank you, C.A. Kalyanaraman. Thank you, C.A. Sridhar. Thank you, Swamiji. Hari Om. Now that was one session where we all thought we'd going to talk about the sum of all things, and we saw transformation, real transformation. Transformation in so many levels, and I'm sure you all experienced it in your respective seats. We shall now take a small coffee break for 15 minutes. The bugle will be played. Please pay attention, because that's the opportunity to start winning raffles. The very first raffle will be immediately after 15 minutes. So looking forward to seeing you all back in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now begin this session with a raffle. Before that, I would like to present one of our event sponsors whom we had missed out earlier during the day. May I call C.A. Sridhar and C.A. Mahesh to be on stage, and may I request Fame Technology MD and CEO Mr. Ranjit to be on stage to please accept a token of our appreciation. Thank you, gentlemen. I would request you to please be on the stage. Can we have a raffle from Fame Technology? The raffle prize is a coffee maker. This will be through the business cards that has been dropped at the stall of Fame Technology. Yeah, sure. Yes, yes. Mr. P.K. Ravi, going 1, going 2, going 3, gone. Next, please. This is from video. Mr. Juser Rangaval from video. Juser Rangwala from video. Going 1, going 2, going 3. Did you drop your business cards? C.A. Ravi Deodar. C.A. Ravi Deodar. Oh, please. He's a managing committee member and chairman membership and from the Muscat chapter. Thank you, gentlemen. I would just like to make 2 more announcements. Please ensure that you visit the sponsor stalls and drop your business card. And also there will be many more raffles coming in during the 2 days of the conference. So I would expect that you all, when the biggle goes, please be back in the hall. The second one is please take your pictures near the meet and greet board with the background as the board, and please post on Facebook and tag BCICAI. How you need to tag is put the hashtag and BCICAI. It will get tagged and we'll be able to pick your name. The prize will be given tomorrow at the end of the day. To carry on with our next session, I would now like to call our Joint Treasurer, CA Ajay Kumar.
Thank you, CA Subhashri. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is often said that customer-centric approach is providing the customer the service that he expects. But as Steve Jobs famously advised, a lot of times people don't know what they want until you show it to them. This is reflected in their approach of providing customers with products and services which are often considered ahead of their time and are standard setters. With years of experience of advising big corporations in designing their customer experience roadmap, our next speaker is the perfect choice to speak on the topic, creating tomorrow's experiences today. He is Aditya Rath, partner, Management Consulting, KPMG India. Can we have the AV please to introduce our speaker in more detail?
He has vast experience in different sectors, including media and entertainment, retail and consumer, transportation and logistics, oil and gas and infrastructure. He has supported leadership teams of multinational companies, family-owned businesses, government and private equity clients in a variety of industries across the globe. He firmly believes that this is the world of customers. Customers who have an opinion, who exercise the choice and own a device that gives them the power to literally rule the world. Mr. Aditya Rath.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Aditya Rath.
Thank you. First of all, I must really thank the organizers for having a break before my session, because it's an extremely tall order to come after a wonderful session by the Swamiji. A big round of applause for all that he kind of taught us in the last hour or so. Great. So this is a topic which is very favorite topic for a lot of consultants, but something which I passionately and we at KPMG passionately look at. And this is something which I strongly believe in. So in the next 20-25 minutes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you some of the key learnings of what this change is going to mean for people like you. I'll also try to give you examples which are very relevant to the region that we exist in. Before we start, I want to take a quick poll. And all KPMG people, you cannot win any raffles on this poll because you know the data around it, because we've kind of done some data around it. Now, this is a country which is relatively young in its own demographic. How many of you can say that in Bahrain, what is the percentage of, let's say, a device penetration, a smartphone penetration? Okay? What's the percentage? If Bahrain is 100, what's the percentage? 200, okay? So everybody has more phones than what they do. People at the back? 150. Almost all of you are coming out correct. Yep, actually, this is a country which is 100% smartphone enabled, which is actually a great opportunity where the change is starting. This is a country which uses smartphone very differently than from where we all come in from. At least I do a lot of work in across various countries, but I stay out of the Mumbai office of KPMG. I'm a partner out there. In India, we still haven't reached halfway mark. We're just about 400 million smartphones and maybe about 800 million phones or mobile phones on a population base of 1.3 billion. So we are 1/3 of the way, and we are talking of change. But this is a country which is 100% the way, and it's going to look at change very differently. So let's straight away jump into the topic of what does it mean to actually look at this disruption, but what's the opportunity also to create great businesses, seize this opportunity, and try to make money. The Swamiji made a very interesting statement, and I'm going to hold on to the same thread because it actually makes a lot of logical sense on what I'm going to talk. If we focus on the customer, whether it's B2B or B2C, forget that for a moment. Growth is incidental in today's world. Growth will happen. If you look at internet businesses, the winner takes it all. The leaps and bounds of what? Which is the second search engine after Google? Sorry? In the world, not China. Yeah, and what's the market share of Bing? Ping? Yeah, hardly, not negligible. Let's forget it. Which is the next other publisher in advertising other than Facebook and Google? What's the other e-commerce giant which actually makes money other than Amazon? In some sense, Alibaba. So if you see that winner takes it all, you don't have 20 car companies or 20 internet companies where it is divided. If you look at internet as a whole, if you look at autonomous vehicle, the world is just starting. If Tesla comes around with his problems, you're going to see a great opportunity for car companies. FMCG companies are going hyper-local. You heard of a company which was started in India under the name of, it starts with P. Yeah, Patanjali. What did they do to the likes of Unilever and P&G? From a 0% market share, they have at least some percent market share. And the likes of Marico and others who have been in the business for several of years are trying to make that ends meet. So customers are deciding today very differently than the way they were deciding 10 or 15 years back. And this is happening across every organization, across every region. In fact, we are working on multiple opportunities in Saudi, in UAE, and right here in Bahrain, where we are seeing this disruption happen. The best way to predict future is to create it. And we strongly believe that brands will have to work towards creating a future which actually focuses on what they want their customers to buy and they want their customers to value. 4 different themes that I wanted to talk about. First is understanding what your customers need. But that's where the change is happening. Then, the experiences of new technologies and approaches. I'm going to give you one slide, and I wish you can take a, it's a public information. You can take a picture, or we can circulate the slide to you as to all that is happening around it. This AI, robotics, we're going to talk about RPA, all the junkies, all words. You have Google Alexas and homes. I'm going to put that slide in perspective at the end of my presentation, because that's the technology which CAs, CFOs, and CEOs will have to embrace as you move forward, because that technology is going to change your transactions the way it is happening on your revenue stream, on your supply chain stream. The third piece is I'm going to give you 6 pillars of dealing with what we believe is tomorrow's way of understanding customers. They're very simple, very tactical. Some of them relate to what the Guruji mentioned, and very, very doable. We'll also look at that you have to look at your employees and your teams to be able to deliver a great experience to your customers. And eventually, you can't do it alone. This world is all about connecting with the right partners. You can't, if you think, if you start thinking that you can do it all by yourself, you're going to take a lot of time and competition will catch up with you. You've got to find who is the relevant partner for you to start creating that experience. So how do we create a customer-centric organization of the future? The formula is simple. It's actually in the first 4 or 5 words, that their expectations are never static. That's what Jeff Bezos says. We're doing a very interesting work at Bahrain today. In fact, some of them are in the room. My colleagues are in the room. When we started working with this organization, they believed that their digital journey was all sorted. It's a retail conglomerate chain. They're into multiple businesses. But when we started talking to their customers are already 5 steps ahead. They have tried up multiple operating models. They have gone to compete. They are ready to adapt to any digital innovation or any change which the organization was willing to bring to them. They're a premium brand of retail in this country. So it was an eye-opener for the management when I presented it to the board. It was an eye-opener for them when we brought back the information that your customers are far ahead of where you think they are. And that is something which Jeff Bezos continuously talks about, and he continuously pushes the envelope to evolve and to take things further. Again, how do we look at this in a holistic approach? The holistic approach is a commitment to excellence. I don't think so there is chance of mediocrity. If there is mediocrity, we will miserably fail. We are a strong believer that in areas such as out here in Bahrain or in UAE or your neighbors in Saudi, one of the pieces is the obsession of high quality execution. What will differentiate you to be able to look at this change is focus on execution, execution, execution. So whatever gyan or whatever information that I'm going to put up here is all nice if it is in English, but when you take it back, it has to be very execution centric, because today's customer is not looking at a promise that you're going to put up in social media or you're going to provide it to him on a brochure. They are looking at your execution focus. Let's try to understand this customer first, because we've got to start from where we are. These are very standard cliched terms. Any consultant's presentation you will see some of these terms being used. My favorite out here is what I call as democratization of communication or information. In today's world, if you have information, you are no more powerful. Information arbitrage or information asymmetry, these are words that we used to give power. But today, because of the device, because of the speed of internet, because of the speed in which the information flows, there is almost democratization of communication. So you screw up somewhere else, you'll get beaten up somewhere else. You do well here, you may or may not have advocates. Your detractors are going to take away your management attention. So you have to be very, very certain what is the purpose that you got to exist with. The rest are pretty much standard changes and techniques that we all see as the world goes in. There's also this big element of renegotiation of trust. What is it? It's actually the concept that we just talked about 20-25 minutes, and the Swamiji talked about how do you start trusting new brands. And this is a big, big element for you guys out here in the community. Because a lot of your shareholders, a lot of your customers actually hinge their trust on your departments, on your ability to make decisions. And when you change the channel, if I am just a retailer, I'm selling you something, or if I was basically doing my business offline and I'm now moving into a different paradigm to do my business, there is a renegotiation of trust. And the trust has to be the same, because there's no more a person who is selling me. It's actually a digital, faceless, nameless, elsewhere, everywhere dynamism happening here. And hence the trust factor is central in theme. And we're going to beat it a little bit more, because we're going to talk about it in fundamentals. We're not going to leave it at 50,000 feet. I'll land that in something which will be an actionable piece on how do you renegotiate trust. A lot of complexity in the market. Again, a slide, typical consultant slide, which a lot of information, but what it actually says that, hey, there's too much happening in the marketplace. Changing workforce, geopolitical environment, big data, advanced analytics. I mean, Indian elections are coming around. Media companies are making a whole lot of money. A lot of people are making money. We don't know what our situation will be in 2019, but there's a lot of businesses which have been created around it. Cars buying and selling is changing because of the new auto standards are coming up. Regulators are changing. You've been hearing all the news around RBI and the government. And a lot of these sentiments are driving even markets. So when you talk of this so-called noisy marketplace, and it gets much more noisier. I mean, these are a lot of data points which I'm sharing to kind of create the business case. But a lot of this is something which you would any which way know. This one is an interesting one. I don't know if the 8 seconds attention span is now less than that of a goldfish. By the time I finish my talk, on an average, each one of you would have looked at your phone for at least 11 times. It's a fact. I can't stop you. And all the 5 Gyan pieces which Swamiji shared, it has actually gone out of the window. No, it doesn't start now. That's the way it is. That's a fact. I mean, we deal with it every day. Now imagine, out of the 11 times, you as a brand owner, you as a marketer, you as an organization leader would want that customer to look at your brand, your ad, your information, your email, your brochure. You are almost fighting for literally an impossible turf. And that's the change that is happening. That's the change that we have to rein in. Growth is least of your worry. By the end of 2 days, I can assure you growth is least of your worry. Growth will happen. You got to make sure you understand where you are and then understand the change for growth to happen. This is a principle that we followed. Get closer to your customer so that they tell you what they need before they realize it themselves. There is a very standard piece of anecdote which Apple followed, right? They did not do a web research to say that the touch phone or the iPad or the iPod. I don't know if any of you have heard of iPod? Yes, I'm glad, because this is largely a senior audience, because otherwise when I talk to millennials, they don't know what it is. It is actually the ancestral of an iPhone. It was invented in 2004, not in 1835, but just in the generation, but we've kind of forgotten. So what we've done is we have taken 5 very simple principles to understand the customer. These are 5 principles. What's the motivation? Why do you want to do this? Why does a customer want to do this? It's very central to understand the motivation is going to change. We are working for an e-commerce player in Saudi. The motivation of the customer out there is very different than what the motivation is when he or she is walking in the mall. What's the attention? I talked to you about 8 seconds. You have to fight the attention span. What's the connection? Today, you Google your name and try to go and put in that who are your influencers in Google. There are tools available. You can just search in Google, all public tools, which can tell you that if you will move a job or if you will buy, who are going to influence it. It takes data from your public LinkedIn. It takes data from your Facebook if you have. If you don't have, it's well and good. But within organizations also, it will tell you, it takes data from your press release. It takes data from all the feed that you have been providing and being able to share with you how you will actually behave in the real life. Your connections are very, very important. My watch, life moment. What is important for me at this stage versus what is important for my colleague is very different. Organizations, especially in B2B, will have to go through a huge lot of change in the watch because your customers don't look at you the same way as they looked at you 3 months before. And eventually, how does the wallet open and how does the wallet close? I am not talking necessarily of wallet share. Wallet share is still fundamental, but I think it's a slightly an aged concept. The new concept is when do you open your wallet and when do you close your wallet? When you open your wallet, can I get a bigger piece in that wallet? And if I am screwing up on my delivery, remember my excellence quote, you will close my wallet to you. That act is extremely important, and that's the change that is happening. There are 5 simple principles. You can just use it to understand where exactly is your current customer, whether it's B2B or B2C or B2B2C. Irrespective of service, we have tried it out for everyone. We have, in fact, we ran a report. I'm going to show you. We ran it for just did that for our lower Gulf firm, which is Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Oman. And we intend to do one next year out here. The 6 pillars. The standard philosophy to understand the next generation of experiences that you need to create. Personalization, integrity, expectations, resolutions, time and effort, and empathy. I'm going to take possibly 30 seconds each to kind of help you understand each slide. Personalization. Banks. How many financial services folks are here? Raise of hand. Absolutely. You guys have, some of you have perfected this art. Especially across the world, banks have invested huge amount of work to do personalization. Everybody wants personalization. In fact, the world has moved to hyper-personalization. Saying, tell me not, hello sir, how are you doing? Tell me, Mr. Aditya, how are you doing? Yesterday, your transaction did not go through. Did it finally go through, or did it go through? Then how was the event where you went? To that extent, people have that information. Spooky, but people are ready to share. This is a very, very difficult term, but very, very important need of the hour. As auditors, as custodians of truth, as custodians of figure, you are almost the reason or the central focal point of integrity. An organization culture is getting compromised the moment I take the organization's communication to multiple channels. You just can't stop it. The sales guy goes and commits something. The payment terms have been violated. Somewhere the credit note has been issued without taking the proper approvals, and so on and so forth. This is a daily routine job. But how does the integrity in the mind of customer get reflected is something that we have to always keep in check, because customers are going to look at integrity as a reason for engaging with brands. And when we say integrity, we have kind of made it easy. Stand for something more than profit. Everybody knows that if an ad hits your page, whether it is your newspaper, television, or your mobile phone, there is a profit behind it. But if the purpose is not told, then that's not actually the reasons why customers want to communicate. They might be there with you for some time, but they will jump ship. And we have seen Indian e-commerce industry is a classic example of that. We call them the freeloaders or the discounters. You know, today a lot of malls are shutting down. We are doing quite a bit of work in the malls out here and in other countries in the GCC region. And the entire piece around malls is to create an experience which is beyond profit. Expectations. What I expect, if you know using 5 mice, you can deliver it. It's as simple as that. All of us have expectations, but how do I deliver as an individual, as an organization? We need to make sure that that is there. This is a big piece out here. Use plain English, no jargon. Please look at your communication, both internal and external. And I'll tell you how that works. If you don't have a great employee experience, you cannot deliver a great customer experience. The change is actually happening within the organization for the change to be reflected outside the organization. Resolution. The simple mantra of resolution is that screw-ups will happen, but how do you change a bad experience into a good experience? It's as simple as that. The rest, all of us understand. You need to have a mechanism of resolution. You need to have a pathway of resolution. But if you screw up, how do you create a better experience? Classic example is airline industry. If you see, a lot of you use your local airline, which is Gulf Air, and then you use the other Middle Eastern airlines. If you see the airline traffic across from the subcontinent to west, you see the way some carriers have been completely eliminated and how the Middle Eastern carriers have almost 60% of passenger control. Today, if you have to go to west, it's almost 60% is managed by Middle Eastern airlines. Very unfortunate. It wasn't the case 15. One can always argue policy, 5/20. If anybody works in airline industry, we know that India had a different rule, law of the land, UPA, NDA, all that is fine. But it's actually the way they actually pampered the customer and continued to solve what was important for them. Time and effort, very simple. I'm not going to waste my time doing something which can be easily found out, easily done. Getting here, the registration desk out here, if you believe the experience of getting into this workshop was great, or this seminar was great, that's what you're going to carry back with you. The same applies for your organization. And the last one is the most difficult one after integrity to get is empathy. Empathy is very simple. Please listen to me. Do not be arrogant. Do not be full of yourself. We consultants are always blamed. We come with a menu card of services. Sir, this is what I have. Please buy it. I don't want to listen. I know it all. Come on. He's running his company for the last 25 years. You have worked in 20 companies. You need to first listen. That's what we keep telling ourselves. And this is a big piece when it comes to differentiating brands. The integrating power of purpose. I will not spend a lot of time here because Swamiji did a fabulous job of purpose. In his last 3 sentences, the last 3 words of love, purpose was one of the biggest piece. And I'm no different. Trust me, he and I have not exchanged notes. I did not even know he was going to talk about the subject because he changed his subject when he came on the stage. In our humble way, the way we look at it is, these are the ways some of the examples of purpose is given. I'm just going to allow you to sync up with this slide. The purpose is very different for each of these brands. In fact, Emirates came out very top, and this is a survey that we have done. Emirates came out very top on the purpose of their existence. Some of the purposes are very different. GE's purpose today is very different. GE does not want to exist for machines or manufacturing. It wants to exist for data science. The number of data scientists employed in GE is astounding. You've got to go back and find out the purpose in your organization as to why do you exist. We were doing a workshop last week here at Bahrain, and we asked this question to the CFO. And you'd be surprised, the CFO wanted to move his e-commerce revenue from 1x to 3x. And we asked this question to him. Why? What's wrong? Bahrain is a high-touch market. What are people going to do? Sit at home and do e-commerce? When you have so much of space, they love to come to malls. Everybody wants to interact. It's a socially very well-knit society. Why do you want to go e-commerce? His purpose was that I want to create a business which is worthy for tomorrow. And that changed the e-commerce discussion from 1x to 3x to what are the new business models? Are you ready for 2023 or 2024? So that's the kind of conversation that some of these organizations are having. Tomorrow's employee, it's very important to know that if you don't have a workforce, your teams, especially I've worked with a lot of CFOs and CHROs when I do these workshops, their teams are not as motivated to understand customer or business. Their teams are very motivated to do the work on policies and procedures. That's great, that's hygiene. You'll end up doing what is expected. But then the expectation of organization is that great employee experience will deliver great customer experience. And you have some outstanding examples. Starbucks, for example. Have all of us visited Starbucks? Yes, so there's anybody who hasn't visited a Starbucks ever? That's the brand. I mean, see, I don't even have a single hand on this. The reason you visit Starbucks, how many of us strongly believe Starbucks coffee is the best? I'm sorry if there is anybody from Starbucks. How many of us strongly believe, raise of hand, Starbucks coffee is the best? Okay, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can let go, even I don't believe in them. But I always visit. The experience that they create, and these are the people who are standing, the barista has been trained. I've worked extensively in India, at least with the Starbucks CEOs, running multiple workshops with them, to be able to understand that the level of sophistication that is built on employee training is humongous. Please do not undermine change management when you want to change. Change cannot be managed like the Californian forest fire. It requires attention, it requires budgets, it requires dedicated leadership support. And especially when you are changing the paradigm of organizations to look at it. What I've also done is try to look at personalization, the same 6 lenses. You got to eat what you serve. Then only you are the best chef. So we've taken a view of what could it mean for an employee experience on personalization. If you want to attract talent, whether it is from the Middle East or from the leading economies of the world, you've got to look at personalization of the entire employee journey. Expectations. What are you expecting an employee to deliver, which is going to make a difference to his or her life, and it is beyond salary? Now that's where, we are always constantly struggling whether we are keeping our employees in a box and expecting them to deliver great experiences. Many a times people ask me, we are an internal function, how do we care? Now that's the old way of thinking because it's hierarchy. Put your customer at the center and change your organization structure as a circle. That's what I say. Take a customer KPI and put it into the finance department and see how it works. Because that's what will change. Put it in the internal controls department. That's how the new organization models are actually changing as we speak across the world. Integrity, fairness is the key. You can't talk about front-end integrity if there is lack of integrity among team members, among employees within the same group. Resolution. We are a team. So if somebody fails, we got to make sure that we win. The problem is that within a team, everybody wants to win. The same happens when we are delivering to the customer. We don't possibly distinguish that this behavior gets carried to the workplace or from the workplace to my front end. Eventually, empathy. The organizations and the leaders care about me. It's a very simple piece. I was doing a workshop in Dubai about a month back. It was a government organization. We were doing it for Dubai Customs. And we finished the work. It's part of the project, so we finished the workshop. The feedback that came in from that workshop, and we were doing employee experience, we had no reason to provide a feedback of this. But one of the biggest pieces comes back is how many times you as managers have had a 20-minute non-work conversation with your A-team. With your A-team, I'm saying, not if your team is 30 people, maybe the top 5 performers. Very specific. The answer was 0. Non-work conversation. Because that actually changes you and gives you the Starbucks, if I can use that example, experience. You can sit there for hours, nobody bothers. You may or may not even transact with them. But they know that if you are there, you go to transact. You know that you are there, but they don't care about your transaction. Now that translates actually to the behavior that is inside. And so some of these are actually very much doable. I'm not going to spend time on time and effort because this is something which is understood by many. Employees take a lot of time finding out ways or means of doing things. Okay, the third paradigm, tomorrow's technology. This is my favorite. I'm going to spend a little bit of time to do this one. Again, these slides are intentionally made so that you guys don't understand. You call us, we get our job. I get paid, my family runs. Okay? So don't complain if you see these slides. Why this circles and why it's not visible? Not everything is going to be visible. But yeah, apologies. They asked me to render it, but I was too late in the night. I reached around 2 here. But this is the kind of stuff that's all over the place. What I've also done is I've kind of created what is transformational, high, moderate, and type of technology, which is immersive, AI, digital, and all of that. How many of you believe, show of hand, that this is not going to impact your life? I have about 12 minutes, otherwise I'll spend creating the case that will impact your life. We all believe that this will impact? Can I have a resounding yes? Absolutely. I'm so glad because in India many times we say, and when I do promoter-driven organization, the promoters say, so can I use a little bit of Hindi here so that इसमें हमारा तो कुछ होने वाला है नहीं, हम तो ये धंधा करेंगे. You know, I get very scared. For the translation of that, that doesn't matter. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. But actually, most of it is dramatically changing. All of it is going to impact the lives of each of the individual in an organization because we don't know how to deal with it. We don't have the capability. Trust me, on this side also, I don't have capability to 80-85% of this technology which is there. What I've taken a liberty is that I've put in a whole bunch of technologies on one side and I have showed you how they will look in the 6 pillars. This is a very interesting slide. If you can take a picture of this one slide, you should take a picture. Because every time somebody throws a technology at you, start looking at what's the pillar it is impacting your employees and your customer. Because that's the change that you go to start thinking about. Change. We keep saying, how do I land change? This is how you land change. Oh, we'll do RPA. Hold on a second. What will RPA solve? It will solve a transaction which has been done by ERP. It will make it happen through a bunch of robots and algorithm. Does it really make sense for me to take that leap of faith and invest that money? Ask this question. Will it make the lives of my team better? Oh, yes, it will reduce the cost. Hold on a second. They have not been trained to deal with data. How many of us understand big data? Show of hands. Show of hands. Okay, sir, what is big data? So take it, Dave. No right or wrong answers. Yeah, anybody can shout out. I'm just pulling any individual. Absolutely. Big data to me, I'm not a data scientist. Big data is 2 things. Structured data plus unstructured data is big data. Now, I'm not here to understand that because I don't know what to process. So if my company, KPMG, today throws me a bunch of data, I don't know how to process it. And they say that we are big data compliant. But all I go back is to do my reports. So change has happened. Boardroom tick. Shareholder tick. Press release happened. Facebook moment, LinkedIn, blockchain conference. But team is back to ERP, 4 Excel sheets more. So what have happened? Blockchain has happened. I've only looked at the block. Chain is lying side by side. I haven't looked at it. Please do make sure that this is something that you follow to the T. Outstanding experiences delivered outstanding financial results. This is one slide I had to put in because I was going to talk to a majority of CFOs in here. I usually do a longish session if I had to do with the financial element, but this is a given truth. We have done tremendous amount of research, more than 1 million customers across the globe through an acquisition that we did about 4 years back called Nunwood in UK. And we have data to prove that the revenue growth of the top 50 brands measured countries is 54% greater than the bottom 50 at an aggregate level. And we are doing it year by year. In fact, our UK report, people look at it from a P&L perspective and then they make decisions, which is a customer experience ranking report. We just did one in Dubai. India also got into the juggernaut last year. And we're doing it country by 14 countries have participated. It's a public information. So if anybody needs anything, please let us know. We will forward that to you. And this is how you drive the shareholder value. As I told you, I'm not going to leave you high and dry with 50,000 feet. Here you have the 6 pillars. Here you have some first order results. The second and the shareholder value being driven. It's very, very pragmatic to do it. We have several instances. In fact, I have 6 or 7 examples which are in the region where we do this work. So it's pretty consistent with where we are driving some of this. And many a times people ask us KPI. I mean, it's nice to use, consultants use KPI as an entry barrier so that client doesn't understand, consultant doesn't understand, we both get time. But KPIs are largely nothing but shareholder values. So if your shareholder values are not in here, start plugging them in. Don't look at KPIs because some of these are existential. Just don't look at a KPI lens. So what are the 3 global themes that of disruption, of change that I'm going to give it to you? The search of truth, the integrity economy. What happened to Facebook, I work extensively closely with Facebook, was a horrible moment. We had tough time during the project. Everybody was nervous. It can happen to any one of us. Going local. I think Bahrain is a fabulous market to experiment global, local. Anything that works in India or in West doesn't copy and paste, doesn't work here. I can tell you from personal experience, we have burnt our hands several times. Oh, it works there. I bring in an example here. We keep saying Flipkart, Ola, Uber. No, that's good to hear, but find out your Flipkart moment, your Ola, Uber moment, because that's very different. And fragmenting customer journeys. These are the 3 big changes that are going to hit you or are hitting you or is something which you're going to be preparing yourself in the next few months, weeks, years, or even moments. I thought of putting in one slide called the trust framework. Integrity and its outcomes are key because I had kind of told you that on integrity I'm going to spend a little bit of time, so maybe a minute on this. It's gained in the drops and lost in buckets. Please understand this. In today's digital world, you gain in drops, but you lose it overnight. In these days of cynicism and mistrust, organizational integrity is vital to attract customers. Social media and 24 hours news, please add fake news to it. It just complicates our lives. And eventually, the caveat emptor has been replaced by demonstrable acting in customer's best interest. Can you say no to your customer? I will not do this work. It's very important to say no, put in a caveat and say we'll walk away of deals, rather than saying every deal is important because there would be issues around it. So we put in a very simple framework, a little bit of English there to help us understand the flow. So what's taking local means? Great companies have to adapt to localizing environment. Global players are adopting it. If you see, every country has a different. IKEA has been here for a long time, but how many of you seen the IKEA story in India? Show of hands. Have you read about the IKEA story in India? That's a great global localization. Thank you. There's one person out there, maybe a few here. The IKEA story in India is a 4-year-old story, where the store opened only 2 months back. Because they spent a lot of time in understanding what does an Indian customer do, because furniture, we know it all. Nobody can sell us furniture. Furniture and jewelry, you cannot sell it to an Indian, period. They know it all. So it had a tough time when, you look at these brands who come and establish themselves, they really understood the Indian customer. So that was a great example there. And a few more which I have kind of put in here. Local companies springing up, large global players have yet to reach. Before the next global player comes and reaches, the local company needs to move forward. Fragmenting customer journeys, we have talked a lot about it, where it breaks, where it starts. This is a report I talked about. This is the India report. These are the top 10 brands for this year. If you see Barbecue Nation, Baguette, Naturals Ice Cream, Titan I+, I don't know if these are brands that you addressed. Some of you who live here longer may not know them, but they're lovely brands who have come up. And you have Taj right there. And then we have a score. This is a globe report. And I have the UAE report here. Emirates right up there, no questions asked. They hands down are our global. And this is over 1 million responses that we get globally. 14 countries. Etihad is out there. Emirates, NBD, Carrefour, Virgin Mobile, and so on and so forth. So they did not obviously do Indian versus international. We did more Indian brands because we have a long list of Indian brands which are there. And this is my $1 million slide. This is the only other slide that if you have a picture. And this is my last slide in there. How does all this make sense? Excellence, engagement, economics, execution. These are pretty much your bedrocks that has to be there. Then you focus on understanding what your customer does. That's tomorrow's customer, the 5 My's. You look at the 6 pillars in way they interact with you. This is outside in, this is inside out. Then you go to what I call is the business purpose, your mission, your vision, why you exist. Is it all about making money? Is it all about creating that advantage of competitive edge? Then you go into empowering your employees, which is all around the place of empowerment, connected, cross-functional learning culture, and so on and so forth, and eventually leave the technology outside. That will keep adding. Do not bother, but be aware. You cannot keep the pace with what's getting added. Some kid in San Francisco would have added 5 more pieces to that, and we don't know. The world is becoming a busy place, and that's the last player. I have a couple of minutes. I'm happy to take a few questions if you have. Otherwise, this is my end of my formal session. Thank you so much for being a very patient audience and interacting with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just stay on stage. Thank you, Mr. Aditya Rath. It was interesting how you explained the DNA of best practice, the 6 pillars on which the customer experience is built to create the customer-centric organization of the future. I now invite our chairperson, CA Sridhar, and past chairperson, CA Krishnamurthy, to honor Mr. Aditya Rath. Thank you, gentlemen. We have probably created tomorrow's lunch today, I don't know, but I would invite all of you to join us for lunch. We're probably running a little short of behind schedule, so if you can assemble back after 1 hour, so that is 1:30, we would be grateful. We will have some exciting raffles before we start the next session. 1:30, please.
As we all know, no event is successful without the contribution of the sponsors. We have done honoring a few of them in the morning. We would like to honor the rest of them right now. So I would call upon CA Sridhar, who's on stage, and CA Subhashri. CA Subhashri is our secretary. CA Sridhar, as you all know, is our chairperson. All right, for the first sponsor, we'd like to call upon CA Vachaspati, VP and planning, business planning of Amex, to come and collect the memento. Other members, I know the food has its effects, but it's no harm in putting the hands together. For Bahrain World Trade Center, Cushman, Mr. Paul Nathan, Principal Head of Real Estate Management. For Bahrain National Holdings, BNI, do we have a representative on the House? BNI? Yes. Yeah. Members, awake, arise, and don't stop till your hands pain. The next sponsor is Solidarity Insurance, and I call upon Mr. Venkateshan Muniswamy, Chief Operating Officer. Thank you, Shubhashri. I now call upon our treasurer, CA Jaideep, to come and honor the other sponsors. The next sponsor on the list is G4S Secure Solutions, and for that I call upon Mr. Chandar Bhushan, Security Solutions Director. Members, शाम को कॉफी नहीं मिलेगा, कल नाश्ता नहीं मिलेगा, क्लैप करो. Our next sponsor is DRL Muharak, and for honoring them, I call upon the CFO, CA Subhash Chandra, to please come to the dais. Guests, please remember, it is because of the contribution from these sponsors that we are having this event. Please show some appreciation. For the last sponsor of the day, we call upon, for Devji, I call upon Group CFO, CA Unmesh Bhome, to please come on the dais. We have with us today, thank you Jaideep and thank you Garvita. Sridhar, you can stay on stage please. We have with us members from the overseas chapter of ICAI, just like we have members when there are events that are conducted elsewhere, our chairperson does visit them. So we've got some of them today. Generally, protocol says that we honor them at the end of the session, but we have one special member who's traveling back today. So in order to make sure that he's not left out, I call upon stage CA Mahmood Bangara, Chairperson Dubai chapter, to please come on stage and receive a token of appreciation. I also call upon stage CA Mahesh, Vice Chairperson. I would now like to call upon the ExCom team and all these overseas chapter representatives to come on stage for a photo session. ExCom, please come on stage. Overseas chapter members, please come on stage. All yours.
The conference is going in an excellent way, and Dubai chapter and all overseas chapter thank Bahrain chapter for the excellent conference, and everything is very qualitative, and particularly Memento. I saw the artistic innovation of a great artist, Sridhar and his team. Thank you all for that.
We will be continuing with such festivities all through the day, but it's time for a technical session. And to do the honors for the next session, I hand over control to my colleague, Ms. Sunita, to take over from here. Ms. Sunita.
Thank you, C.S. Thanamurthy. A very good afternoon, friends. Hope everyone enjoyed the sumptuous lunch. To ignite our senses, we have an exciting lineup of sessions this afternoon. Finance is the lifeblood of every business. In this era of Bitcoin, robo-advisors, and digi-wallets, finance and technology are inseparable sides of the same coin. The influence of technology on the finance function is unfathomable. And to take us into more detail, we have with us an eminent speaker today. Can we have the AV, please?
Mr. Nagesh Suranarayana, Managing Director, Protivity Member Firm, UAE. Nagesh Suranarayana leads the Corporate Governance Advisory Services in UAE. He has over 15 years of work experience in the areas of internal audit, governance, and risk management. As a professional, he has gained his experience working with some of the large organizations across UK, Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent. He has conducted multiple board member trainings and has also spoken in various conferences across the MENA region. Mr. Nagesh Suranarayana.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Nagesh Suranarayana.
It's working now? Working? No. It's working? You want me to use the other mic? I think while we are working with the technology, perils of technology, ever since I've come since morning, what's going on in my mind is I think the CA Institute has to consider changing this 10th annual conference, right? You need to consider changing the word conference to celebration. This is no less than celebration since morning. And every time I come to the CA Institute to have these conferences, or to attend this conference as a speaker, it always excites me, because the mood, the way you come together, It's no less than a family coming together. I think you need to clap yourself for all of yourselves, right? Okay. Yeah, wow, that's louder than I thought. So we start our day with our presentation. I will not spend time talking about what we've already spoken, getting scared with the change. That is what we did when we started our day. Then we went on to see what does experience mean to customers and how it's impacting all of us. If you start talking about technology, start talking about options available, start talking about what is that we have to do, there's multiple things happening, right? What I will do in this session, keep it as brief as possible. Let's talk about what's happening today. What is that all of us have to do as professionals, rather than getting worried about change, right? That is the last thing I would possibly worry about, because it's been 2 decades for me in technology, and that's been my best friend. And I love technology. So with that, let's start off with the slide. Now, Professor Claus, when he said, there has never been, is this on? Can somebody help me out? The slides are not coming here. Anyway, so he actually said he is the chairman of World Economic Forum. When he said that these are times for bigger promise and also perils. For me, what's more important here is the word promise. How are we going to use these opportunities to add value to our shareholders, managements, and world at large? So, by and large, the common question I keep getting everywhere is, we are businessmen, we are accountants, we are people from finance. Why should we worry about something like robotics, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, nanotechnology? The words doesn't end there. In reality, what is it we have to realize here? I'm sorry, now we seem to have one more problem. Yeah, it's working now. Thank you. So, we actually did a survey first quarter this year to actually understand what do CFOs and finance professionals think about these technology changes. Let's dwell upon this for next 5-10 minutes so we understand what the world is thinking. It's a world where we come from, all of us, right? By and large, all the finance professionals are thinking about top 3 things which are important. 1, data security. 2, privacy. 3, analysis. Just to give you a perspective, we were just doing analysis within the firm. As we speak, globally, we have more than 1,600 ongoing engagements on helping CFOs with advanced data analytics. 1,600 at this point in time. That shows what are CFOs looking at. What is that they want? How do we use technology to our benefit? Today, technology provides those options which we can use for a better decision making, which perhaps we could not take earlier. Now, if you look at the top priorities of all of these, enhanced data analytics still stays at the top. Security, privacy is at the top. We are not talking about emerging technologies. For CFO's perspective, if the same survey, if you take it for CEOs, you will find that they're talking about emerging technologies. Board members, emerging technologies. Having said that, generally speaking, the finance professionals are thinking about enhanced data analytics, process improvement, process and data analytics together. Of late, what we have seen is a lot of discussions around jobs being replaced by technology. Let's look at this slide very carefully. I'll give you a live example. Exactly a month back, a senior board member when he called us, and he said that, look, what are the possibilities of me taking all my back office functions onto robotics? We said, yes, it's possible. Let's look at these processes. Let's look at how many of these are mundane activities, routine activities, and we can sort of plug it onto a robotics platform. What we realized was, all in all, the impact was on more than 600 people working in that company. 600. The project was supposed to be run for 8 months. End of 8 months, 600 were replaced, of which more than 30% were from finance functions. Now, the question here is, what are managements doing to manage this? Because human resources is a very important aspect to any organization, right? What they are now exploring the possibility is how we can use the extra time now that we have got from these resources in performing far more value-added services. So that is something which people are exploring. If you look at this particular slide, the top 10 emerging skill sets, which perhaps all of us have to start looking towards, is a skill set towards data analytics and data scientists, right? Skill set towards AI and machine learning specialities. There are CFOs out there in the market in the UAE who came to us saying that, look, enter IFRS 9, we wanted to be on robotics. Financial reporting processes on robotics. Audit on robotics. These are ongoing projects as of now. We are speaking, right? There was a time when we used to go to do an internal audit of any particular process. What is that we used to do? Go there, look at the process, make a process note, right? Identify the process gaps, look at recommendations, give it to the client, and do some data analytics to see if we have any exceptions from operating effectiveness perspective. All of these things used to take possibly 25, 30 days. All of these things have now shrunk to as less as 1 week. We have something called as process mining tools in the market. What does process mining tools do? As CFOs, as management, you want to know whether the process is working fine. You just have to take this process mining tool, plug it into your system, it scans your system, and it throws all the exceptions. You don't need an auditor for that. You don't need an auditor for that. In addition to that, to make things worse, right? You have time sitting on top of it. Now this genie who can do anything, right? I don't know who invented this, right? And now this genie, what he does is he looks at all the exceptions, he does analysis on it, he throws out a scenario analysis on what it looks like in the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and 1 year. Now we are looking at a combination of technologies coming together, working as consultants, advisors to management. So where do we fit? We fit more in jobs which is more driven by cognitive thinking, where we can add value through our thinking. Mundane work is the only thing which is getting shifted towards robotics. Now, if you look at the other things, by and large, you see that data transformation, big data specialists, sales and marketing professionals, they'll continue to stay. Robots can't sell, by the way. Robots can't sell. So information technology services, organizational development, all of these things will continue to stay. Now, this one will surprise most of you. I'm not sure if anybody have heard this. Look at this. This is the icing on the cake. Can you believe this? I couldn't believe it when I read it. There is a robot sitting in the board meeting now. Now, if I were the CEO, I can't lie to my board members anymore. You have this robot sitting in the board meeting as we speak, right? Without naming the company in Dubai, they said, look, we want to replicate this. So you actually have a board member called as robot sitting there. Imagine analytics he would have done before coming. Board members do not have time, by the way. But this robot has time. It has done enough or more analysis. It comes there, it sits there. It's almost like Alexa, right? So the board members ask question, the management reply, and the board members are shocked. They ask, Alexa, what do you think?
And there comes the answer. The CEO is lying. Can you believe this? It's like, I keep thinking about this. Where are we heading towards? Right? Okay, now, good news. Good news to all of us. The slide was too small for me, so we could not fill the slide. But look at number of countries who are now preparing AI strategies at a national level. How many of you know that UAE actually has a ministry for AI and blockchain? UAE actually has a ministry. People are trying to replicate that model. What does that do? What does that do is it gives a new ray of hope for all of us as professionals. Because now when the tone is at the top to change, what becomes important is not just economic gains. What becomes important is socio-economic gains. So obviously, you will find more and more people getting involved in creating rules/laws, oversight, guidelines on technology. And it's happening as we speak. I know people who are working with the UAE government in actually drafting the laws over a blockchain, right? So this is the development. Now comes what is that we have to do. Things are happening, technology is there, board members are getting changed with robots. What is that we have to go? This way, that way, another way. The multiple options, right? Either we just leave our job, go upgrade our skill sets. Second option, sit at home. Third option, wait for the D-Day to happen, right? So when I encountered this a few years back, 4 or 5 years back, I was looking at this screen. It was half full then. Now it's full, right? What all is happening? What all is that? What are the various things that I need to update myself on? ACCA, by the way, came up with the guidance note on how to do audit using blockchain. It's a wonderful document. You need to read it, right? So when I was looking at this document, I was I was thinking through, there's so many things to learn, so many things to do. Not at this age, I can't do it, right? I don't want to do it. Then I realized something very important, which all of us have to imbibe in ourselves, right? Hundreds of things are happening out in the market. Doesn't matter. Actually doesn't matter. What really matters is, how am I adding value to my owners? Finish. If today you're adding value without this technology, goodbye to technology, continue doing your work. Simple as that. You don't have to change things just because things are changing outside. I'm sorry. So you don't have to change just because you have things outside there in the market. Now, I'll just give a small example from the healthcare sector. With one of the ministries, we were just sitting and talking about healthcare and various technologies in the healthcare sector, right? And there came a point where they decided that, look, all radiologists will no longer be required. Let's shut the shop of radiology. We don't need radiologists anymore. Why? Because you have an AI engine which is very good. On top of that, they had this augmented reality, artificial reality, and I was like shocked. What is augmented reality? What is artificial intelligence, right? At least for knowledge's sake, right? Then I realized that just because technology is there, adopting that will fail. Are we prepared for it? After adopting, can we add any value? As finance professionals, for us, most important thing is, does it add any value to me from a bottom line point of view? Cost-benefit analysis. All of these things are extremely critical and important before adopting a technology, right? If today in your respective organizations you have other functions contemplating technology change and adopting any of these things, please ask all of these questions. What value is it adding? What if one more technology comes which replaces this technology? How do you define the value of competitive advantage? Questioning all of these things helps before taking a decision. Now, there's a mother of all technology changes happening out there. The previous, whatever we saw, so many, like we have what? Almost 16 of them there, 12 of them. Now, in addition to this, there is one change which is very big, bigger than most of these. That's the blockchain, which is coming up. Now, obviously, I don't want blockchain to be mixed with bitcoins. No, don't do that. Bitcoin is a disaster, right? Obviously, it's a technology platform. Without getting into details of what is blockchain, simply from an accountant point of view, let's understand the world is moving towards an integrated platform, which is blockchain. It is the second generation internet, and nothing can stop it. Nothing can stop it. At this point in time, we have the highest number of startups in the world in blockchain. Right? My own brother, 2 years back, he decided to quit his job. He was a senior person in a Fortune 500 company, a C-level executive. And I said, what are you doing, man? It's a good job. You're quitting for what? He said, no, I'm going to start something in blockchain. And there's a reason why I'm sharing this example. Please listen to this carefully. Now, I didn't believe in this, because as it is, I was not very convinced this is this Bitcoin thing happening in the market. I said, I don't see any sense in this, right? He goes ahead. He starts his blockchain startup in the US. It does well. He has VCs coming in. It's doing extremely well. And one day I happened to catch up with him a month back, asking him, how's your company doing? Now, this is exactly what I heard. All the investors coming in, along with the auditors, all the investors, along with the auditors, the only comfort they want is accounts, entries passed in the books, transactions happening in blockchain, interaction in between. How strong is it? That's the only concern they have at this stage. The moment the POCs in the market is all done, and investors and auditors are convinced. Already we have the consulting firms coming out with a blockchain audit softwares. We have tools in the market. People are ready. Just a matter of POCs coming in the market, becoming live. The moment that happens, you actually do not need extensive bookkeeping efforts, what we do at this point in time. You're going to have a blockchain on top of this AI tool sitting, a genie again, right? So that is the world we are looking at. Now, obviously, as finance professionals, it's very important that we understand important for us as an organization, basic quick wins to start with. From my perspective, personal experience point of view, basic quick wins are data analytics. Quick wins. Other quick wins are basic mundane exercises, reconciliations, financial reporting closure, etc., etc. 2 or 3 of these mundane processes, put them on an RPA platform. What is RPA? Robotic Process Automation, right? Put all of these on RPA platform and start running your function more efficiently. These are quick gains that will prepare you for tomorrow. Now, obviously, if somebody says so many things happening in the market, somebody walks to you and says, look, why are you not exploring robotics? Why are you not exploring AI? Why are you not exploring XYZ? The first thing you need to ask them is, look, do you have a roadmap? Do you know where it is that we need to go as finance function? Right? How is that we're going to go in this journey of finance transformation for a period of 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? So have this plan prepared with the organization. Speak to your stakeholders. That will help you chalk out a plan as to where it is that we have to head towards. Because this has a huge impact. One of the largest hospitals in Saudi Arabia, we are planning to put robotics there. Now, interestingly, what we saw was, and we are doing that in finance function, right? Interestingly, the biggest discussion we've been having there is, what do we do with the excess resource capacity that we have created because of robotics? And interestingly, we are seeing some very good and positive things coming out of that. Finance function now is picking up on multiple new initiatives which they could not do earlier. So these are the positive parts. So I'll not dwell into this slide, probably we'll share the slides. This talks about how do you assess yourself against various technology options available. But having said that, we discussed about how do we take a decision, right? Where do we start? How many of you all have started something on robotics or something on financial transformation or something on how to improve your processes? None? All? One? No? Hello? I'm talking. Hello? I'm here. Okay, I'll try again. How many of you all tried thinking about RP in your organizations? Half. Yeah, we don't have many here in this room. No worries, I think that's the same across the board. It's not very unique here in this room, right? The only markets where we are seeing a huge shift is possibly UAE sort of taking a much steeper objective in looking at RPAs more seriously because of the national intent that they have. But having said that, across the board, it's very same. Everybody is still thinking about it, and some of them know about it, some of them do not know about it. But having said that, this is something which will definitely happen at the span of 2 to 3 years. Let's not forget the fact that the strategies across all the GCC countries gets aligned at some point in time. People talk to each other. We have one GCC country helping the other instead of driving changes in the country, because best practices gets followed very easily. So having said that, it's important we track what's happening in the market and talk to the relevant professionals in other markets to sort of chalk out a plan, what is that we have to do in the years to come. So I'll just spend 30 seconds on this slide. It's important from a machine learning point of view, why this is having an impact on professionals like us, right? What is that we are good at? What is that we are good at in this room? Numbers. And what do we do with these numbers? We analyze, right? We analyze, we check. We are really good in numbers. Now you have this guy, ML, coming in, right? Now, what does ML do? What ML does is this, right? It is a software which sits on top of a ERP. Simple. Now, what does he do? He keeps observing you. He keeps observing you. As a CFO, as an accountant, or as a finance professional, I'm using my systems, right? And this guy is observing you. And he's learning from you. Every time you make a mistake and change it, he sees it. Every time you take a different decision based on different circumstances, he learns from it. And now, worst of all, the guy comes with a bit of learning before he comes into your office. So we are looking at a scenario where you have an artificial intelligent robot sitting there with ML capabilities who's learning from you, and he can work better than you in numbers, right? So how can it impact us? Especially small things like analysis of balance sheet, small things like projections, business plan. One of the hospitals in Abu Dhabi, we are now looking at how do we put entire business planning process, financial forecasting process, and financial closure process, all the three of them, onto robotics with ML capabilities. So that shows the extent of change that's happening and what is that we have to embrace as an organization. So I've kept the discussion very short. I know it's after lunch. I like the jalebis as much as you did. But what's important at this stage is we embrace technology, we work together with technology, and not to be worried about technology, right? With that, I end my presentation. Happy to take any questions if you have. Five. I got it right. So thank you very much, my friends.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nagesh. I hope all the CFOs are already evaluating their alternative career options once the robots take over. I would now request our chairperson, CA Sridhar and CA Surendra Jain to please be on the dais to present a token of our gratitude to the speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. I would now request the BCI Secretary, CA Subhashri, to please take us through the next session.
Thank you, CA Sunita. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We have next on agenda a very eminent speaker, CA Santanakrishnan, founder and managing partner, PKF India. As management stakeholders of our companies, we all at some point of time would have walked into the boardroom as a privilege. And so we all definitely cannot escape governance too. And even if you have not reached yet the doors of the boardroom, have you ever wondered what really governs and what happens to the people in the boardroom? To know all about the boardroom behavior and governance, we have with us a distinguished speaker. Let us now listen to the AV.
CA Santanakrishnan, founder and managing partner, PKF India. CA Santanakrishnan has nearly 4 decades of experience in global assurance and consulting and a specialist in cross-border M&A services. He is a recognized thought leader. He is a board member and the chairman of audit committee for a number of companies. He has also been a central council member of ICAI and the chairman of corporate laws and corporate governance committee under ICAI. CA Santanakrishnan.
Ladies and gentlemen, CA Santanakrishnan.
I'll have it for some time and then go. Good afternoon, friends. I must first thank Sridharan and the office bearers. Also, a special mention to my friend Ganapati Subramaniam and Mr. Ramchandran, who have been instrumental in my coming here. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Sharda, our former president of the Institute. A golden time when he was the president, and the way that he can speak for 2-3 hours without any of these PowerPoint presentations, I've always wondered how he's able to do it. You're all very fortunate in having such eminent speakers here. So I will thank you very much, sir, for being here. I'm certainly nervous in talking in your presence, but I would not look at you, but still I'll continue with this. The second one is, we are going to be talking about governance. I think governance is very, very simple. It's across the house, it's across your small firm, it's across the corporate, though we all concentrate mostly on corporate governance and in the corporate world. As I came in, I was told that we are late by about half an hour, and I have to finish the speech in about 40 minutes. No extension will be given. And I have a flight at 5 o'clock, 5:50, and there is a traffic jam. Emirates will close 1 hour before. And this is what happens in every boardroom. Okay. I just wanted to take you through on a practical exposure. The reason why I'm saying this, if you are all CFOs, please use it the other side of it to your advantage. If you are all board members, beware of this. If an effective CFO wants to tackle the chairman and tackle the toughest audit committee member, it's better to start the meeting a little late. Frighten him saying, chairman is busy, you have to finish the audit committee, chairman is leaving early, and in between lunch will have to be served. And then you have a traffic jam, you may miss the flight. That's enough to frighten the audit committee chairman out. And he will say, look, let me go away, he'll finish everything. That's something which, I think it's an afternoon time. All of you must have had extraordinarily good lunch. I don't know how Sridhar manages to give that kind of lunch. So I'm not going to go through some of my slides, but on the other hand, I would like to discuss with you some of the practical issues. So this is what exactly happens in all the boardrooms. If you're a CFO, you want to manage the board, you should be thankful that you have such situations so you can run through the whole of the meeting very, very fast. So I also will, this is the one, right? Sorry, the left one? The right one? Just look at what Abraham Lincoln had said. I see the near future, a crisis approaching that unnerves me and causes me to tremble for the safety of my country. Corporations have been enthroned, an era of corruption in high places will follow, and the money power of country will endeavor to prolong its reign by working upon the prejudices of the people until wealth is aggregated. I think if this was said 100 years back, it is probably a lot more relevant today than what it was when it was said. That's exactly what is happening today. And corporate governance and global scenario, board qualities management, and corporate frauds and shareholder value. I've just divided this into 4 for us to easily understand. Okay, I'll go there. Then I'll have to take this right. Thank you. So there's something which, and this is what I thought I'll divide the presentation into 3 or 4, but most of it is going to be laced with my own personal experience and also with terms of practical exposures. So since I have only 40 minutes, I would suggest that if you have to stop me and ask me some questions, you can ask me, but still, on good governance, I'll end it at exactly in 40 minutes from now. And probably, I thought I will also illustrate it, if all of you are very familiar, I'll have to take 2 of the Indian examples because failure and prominent failure seems to have, in the recent past, occurred more in India than any other place, particularly with reference to 2 of the Indians' large corporates which are well-known. One is Tata's, the other is Infosys. So I was wondering whether we could discuss also based on the 2 case studies, and I would like 2 of you at least to volunteer to say whether they agree it's a failure or it's a success in both cases. So I would expect 4 of you to join me in this discussion so that we can make it also interesting. Now, the board governance, enhancing the ways to increasing earnings, and then intense investigation, meting out fair punishment to people. Punishing the wrongdoer is not a blot, but a duty of the good governor. Now, what are the directors should bring to the table is, basically, we all find that, I have to use some of the words which have already been said. The independent director plays a very, very important role in the governance. If you ask me, who is the single factor that can make a difference, is the independence director. Then the second one, many times we say, many of the independent directors are called as flower vase directors because they don't open their mouth. They are like a flower vase which never moves here or there. And Mr. Damodaran, former SEBI chairman, said they very rarely open their mouth except to take their dry fruits and nuts and badam. This is what made a very public statement about it. And the third one is that the independent directors are as old as the furnitures of the boardroom. These are the 3 statements made. Of course, it's not in general, but in most of the cases, this certainly does happen. But with the increase in complexities, and I'm not sure whether how many of you know, in India, the courts have taken a very strong view against independent directors. They have started attaching independent directors' properties, bank accounts, for failures of corporations. Because they said, you've been sitting there. We have given you so much of power as an independent director. Why have you not done this is what is the question that, and so Supreme Court has started attaching properties of independent directors. That only shows that the number of, the expectation from public on the independent directors is going up. And I'm not sure whether there is any rule here, but I read through the Bahrain, the corporate governance one. It has covered most of it, though it is in the beginning. I think over the years, they will evolve themselves into a great one. The one which I would also recommend to Sridhar is that is it possible for the institute to play a role in refining it and giving it to Bahrain government so that we would have played a role, because in my opinion, if there is one profession which plays a key and almost can make a difference, is the chartered accountancy profession in governance. Unfortunately, we have not looked at governance as a very, very important topic for us. The company secretaries are going on the compliance side of the governance. But actual governance, in my opinion, lays with the chartered accountants. Therefore, we have a great responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is a good governance. Now, some of the skills, since I have only 40 minutes, I may have to skip some of the slides, but I'll leave the presentation. And, sorry. Yeah. Then, what a director should do. And I said, ensure powers delegated are not overridden. Is it possible for one man to do it in a boardroom? In my opinion, it's one man who will do the difference. I think that one man has to have the real mix of qualities of understanding, taking a prompt and correct. For example, in any country, again, I'll go back, since most of you are Indians, you go back to India, Mahatma Gandhi is the one who got the freedom. When you talk about free India and freedom to India, only talk about Mahatma Gandhi, but there are several others. But Mahatma Gandhi. Every place, it is one man who will make a difference. In a governance, it is the independent director. Even if there is one independent director, who will make a huge difference. And these are the qualities which we need to have. And then focus. The most important in boardrooms is, again, I'll go back to a practical example, particularly if you are on the board of a bank or board of a large corporate. You will find that as you land from the airport, in the airport, you will find a packet coming marked confidential, and they would have stapled it 20 times. And the confidential once and twice stapling is enough, but they would have stapled it everywhere. And as you come into the car and you open the staples, when you have to open 25 staples, at least 2 or 3 will prick you, and the blood will come. The moment the blood comes, that is the greatest thing for the CFO, because he knows that the best way to distract the director is spend a lot of time on putting bandage, giving him medicine, telling him all this. By the time will be 11:30. The second fundamental principles of the chartered accountancy is do ABC analysis. The agenda will never be done in an ABC analysis. I'm taking the bank's example. If you go to your bank's board, you will find a 1,000 rupee fraud coming first. And this 1,000 rupee fraud, when it comes, board members will discuss it endlessly for about 1.5 hours and how this fraud happened. A 1 crore, I'm sorry, I'm giving you Indian rupees. A 1 crore fraud will come at the end. By the time you would have reached the end of the board meeting and you are in a hurry, you have to go. Why I'm saying this is where chartered accountants can play a role is the agenda is never organized on an ABC analysis. A items put 5 or 6 items first on top, the board is able to devote time. Even assuming that the management doesn't give you a item as the topmost item, is it possible for the director to go through it, select those items and say, let us discuss it? I'm bringing to your attention that one man would make a difference. If the board member has said, do an ABC analysis, I don't want to do an ABC analysis. You tell me which is most important that the board should look at, they will come back to you. Otherwise, the last 30, 40 items are always rushed. Even if you are not in a hurry, the other directors could be in a hurry. They may want to leave. So you have no time to discuss. That's something which is very important. Now, this is what we have said. Focus on key matters which are complex and not the most obvious and generally left to few to understand. Balance what is brought to the board, what is left for the management to handle. Key matters are deliberated first. This 80-20 rule, which all of you would have seen. This 20% of the items which will require 80% of the time. is what we need to apply as accountants. We always look at materiality. We do always an analysis. This 80-20 rule is applicable across, including the board. ABC analysis, which is fundamental to our profession, is applicable. 80-20 rule is applicable to across. Then the large company board should consist mainly of independent directors. The issue is the independent director is the answer for all the corporate governance problems? Can somebody tell me? Is the independent director presence, is it going to solve your governance problem? Can anybody offer to reply, please? Sorry? Correct. Who else? Okay, I'll tell you, sir. The independent director is more, independence is more a state of mind. That it cannot be, a person who is appointed as an independent director need not necessarily be independent unless he has an independent mind to think. Who appoints, who doesn't appoint is one issue. You will require it again. I'll come back to you. Yeah, sorry. You said something? Sorry. Now, that's why I said, just look at it. I mean, I have put it as interested director, independent director. Many times we feel an independent director who has no interest in business. What is his interest in business? Today, if the Supreme Court has started attaching the properties, it's easier for the independent director not to take any decision because nobody punishes you if you don't take a decision. Like in all the bank cases, when you lend money, you are in trouble. When you don't lend money, nobody will ask you, why did you not lend money? So there is a tendency not to lend money at all. How will you do the business? The question that I have asked is may not understand the company. Lack of what is in it for me is a factor. Now, as an independent director, what is in it for me? Why should I take the risk? And third, CEOs of other companies may be busy with their own business. Most of the boards have independent directors who are CEOs of another company. So he doesn't want to disturb his company's board. Therefore, he exactly behaves the way that he would want the independent directors in that board to behave. So he doesn't take it up. So this is the third issue. Fourth issue is some may just look enhanced visibility could however bring wealth of experience. Now, the issue today is the person, whether he's called as an independent director or not called as an independent director is not the issue. But the question today is the independent director capable of being independent? Is he capable of not being business disruptive? Many independent directors tend to be business disruptive because it's easy for them to say no. When they say no, nobody can ask. I don't know how many of you would have gone to the board. Board meetings. I'm sure many of you would have gone. Boards are basically clubs. If one director starts saying no, you're finished. So management will have to manage the board also properly. So to get 2 or 3 fellows to say yes first. If you allow this to go on, moment one director says no, other directors would not have even read the papers, or they may not be very careful in reading it. So they will also say, no, your proposal will be out. And another issue with independent directors is, an independent director need not be a person who has to know the particular company or the subject so much. But he should be capable of asking relevant questions. He need not know the relevant answers. Relevant answers are left to the management to give. Does he know the relevant question? He was talking about technology. Most of the boardrooms, technology issue is dealt with exactly the way that you deal with a car. If you buy a car, what is the price, what is the model you buy? Now, the moment you go and say SAP, Oracle, or some other technology, most of the board members do not understand technology. And today, in my opinion, IT governance is as important as corporate governance is. But IT is not being concentrated because board members are yet to be aware of the various technologies that are available. 24 minutes, sorry. So what is the solution? 3 factors determine whether the director is effective: independence, competencies, and director's behavior. I just said that against the unfair insulation provided, that we actually, whenever the independent director makes a noise or makes a mention, he may be a lone voice. That lone voice will have to be listened to if you are going to have benefit of the corporate good governance. And then, sorry, I will skip some of this. And in the boardroom, most of them do not want to say that I do not understand. Now you take derivatives, you take financial instruments. For 15 years, I was the vice chairman of Accounting Standard Board. No promotion, no demotion. I was there for 15 years as the vice chairman of Accounting Standard Board. One day I went to the chairman of IASB and said, I sit on several boards. We deal on financial instruments and derivatives. I'm unable to understand this IFRS 9 and all this. Is it possible for you to give me some special training? The chairman immediately came and told me that, SK, do you think I understand? Even I don't understand. So this came from chairman of IASB. I'm talking about 4-5 years back. I said, at least relieved. Okay, we are all in the same boat. So I at least had the courage to go and tell him I don't understand. Most of the board members don't tell you that they don't understand. If somebody nods his head to a financial instrument or a derivative, very, very simple forward contracts, if he doesn't even ask you a question, that means he doesn't understand anything. You have a field day before him. So you don't have to worry. The biggest problem that we feel in governance, we feel every day in governance is directors do not want to admit that they do not know. I always say, a director is only supposed to ask you a relevant question. I am not supposed to know the relevant answer. I tell him I don't know the answer. Is the question relevant is what we should look at. That's something which they don't do it. And many boards, the complexity are easily taken by the management explanation. Most of the time you will find, I have found in many, many boards, that they don't want to say anything against the management. I know that you are all playing a key role as a management. The board of directors may talk something, but ultimately the management view will prevail. But that's something which the directors should conclude, should understand, and then come to the conclusion. Particularly if you sit again in a bank, you will find in lending there will be a herd mentality. Now he will say, look, this bank has led to him at 3% interest. So why, if we don't lend at 2.5%, you won't come to us. Like a herd, people will keep lending to particular sectors or particular institutions. There is nobody who will stand up and say, what is so popular, what is so obvious, I would like to question. Nobody asks. That is exactly another problem of which comes up. Then bring learns from past. Right? How one man can add value is what I have said. You look at this, independent director in a small bank, actually he actually diversified holding. It has a large capital raise. The bank grew 10 times more because of one man insisted that there should be growth and the particular way that he should go. And then role of the audit committee. Audit committee is one of the most important committees in a board that virtually, if you are a member of the audit committee, you are an endangered species. You can run into a grave risk if something goes wrong with the accounts. Imagine recently we had a big corporate failure of ILFS. It had accounts which were approved up to 31st March. Rating agencies had rated it properly. Suddenly on 31st March to 30th June, there was a problem, and before 30th September, the company has collapsed. Company has 91,000 crores is the money involved. Can anybody look at how this can happen in a company which has been cleared as of 31st March, even as of 30th June, and how can this fail? This is something which is a major cause for concern, because in my opinion, the audit committee has not devoted much time in looking at the accounts and the financial matters. Or look at the number of audit committee meetings which the study has published. It is about 4.3 meetings per year. Can you believe that the audit committee meets only 4.3 and 1 hour and 42 minutes is the time average length of the audit committee meetings. I have now decided wherever I am the audit committee chairman, I either have to, I have to be a magician to understand, or I have to take an astrologer along with me to see that my times are good, I can sign. No one can understand in 1 hour and 42 minutes a huge financial statements which is not given to you the previous day because it is confidential. Chairman has not cleared it. you are invariably given at the time of the board meeting the accounts, and you have to understand, you have to assimilate, you have to take the responsibility, and then you will have to recommend to the board for approval. And if you ask the auditors, the audit, actually, if you have, an audit committee member spends adequate time with the auditors, you can certainly put them, because auditors know everything. You can't say that the auditors did not know. Unfortunately, we are not even able to spend time with the auditors. Therefore, this is something, on an average, less than 40% of the audit committee meetings are longer than 2 hours in length. In fact, most of the committees where I am the audit committee, I tell them audit committee will be held only the previous day. It will never be held along with the board, because the moment you hold it along with the board, that you have no time. And you don't even, at least after the audit committee is over, you go through the accounts at night, and the next day you again come back and discuss it. So before the board meeting, if there are any errors, you can correct it. I have, after 2 minutes, I would like to take some case studies and look at it. And the audit committee, again, this is what I had said. Agenda papers are not fully indexed. Sometimes arrive few hours before the meeting. Too many papers, no ABC analysis. A fraud of 10 crore and 10,000 gets in the same place. No time for two-way interaction itself. Accounts have arrived, but audit report is under discussion. I'm sure you will face all this in your company, and then travel itself takes time. Now, before I probably go on to other issues, I've just put 10 commandments of the audit committee. I would like to take 2 case studies for a discussion. You have all recently seen how Tata's, I'm an interested party because I sit on the board of Tata's. Still, I feel that this is something which is a governance matter, therefore I'll discuss. One is, you know that Mr. Cyrus Mistry, who was the chairman, was removed in a Tata Sons board meeting. There was a hue and cry across, and there were several cases that were filed for against the Tatas for removal of Mr. Cyrus Mistry as a chairman. That is one. The second was on Infosys. Narayana Murthy was a former chairman and shareholder, had filed certain petitions to the board. It resulted in 2 or 3 board members resigning from the board itself, stating governance failure. Subsequently, when Nandan took over, it was proved that Narayana Murthy's allegations or fear were completely unfounded and nothing has gone wrong. Now, first case, who thinks that it is a corporate governance failure? Why? I'll need 2 volunteers to talk about it. Can somebody say, is Cyrus Mistry's removal, do you consider as a failure of corporate governance or a success of corporate governance? Can you say, who says it is a failure? Are we all still in after lunch effect, or would you like to start? Sorry? Insider trading is never allowed. Okay, with governance, insider trading. I think it's nice to discuss this because a case study helps us to understand the governance issues. Why not you, sir? Why don't you? You think they did the right thing? Okay. Anybody saying no? Yeah. Okay. As long as you don't say that the removal was for a hiccup, I'm very happy about it. Okay. There are 2 views about it. Yeah.
So raising a voice like the audit committee chair getting resigned, saying that I'm resigning from the board and the independent director, is going to announce like there is something wrong in the corporate governance in the company. I'll deal with this. Before I deal with this, I'll tell you. The auditor resignation before when the company fails and the independent director's resignation before the company fails is only creating a panic in the market. You have been there for the last 10 years. And suddenly, how did you realize in a quarter that something has gone wrong? You have to resign. It is incorrect both from the director's point of view, from the auditor's point of view. But the Supreme Court has not bothered of your resignation. If you were a director at that time, they are now hauling everybody up. So resignation is not going to be a solution. Okay. But if they want to bring it to
closure, they can resign, but that creates a panic. I think it is unfair to the stakeholders, not necessarily the shareholders, employees, everybody. Because the moment you create a panic in the market, it's not good. We'll deal with it later.
Yeah.
Now coming back to independent, on the issue of Tata Sons removing Cyrus Mistry. Any other view, please?
I think the operations and the acquisition of the business was not very transparent and they are not very risk averse. I think this is one of the key issues which triggered, the Ratan Tata to take a strong decision to protect in the larger interest of, safeguard the company.
Sir, I agree with you, but the point is that it is not what prompted them. The method that they adopted, was it right? Was it in accordance with corporate governance? And I must acknowledge here, I'm openly admitting, I was the first person in the group, which 3 companies, board members, including HDFC Bank chairman, went and supported Cyrus Mistry, wrote a letter to SEBI. My company was the 4th company, and I was the first person to remove him as a chairman. And as soon as I came out of the meeting, I had given an extempore of online interview on the YouTube, which is available, on the reasons why we removed it. I'll briefly tell you that will explain to you why. The issue today is, was Mr. Tata right in going back to Tata Sons and removing? I'll just give you one example. If Tatas have agreed to remove, you are a managing director. The board and the shareholders, not giving you any reason, have a right to remove you. Are you saying that you got a 5-year contract of employment that I cannot remove you? A very fact that I gave you a contract of 5 years, I can remove you. I may have to pay you compensation if the contracts have provided. If the contract has not provided, they did not make any allegations. They did not say what you are doing is wrong, what you are doing is right. Simply, they convened the Tata Sons board meeting, and in that board meeting, they removed Cyrus Mistry as a chairman of the company. Now, can anybody say that the board has no power to remove a person whom it appointed? And I think the Prime Minister can be removed, of a nation can be removed by the Parliament voting it out. Now, how can, I'm not aware, I'm not sure why this issue got on so much that it went on. Mind you, that every shareholding company, when we removed him as a director, once he was removed as a chairman. Board has got the right to remove him as a chairman. Majority decisions will prevail. Majority decision prevailed. 2-3 people voted in his favor. 8 people voted against. The matter was so simple. It was over. But of course, media caught on to that. Media started attracting people attention, and they wrote all kinds of things. And he went to the court. When he was removed as a director, they followed a proper resolution. They went to the shareholders and they passed the resolution. Mind you, every company, shareholders, passed the resolution of removal of Cyrus Mistry. 99% of the shareholders who are present voted in favor of his removal. So, in my view, I'm sure you will also now come back to reality and tell me that the removal of a chairman by the board of directors is completely within the full democratic norms. If you say, once I appoint a chairman, I can't remove him. Supposing there was a very difficult person there, can you say that the company will have to live with him for 5 years? It's not possible. So you have to remove him. Now coming back to the company in which I was chairing, that immediately as he came out, we declared the quarterly result. Quarterly results were very good. And we, then the last item, any other agenda, we took this item as a removal of Cyrus Mistry as one. When I brought in, there were other directors who were asking, how can you bring an item under any other subject? In fact, the law permits you to call it as any other item. You have a right to take the permission of the chair to introduce an item. In this case, the resolution itself was against the chairman. So I could not have taken his permission. Naturally, he is an interested party. We did tell him, sir, would you step out? We want to discuss about you. He said, I won't step out. I will only stay here. Sir, can we request? There is a no confidence motion against you. You may not be the right person to chair the meeting. Can you please go out? He said, no. They're all on record. Then we said, I chaired the meeting and said, we are removing him. Now they asked me, the press asked me, the newspaper has asked me, why did you remove him? You have declared a great financial result. We removed him for a future financial result, not for today's quarter. Today's quarter we have declared a result, he has been given as reward. Why do you think the future financial results will be affected? The answer was that, can you fight against a majority shareholder? Can a chairman of a company be at loggerheads with the 85% shareholder who has got the Tata brand name? I'm sharing with you. It's probably one of the Tata companies. You imagine if I have to remove a Tata name and put X Limited. Who will come and buy? It's a global company. Can I go and sell a product without the Tata name? If the major shareholder is in loggerheads and Tata Sons board says, we have no confidence in him, we are removing him as a chairman, can we say as an associate company, as a subsidiary, whichever name you call it as, can we do that? That was the reason why we removed Cyrus Mistry, and I've given a very long interview for this. This was, in my opinion, an excellent case of corporate governance success. People generally seem to think, oh, there are several failures. ILFS is a corporate governance failure. Tata's is not. Removal of a chairman is not a governance failure because it very, very smoothly removed the chairman, reappointed another person. That they will go to court, it will take another 20 years for them to resolve it, is another issue. He's at least out of the picture. We also told them, why did you do it? We did it in the interest of minority shareholders. What is a minority shareholder's interest? If the Tata Sons can afford to fight, loses is 80%, it doesn't matter. 20% of the shares are held by small shareholders who may have 200 shares, 500 shares, 10,000 shares, mutual funds, LIC, all of them had. Now, we had to take care of their interest, therefore we did was our answer. The second one is on Infosys. Who do you think, sir? I think you yourself and then two other people. What do you think, Infosys was a success or a failure, sir? But two directors resigned. You know, before...
What is your question?
No, do you think the way that Infosys handled its crisis, was it a governance success or a governance failure? It resulted in two directors, including the chairman, going out. And it resulted in a huge drop in share prices, which would have resulted in a loss to many of the minority shareholders. I mean, those losses are phenomenal. When Infosys share falls from this to X, so many shareholders will. Do you consider that Infosys episode is a success or a failure?
Well, from the financial point of view, it was not a success if the value of the share price.
That is the consequences.
There's a consequence. But in terms of Narayan Murthy, if he had believed something and he, as a founding shareholder, chose to do so, so that I would support that his action.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
I think, sir, it was a success for the corporate governance. But it should have been avoided, the long process should have been avoided if there was a monitoring process. And it was heard, the earlier CEO was squandering the money of the company by private flights and things like that.
Okay.
So if that was found out earlier, at least washing the linen in public, that should have been avoided.
Agreed, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So he said something. Can you please?
Infosys actually has been known for transparency.
Who is saying?
Yeah,
sorry.
here, sir, here.
Yeah.
Infosys has been known as a transparent organization.
Yeah.
And what happened in that case actually was reverse, because it was it sent a signal to the market that something is wrong. Okay. And I think that is why it was a failure.
Okay.
Actually, the CEO who was there, Vishal Sikka, he was handling the financial transactions which were not transparent. That was the key issue, and the ethical issues were there.
Yes,
so therefore, it had a future bearing on the company.
So that was the reason why actually this decision had to be taken.
Okay.
And actually the board was pretty, you can say, they used to toe the line of CEO.
Okay.
You know, those three directors.
Okay. Okay. Sir, I would only like to bring to your attention one, that the Infosys Narayana Murthy raised an issue, went to public. Do you consider a major shareholder who has been a founder of the company, is it correct for him to go to the press and create a panic? Because independent directors have a role to play. Why do we say that the directors cannot resign? The auditors who have been there for 10 years, resigning is a simple way of escaping, like rating agencies who did rating up to, because they have no accountability. Is it correct for Narayana Murthy to have gone to the press and lambasted these people to such an extent that the chairman of the company had to resign? Now,
what happened was, prior to going public, Mr. Narayana Murthy tried his level best.
Yes.
There was a whistleblower report. He requested the board of directors a number of times to investigate the valuation of a transaction Infosys had done. He had concerns on the valuation paid for acquisition of that particular company, and no result was coming out of that. In spite of several reminders, several times taking it to the board of directors, and therefore he went public and he said this matter should be investigated in the larger interest of the shareholders.
But sir, I'm sorry, I'm going to argue on the other side. When Nandan became the chairman, Nandan did everything. What happened to that? Nandan did not come out with anything. Nandan, after a year, has not found any defect in the MD and CEO's position.
We do not know the nitty-gritty of the situation, but the kind of severance package given to ex-CFO was one region, and the valuation of that particular investment, he was not satisfied, but ultimately Mr. Narayana Murthy agreed to bring Nandan on board to stabilize the things.
Sir, Nandan was brought on board. I'm not going to get to the figures. Nandan was brought on board, but Nandan ordered investigation, but nothing came out of the investigation. Next year accounts have been done exactly the same manner. No compensation has been questioned. In fact, Bansal, who was a CFO, whose compensation package, severance compensation package was questioned, arbitration is held, SEBI has held, it has to be paid, it has been paid. Okay, let's not get into it.
Actually, bottom line in India is, you guys go and do all kind of theoretical things, but you are never able to reach any conclusion and hand out a punishment like Carlos Ghosn has been given in Japan. He is in prison for 22 days, having been one of the most prominent people in the whole world. This kind of things has not been established in India as an example.
Sorry,
this must be done.
For good governance, I'm going to stop with 1 minute. But let me tell you, sir, India, it takes 17 years for a transaction to be completed. This is one of the longest in the history of all nations, that we are one of the worst. It takes 17 years on an average, which means some transactions can take even 30 years. 17 years for you to conclude a transaction. This is the country in which we are living, we can't do anything. But let's not deviate on all that. Let's come one. In India, the first 90 days is after the arrest is what is the dangerous one. Elsewhere, you are allowed first 90 days, afterwards you go inside the prison, you are never seen. In India, the advantage is first 90 days you are inside the prison for something, you come out of it, then nobody bothers because courts take a lot of time. But having said that, I'll only confine myself to Infosys governance failure. In my opinion, the board was right in refusing to Narayana Murthy. I think the pressure that he brought out through the media, it created so much of sensation that chairman has to resign. Everything had to go down. But subsequently, when Nandan became the chairman, I don't think up to now anything has come out. Nandan has said this is what it is. Unfortunately, I have to stop with this. I probably will get one more occasion to discuss one or two other cases. Again, I would like to conclude saying, if at all there is one professional community which can hold governance, and governance is the most, whether be your home, be your firm, be anywhere, governance is the most important. We as professionals have been given the responsibility of maintaining governance as a huge opportunity for chartered accountants. They would make wonderful CEOs, wonderful independent directors, and gatekeepers of corporate governance. I'm sure that all of us will do it, and thank you very much. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Sir, we'll take only one question, please, because of the paucity of time.
Sir, this is the last questions regarding the independent director. As we all know, the way the independent directors are appointed is by recommendations by the board or by the chairman. Of course, after meeting certain criteria, which has been laid down. But because they are appointed with reference with somebody or by recommendation of somebody, it is a kind of a conflict of interest, which result into situations where in most of the time, probably they are not able to carry out the duties independently or in a neutral way, which is desired. So do you think this process needs a change, or you think this is the only way independent directors can be appointed?
You cannot, for example, I cannot go and take somebody in the road or somebody from the telephone directory and appoint. Unless I know somebody, I cannot appoint, because you are running the risk of appointing a total stranger. You can ruin the whole company. So it is the independent director appointment depends on the state of his mind. The person who is appointed has to develop that state, and without a due diligence, why would a well-run company like mine, why would I go and take somebody who is not known to anybody? I mean, I run a huge risk of business failing. So I don't think there is any problem with the reference to the appointment. Director's training, which is very essential, putting him through a board evaluation on the independence criteria could be one of the ways in which you can overcome. There can never be a perfect solution. You are going to have plus and minuses, but the best way it is addressed is one. I'm not sure. Give me a minute. I'm not sure how many countries have women directors. India, we have made women directors as compulsory. If you ask me, men have started behaving much better after women directors have come. So I must compliment all of you. Okay. So it's good to have a women director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your inputs on what goes beyond the boardroom and making this a very interactive session and also making us think beyond the boardroom doors. May I now request our chairperson, CA Sridhar, and CA Sushil Jain to be here on the stage to present a token of our appreciation to the speaker. Thank you, gentlemen. To take us through the next session, I would now like to call our Executive Committee member, CA Garvita.
Thank you, CA Subhashri. Good afternoon, everyone. As our keynote speaker emphasized, whether you accept it or not, change is inevitable. Change happens every day, every moment, and everywhere. It is up to us to embrace the change and to grow and succeed. Because if we refuse to change, we have a danger of disappearing. To enlighten us on this very important topic, when change strikes, we have a super dignitary to make all of you a super you. On that note, can we have the AV, please?
Dr. C.A. Rita Shah, Director at Shimano Entertainment Limited. Dr. C.A. Rita Shah is a TEDx speaker, author, growth strategist, and coach. She is a 32nd rank holder in CA final exams, PhD in finance from IIT Mumbai, law graduate and holder of triple master's degree. She is a director at Shimano Entertainment Limited, executive director of Y Center, founder and director of Crest Education. She has conducted training sessions for 20 plus corporates and organizations. Her signature programs are Superwoman Unleashed and Super You Unleashed. Her mission is to transform 100,000 people for exponential growth. Dr. C.A. Rita Shah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. C.A. Rita Shah.
It's on. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Are you excited? Are you really excited? Are you really excited? Why don't you tell it to your face? Can you please tell it to your face? You know what? We keep communicating with outsiders, yes or no? We all are good with talking to others, yes or no? Do we talk to ourselves? Somebody said, I'm excited, but look at your face. Yeah, I'm excited. Is that who we are? Are you that? So do you want to change today? So let's hear for the last time. Are you really excited? Wow, that's something great. Okay, by the way, I have something, I have one sin that I am doing right now. This is exactly your coffee time. Yeah? And I am in between your coffee and you. Yes or no? So how many of you are like really tired? 3 continuous sessions after great lunch. Are you really tired? No? I'll see that. Okay? I'll check. How much is manpower here today? Because there are few women to support, but I guess 80% of the gathering is almost men. So let me see how much of manpower we have here. Are you ready for it? Are you really ready for it? Are you really ready for it? Okay. So, you know what I'm going to take you on? I'm going to take you on to a journey of your inner self. Do you all agree that you don't talk to your own self? You talk to people, right? We talk lots to people, yes? And we talk more when we are paid off, yes? We are not talking when we are not paid off. How many of you understand what I'm speaking about? Like we talk lots with our clients, yes? We talk lots with our peers, yes? We talk lots, unfortunately, with our bosses, yes? But do we talk enough with our family members? Yes, no. Yes, kind of. Yeah? Yes. And do we talk with our own self? Do we sit with our own self and ask our own self, what is it that I really want? Have we? Time kidhar hai? Thank you so much. I've been noticing you, you've been interacting. So I'm going to really be there interacting with you. So what I want to share with each one of you there at the back is this is not a one-way traffic. Do you want this to be fun? Do you want to enjoy? थोड़ी देर के लिए CA छोड़ दो. You know, CA comes with one added, loaded, what I would say, being. मैं CA. I am a chartered accountant. So you can't be childlike because you have your clients who are observing you all the time, yes or no? So I want you to drop that today. Are you ready for some fun? going to do some activities. Will you participate? Fully? Let me see. So how many of you understand that when you buy a new mobile phone, it's important to know what all are the features and design, what all are the buttons, so that you can use it more effectively. How many of you agree with me? Say yes. Thank you. So, do we know our own design and our own buttons? Do we know really? So, I'll share something with you and you'll realize I have lots to share. I do a 4-day continuous workshop right from morning 9 to evening 11 o'clock continuously, and we sometimes have gone up till 1 o'clock, so I have lots to share. And I have been told that as my earlier speaker said, that the time is constrained, so I'm going to cut it down to 30 minutes now. So I'm going to share something about human design, your operating system. Now, do you think if you come to know your operating system, your buttons, your design, will it help you to deal with others and your own self more powerfully? Again, do you really think so? Yes. So, I need a great yes, then only I'll go ahead. Do you really think so? Yes. Great yes means a powerful yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you. So, there's a lot of energy here. Can we beat some energy from the back? Can we beat this energy back? I think a lot of youngsters are sitting at the back. Some bald people also, but I think they are all young by heart. Yes, youngsters are here. Now, let's come to the point. So, in our life, there are two things which we constantly keep having, that these are the two dimensions, two important dimensions. One dimension is routine, which we keep doing over and over and over again. Like, what all things we do in routine? Just shout out, it's a two-way. I can't come down because this is a live workshop, otherwise I never stand on the stage, I'm always there at the middle or back. Yeah, waking up, brushing teeth, yes. Ek beech ka chhod do. ठीक है, we will not get into it. What else? Breakfast. Yeah? Traveling. Yeah, getting ready. What else? Sorry? Phone. First thing in the morning is phone, yes? Very good. WhatsApp, actually, Facebook, WhatsApp. What else? What is in your routine which you do every day? मतलब पता है ये होने ही वाला है. Like you know it, this is going to happen. What else? Go to your workplace, job. Yeah? Sorry? Take pictures and post them on Instagram, especially youngsters. Right? What else? Boss ka तारीफ करना, praising your boss, meeting your boss. So if his boss is around, he knows what he is speaking about, right? Attending meetings, attending clients, and then after the whole day is over, come back home. And like somebody said, money bhai, get into the war. Right? Yes or no? So this is one routine. Yes or no? And you know, when we have this routine, we feel comfortable. Do you feel comfortable? This is your one dimension. We need our routine because this brings a sense of comfort. This is our comfort zone. Why is it our comfort zone? Because we exactly know what to do. We know which brush to pick up. We know which toothpaste to put. We know how to eat breakfast. We know how to drive car. So this brings in comfort, which is nothing but your known dimension. Listen, whatever you know, you feel more confident about? Yes or no? Yes. Right? Like imagine somebody from this gathering was just told to get up and talk on some topic. Would that be comfort? May not be. 80% of the people, it may not be. Maybe for some speakers, maybe if you wake me up at 12 in the midnight and say, go up and speak on a conference, I'll just get up and speak on any damn thing. Because I've been into this profession for almost 28 years now. And I love what I do. I'm passionate about speaking. So my husband jokingly says one thing with his friends when he's talking. He says, दूसरे की बीवी, दूसरे यानी मेरे दोस्तों की सब बीवियां जो है, I'm speaking in Hindi and then I'll come back in English. He says, मेरे दोस्तों की जो बीवियां हैं, वो बोलती हैं तो उन्हें गुस्सा आता है. मेरी बीवी जब बोलती है तो मुझे अच्छा लगता है because she gets paid. So I'll just convert it in English. He says when others' wives talk, they feel irritated, but I'm happy my wife talks because she earns while speaking. Yeah. Seriously bolde, I'm not joking. Anyways, coming back to one dimension is routine. Are you clear about your routine? But what happens in routine? When you are every day doing same thing, what happens? What's happening? Boredom. Tired, right? Like, I'll tell you what, Bahrain is a lovely city. Okay, I yesterday whole day spent in seeing Bahrain, and I think I saw almost 95% of Bahrain. I met yesterday evening one of my friend. He's from Bahrain. He's from India, but now in Bahrain. And I was chit-chatting at his place. He's talking to me about his journey. I'm talking to him about my journey, how things are and all. And kuch baat par, on some topic, food as a topic came up. Do you all agree that we all love food? Each one of us, right? The Indians, basically, we are food lovers. And it's visible, no? From my photograph to here, right? So, while we were talking, he was sharing his experience when he went to US. And casually he said that when he went to US with his wife and daughter, first 4 or 5 days, they were struggling to figure out one Indian restaurant. This was probably 5 or 7 years back he was talking a story of. And he was struggling to find an Indian restaurant. By the 4th or the 5th day, they were bored, tired of eating pizza and the burgers. And he said, we finally figured out one Indian restaurant. We felt like aha moment. And afterwards, when we came back from US, and because it was a long stay, we kept on eating something or the other. When we came back, one great thing happened. His younger one is in grade 5. And he was saying, you know what? Here in India, she would sometimes insist or request for chicken nuggets. While coming back from US, she said, please, for God's sake, don't even talk about chicken nuggets to me for next 2 months. For 2 months to 3 months, she did not eat chicken nuggets because she was so much irritated with it because of that routineness. So what happens when there is a routineness? You get bored, which means we all are looking for variety. We all are looking for something new. Change. Yes, that's your second dimension. The second dimension in your life is change. Now let me give you a human design. Let's assume in you, like we said, your buttons, your design, let's assume within you as a human being, there are tanks. And the first pair of tank, one of the pair of tank is the routineness and the change or variety. Now let's look at your life. When all has changed happened? In your life has changed happened? So tell me, when all change happened in your life?
When I gave 1 dinar note and somebody gave me 500 paise change.
Okay, every moment when I gave 1 dinar note and somebody gave you?
500 paise change.
Yeah, okay. So that's a change. So let's look at your life. Come back. Let's look at your life. The first change happened when you came into this universe. Yes or no? And you know what? You fought with so many million sperms to become who you are. So actually at birth, you are a winner. Yes or no? But that was a change, and that's why we cry. Right? What was the change? When you went to school, was there a change? Yeah? Like as a small child, you don't want to go to school. Little grown up in school, you go into maybe middle section, new friends, again change. Right? You have this balloon moment. Do you know what is balloon moment? You all have experienced it. It can happen in school, usually, or it may happen in college. You know what is balloon moment? Balloon moment is that moment where you feel like balloon. हवा में उड़ रहे हो आप. सब empty लग रहा है जब कोई नहीं है. I'll repeat in English, sorry. When you're feeling empty when nobody is around, somebody is special is not around, you feel empty. But the moment somebody special comes across, you feel full of air. And why I'm saying balloon moment? Because the moment that somebody special comes, what happens to you? Like a balloon, you are flying. Have you experienced that balloon moment? Experience it right now. I want you to get connected to your own self. Experience that moment right now. Okay, things might have worked out, things may not have worked out. When you went to college, was a change? When you went for a new job, there was a change? When you probably left your country and came to Bahrain, Qatar, Doha, Abu Dhabi, wherever you came, was there a change? Changing a new house, was there a change? For some of you, thinking of getting married was a change. And oh my God, when you got married, there was a huge change. And I'm not telling only for men. Let me tell you one thing. It's a very huge change for both of us equally. You know, we always keep hearing about how marriage changes things for one gender, but it's equal for both the genders. Yes or no? The bottom line is there is a change every moment. This moment, is it same as the previous moment? No. So my question to you is, if this is a change happening, how these two operating systems, two tanks, are working on you? So let's combine this together. Let me take one small activity before I go ahead. Are you ready for it? You may have to get up. Are you ready for it? So just get up. Get up, each one of you. Get up, each one of you. I'll tell you what I want you to do. If you are in the first half, I want you to go to the second half. If you are into the second half, I want you to come to the first half or middle section. Pick up your, one minute, I have not completed my activity. Pick up your notepad. Do you have a notepad? Yeah. Pick up your notepad and a pencil or a pen. Go around and ask for 3 people, minimum 3 people, maximum no limit. Ask for 3 or more people to sign an autograph. And if people ask you, please sign. Hold on. Wait. So here it goes. Suppose you go ahead and you ask somebody an autograph. Don't wait there, mera bhi mang le. It's not necessary that the other person has to ask you. If he asks, give. If he doesn't ask, just thank you and move around. So can we begin that? 30 seconds. Go fast. 20 more seconds. 15 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come back to your seats. Come back. Come back. Fast. The activity is over. Come back. Garvita, water bottle. The activity is over. Now, can you count your autographs? 3, okay. 5, 4, 6, 1. There at the back. 2. I hear 7. Just leave it here. There. How many? 8. 3. How many? 4. This side, somebody? 5. 2. Now, listen. Now, whatever you did right now, let me tell you 2 reasons why you did this activity. 1, it broke the monotony. Did you experience change? Did you met some new people? Did you feel little nicer rather than sitting on the same table? So 1 was it brought in change. And another, it brought in something else which I'm going to share you, which are the next 2 tanks. So are you clear about the 2 tanks we spoke about? 1 is routine, 1 is change or variety. A routineness is repetitive. It's your security, it's your comfort zone. You are okay with it, but it becomes mundane, right? Whereas a change, now what do you do for getting this change? What all do you do to getting this change? You create change in your life, yes or no? So what do you do to create this change? Sorry? Sorry? Be the super you? No. I'm saying in your life, what are you doing so that you create these changes, new things? Okay, so what do you do? Tell me the activity, not Gyan. Like I attended Mushaira yesterday. So that was a change, right? Right, I heard him speaking. I heard him speaking. So, or I saw you speaking, sitting. I don't know whether I heard you or not, but we came for very little. What do you do for change? You take travels, you take holidays, right? You know, sometimes this change you create in a destructive way. You change it, how you create change. You get so bored of your current job, without thinking about future, you give up on your current job. Some of you might be able to resonate what I'm speaking about. Yes or no? You get so bored with your current life, without thinking about anything, you think about getting into marriage. Right? And there are so many things. Some change can be constructive, some change can be challenging. There is nothing destructive. Some change can be challenging, some change can be constructive. But do we realize that we create this change? Every moment. Yes or no? Let's look at other 2 tanks because they are very, very important. The other 2 tanks that you have in your human design is A, your own self. For you, what is most important in this life is what, you know? Your own self. How many of you agree with it? Say yes. Yeah? Like everybody is important, but you know, in airport also, when you're sitting in the aircraft, they say, before you put mask for your child or anybody, what should you do? Put a mask on yourself. Because if you don't take care of yourself, can you take care of all the people around you? So, as a human being, the most important thing is for you, yourself. However, the second tank is others, your loved ones, your family, your children. Now, if you understood that in both tanks, that is your, don't worry, I still have 15 minutes to go, okay? That's not my bell. So, in both the tanks, if you realize, change and routineness are paradoxical, whereas the self and others are paradoxical. What do you do to get more love from people? Of course, get married, have children, have clubs, be members, be presidents, get recognition, get award, be member of some prestigious things. This is all others, which bring you love and connection. And self is being a chartered accountant, acquiring degree, buying a great house, having a great job, having a great car. These are your possessions which increases your self-image. Are you with me? Now I'm going to give you similar activity, but now with a small twist. So when you did your first activity, your focus was on getting the autographs. Did you think about anything else? Not much. Now I want you to think about something. How many of you have role models? Do you have anybody whom you look up to as a role model? Anybody? Like my role model is Amitabh Bachchan. He's a great speaker. I feel that, he broke down, but he didn't give up his integrity. And he like a phoenix bird, came back from ashes. And even at the age 73, 76, I don't know what, 75 plus probably, he is maybe the superstar, and he's a heartthrob of a lot of people. I love him. And I look up to his speech as a great orator, as a great value person, so that's my role model. Do you have a role model? All of you can take one role model? At least one. Can be Narayan Murthy, can be Narendra Modi, can be Sudha Murthy, can be anybody, whosoever. It's not gender specific. You don't need to take men to lady or lady to lady or men to men, nothing. There are no section 377 here. Okay? You can take any role model. Are you ready? Have you chosen one role model? Take your book. Get up. We are going to demonstrate something. Get up. Take your book and pen. Now again go back. Now what are you going to do? You are going to ask someone, what is your name? So I come to you, sir, and I ask you, what is your name? What will you say? What's your name? You will not say your name. You will say your role model's name. You become your role model for this activity. Are you ready? So if you come to me and ask my name, what will I say? Amitabh Bachchan. And if you ask autograph, what will I sign? Amitabh Bachchan. Think like Amitabh Bachchan, sign like Amitabh Bachchan. Same thing you have to do. Are you ready for it? Your time starts now. Go ahead. $25 seconds. $15 seconds. Fast, fast, be fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come back, come back, come back. Come back. Some people are sitting, not doing activity. That's great, because that proves my theory that you don't like change. Come back, come back, come back. I have exactly 11 minutes to go. I have lots to share. So can you come back fast? Okay. Can somebody tell me how your activity before and activity now, was it same? Was it different? So shout out, what was different? What was different? Sorry? You were thinking better for yourself? Okay, what else? You felt more confident? Were you in an act of your role model? Did you feel nice about yourself? Did you see your self-tank filling up? You were feeling more about your own self now? Right? Now this is the power of brain. Any other answer when you did activity, was it different than the first one? Any other answer? So quickly, because of want of time, the second activity makes you realize the greatness in you. That you are much bigger than who you think really you are. Yes or no? Plus, did you enjoy it? Not as much as the first one. Yes or no? Why? Why? Because now this became routine. Do you get that? The first time when you did activity, it was new. So was there more excitement? But second time when you did the same activity with a change in role, was it little more routine? In fact, some people at the back did not even get up from their seats. They were sitting there only. Are you understanding how your human design does not allow you to do something? Now let me quickly club all these 4 dimensions. This is like your debit and credit. This is like your seesaw. Anything, one is not enough. Routineness, not enough. You need change. Self-centered, not enough. You need people. Because if there is nobody, you are left on an island, will you live? Even if you may have palace, all amenities. No. Because you live for love. You live for connection. You live for being in a relationship. That's the biggest virtue of our existence. We are human beings. We love to be with people. Right? So now, whenever anything in your life, whatever you are doing, you can look at, whenever you get bored, ask yourself, is it boredom because of repetitiveness? Can I create a new change? But the change can be something which is forwarding, constructive, rather than too much challenging, which can break you down. Anytime you are thinking about too much of lowness on yourself, meet people, build connections, seek love, have friends. Self and others, both are equally important. Do not focus only on yourself, because what's most important, why we live for, is others. And now let's come to super you. Every moment, the change is striking. Yes or no? And what is super you is superhero. Whether you are a superwoman or you are a superhero. Do we need to become superhero every moment? No. Can we become who we really are every moment? Like we are like that Mark, who is an ordinary guy. Right? He's an ordinary guy. Only when the challenge comes, he has to wear his costume and become the superhero. Do you get that? Do you need to be superhero all the time? Do you need to be director at your home? Do you need to be CEO at your home? Do you need to be chartered accountant at your home or with your friends or with your loved ones? Actually not. What I want to bring forth is being a super you only when you need to be. Being humble in ordinary course of life. Be humble. Be who you really are. Because you know what? Nobody has seen that beautiful part about you. Not even your own self. And the more you explore the beauty within you, more you love people, you will experience the greatness in your own self. You know, the moment you get that, you will get into, I will not go through all the tank, I'll come to the last tank, and the last tank is bliss. The moment you get settled within, where you don't have to keep validating, where you don't have to keep justifying, you don't have to get approvals from people, was I really good? You don't have to ask that. When that happens, when you know who you are. So the change will bring challenge. The change may make us feel fearful. Some people may not want to take a step ahead in change. Should I? Should I not? Why would you not take step ahead when the change strikes? Which tank needs to be filled up? When the change is happening and you are feeling scared, which tank needs to be filled up? Self. Your self-belief. Your self-confidence. Being able to find out who you really are. So when there is a change, tough times, you need to believe in your own self. You need to trust your own self. Your fears will disappear. So the change will bring fear. The change will bring a sense of insecurity. Especially these changes are huge landmark changes, like a new job, like a new relationship. But that moment, be super you, believe in yourself, greatness in you, your power, who you really are. Elsewhere, what do you need to be? What do you need to be? Who you really are. You don't. Do I need to wear that superwoman armor everywhere and move around? I'm a mother of 3. I'm a mother of 3 children, 3 loving children, and a husband who's my 4th child. Rather, I always jokingly say he's my 1st child. So 4 children, right? Do I need to be Dr. C.A. Rita Shah all the time? No, I'll be at home normal. I want you to understand the super you needs to be ignited when you really want it to come out, so that you can face the challenges. But throughout your life, what do you need? In your routine, regular work, with your loved ones, who do you need to be? Who do you need to be? Yourself. So here I have one small story before I conclude. Some of you might have heard this story. So there's this guy who is a CEO, CFO of a huge multinational company. And his son comes to him and says, Papa, how much do you earn per hour? And Papa is getting irritated. Why is he asking me? Like, you don't like somebody asking how much do I earn? A young 4-year-old child asking Papa, how much do you earn? And Papa is saying, why do you want to know? And he's saying, please tell me, Papa, I want to know how much do you earn per hour? And Papa says, okay, if you must know, then let me tell you that I earn, let's assume, 500 BD per hour. A huge guy, okay? And he says, fine, okay, 500 BD, which is roughly what? 10,000 rupees Indian? Is it? Roughly 200 rupees? Yeah. 1 lakh rupees, okay. 1 lakh rupees an hour. And that fellow feels sad. He says, can you lend me 400 BD? I have 100 BD with me. He says, why do you want 400 BD? I already told you I'm spending so much time, I'm sweating my life off and trying to earn, and you want 400 BD? I'm sure you must be wanting something which is stupid. But still, because it was a child, he was very well off, he said, okay, if you must have, let me give you. He gives 400 BD to that child. The child, after 5 seconds, looks at that 400 BD, pulls out from his pocket the crumpled 100 BD notes, feels happy with a huge smile, ear to ear. Child is telling his dad, Papa, can I please request you to give your, today I want to have a dinner with you. The point I want to share here in this story is running around for money, for possessions, for wealth. We should not forget who really we are and the loved ones who matter in our life. The worth of time is not equivalent to that child's request of asking time from his father. And I know most of you are well-accomplished person. In running into that rat race, please don't forget to be who you really, really are. Because they always say, one thing which is very, very precious. They say, yesterday is gone. Tomorrow I don't know. This moment, today, is important. Can I live this moment? Can you live that moment? Being who you really are from inside, rather than trying to be who you are not. Not trying to be your CEO, CA, or whatsoever. Trying to be the human being that you are, the father that you are, the wife that you are. Now, just to complete, if you really had any impact of this conversation that I had, all that I would say is, today when you go home, promise me at least to one person, your own wife or your own child, not to others, okay? Please, at least to one person, will you say, I really love you? Do you promise? Yes. To your own child, to your own wife. Yes? Do you promise? Yes. Yes? Are you ready to be super you only when required? Yes. Are you ready? Yes. Thank you very much. God bless you. I had to really rush. I cut down a lot of things. So bear with me if certain things I missed out on.
Thank you, Dr. C.A. Rita Shah, for bringing the excitement and explaining the word change with various activities and taking us through the journey of ourselves and making us think who we are. I would now request BCICI Chairperson CA Sridhar and CA Sunil Thakkar, partner in Grant Thornton, to please come to the dais to present a token of appreciation to the speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we will have a short break. Please enjoy hot coffee and tea and reassemble back exactly after 15 minutes to win exciting prizes in raffle draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting our session in another minute. Can I please have you all file into the room, please? You may kindly bring your coffee, tea to the table. We will be having the raffle in a few seconds. Another 10 seconds we wait. Otherwise, the people in the hall will benefit from the raffle. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll be having raffles, which is sponsored by Keval Ram. May I please request CA Sridhar to do the honors? Well, Mr. Sridhar is not in the hall, so he's not eligible to even win the raffle. May I please request CA Kapil Batra to come on stage and please give away the raffle. Yes. If you get, you can. Both. You need both. Okay. Yes, and the winner is Nirmal. Is he here? Okay. This is a hell.
The good thing is it's a grill, and he's a ghee wala. Very good. क्या बात है?
It's not that heavy. Thank you. One more. Stanu, one more. Prashant 1, Prashant 2, Prashant 3 gone. Next, please. Mandar, I did not see him today. Mandar, he is not available. Next. Clifford. This is a raffle sponsored by Keval Ram. It's a healthy grill with glass lid. No, Clifford is there. Thank you, gentlemen. To take us through the next session, we have our Treasurer CA Jaideep Rana. Thank you.
Thank you, Subhasri. Welcome back, everyone. I hope the break was very helpful for the business networking. Everyone has enjoyed the tea and snacks.
Thank you. Okay.
The world is moving in the new direction. The machine intelligence are basically getting shift from the human intelligence. We want actually new facilities, new, easier life. And for that, it's very important that we get intelligent machines. And that machines can help us to think about how the world is going to change our life. We have a prominent speaker who is also a president of Bahrain Artificial Intelligence Society, going to give us some glimpse about how these changes will impact on our day-to-day life. So I would request Alexa, can you play artificial intelligence and about Mr. Jassim?
Oh. Dr. Jassim Haji, President, Artificial Intelligence Society, Bahrain. Dr. Jassim Haji has management and executive experience in aviation, hospitality, technology, and telecommunication for over 30 years. He has served on the board of directors of a leading hospitality and tourism technology provider in the Middle East and on SITA Council, representing Middle East and North Africa. He has also been part of the Bahrain Center of Excellence. He has received his doctorate in business administration. He has completed his master's degree in management of information technology from the University of Sunderland, UK, and graduation in telecommunication from the famed Cable and Wireless College, Cornwall, UK. Dr. Jassim Haji.
It's good to see that even the Alexa was basically working with the human. So let's see the intelligence. I would like to call Mr. Jassim, please.
Thank you very much. Is my voice clear? بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير أخوة والأخوات الجالية الهندية، أخوات واخوان من الهند اصدقائنا. Don't worry, I'm not going to continue the presentation in Arabic. When I was a child, I'll just give you a bit of peace. I was raised and born in Gudaybiyah, nearby. So we've grown up with Indian communities. And we always felt, when we were fighting as a childhood, we were teaming up with Indian friends against other Arab neighbors like Palestinians and Egyptians, fighting them. So we were very closer as a community, as Bahrainis, to Indian society than others. So we are here with our families and friends. In a minute, I'm going to display a video, short video about artificial intelligence and how this is evolving the world. One of your colleagues was explaining to me that there is an annual election in BCCI and there is a new president every year. And I was telling him, I think maybe the next president or after will not be a human, will be a robot in the society. And the same thing was somebody suggesting to me. Tomorrow we have a great event in Bahrain that is election, the parliamentary election that happens every 4 years. And again, somebody asked me, why don't you, as a figurehead, put yourself forward? And I said, no, I'm going to prepare a robot for the next 4 years, so he's going to represent the society. So that's how the world, I think, is going to change in years to come, without exaggerating. But just to get an idea between understanding of artificial intelligence moderately and having a good knowledge, how many of you have a good knowledge of artificial intelligence, if I may see some hands? But if we say just a moderate knowledge of artificial intelligence, yeah? So I think talking outside, there were a few people talking about it. So we're going to talk about how this is going to be changing the world, how it's impacting Bahrain, as I said, because this is the concern. And we'll talk a little bit about the society and what we're trying to do in this part of the world with our dimensions, limitations that we have in this country. So if I may just take 2-3 minutes to put the video on to give you an idea of artificial intelligence, and don't be scared of this.
Of artificial intelligence is one of the hottest topics in the daily news. AI is already leaving the laboratory and showing up in many aspects of our lives. Within the next few years, AI will be embedded in almost everything. It will help educate our children, heal our sick, and lower our energy bills. It will catch criminals, increase crop yields, and help us uncover new worlds of augmented and virtual reality. But fear about the future of jobs and work is higher than it's been since the Great Depression of the 1930s. We've spent the last 3 years thinking about what to do when machines do everything, separating the hype from the reality. The bottom line, if you take the right steps, it's going to be all right. In fact, better than all right. For those who are prepared, AI is about to generate incredible new growth. But if you delay or take too many of the wrong steps, you and your company may face an extinction event. Will the new machines replace workers? Yes, there will be blood. Intelligent machines will automate some jobs away, put pressure on others, and leave behind those unable to keep up. But fears of a jobless future are misguided. Some jobs will go away, but millions of existing jobs will be enhanced, and millions more new jobs will be created. Figuring out what to do within this churn is what this book is all about. So what should you do when machines do everything? The early winners are showing us the way. Automate everything you can. Instrument everything you can. Enhance every person you can. Discover and invent all of the possible futures you can. We are in an amazing time, but we all need to learn the new rules of the AI economy. This book is your field guide. What to do when machines do everything. How to get ahead in a world of AI, algorithms, bots, and big data.
This is the brain that we're planning in future to have it and have both sides. First, let us be optimistic about how the artificial intelligence is going to turn things around, more than saying the jobs will be lost. The jobs will be lost. There is no two ways about it. There are no two ways about whether we in Bahrain, and let's be specific, are ready for it, or are we going to adapt to it, or if we have an option of adapting to artificial intelligence or not. The answer is you do not have a choice. We will have to do that. There are two choices. There's a choice of being a pioneer and being part of the evolution of the artificial intelligence, and the other one is to wait until everybody else does it, and then you'll be forced to do it, and you'll be forced by the conditions imposed on you. Historically, Bahrain was always a pioneer in technologies, everything, even in, most of you are in fintech and blockchain. We started well in advance. In IoT, in other sectors. But unfortunately, in artificial intelligence, we are not there yet. We haven't even started strong steps towards implementing it. If I may just give you an example of what's happening around us. In United Arab Emirates, there is a ministry and there's a minister for artificial intelligence. The whole artificial intelligence is handled by them. It's not an e-government, it's not a minister of transportation. It's a minister who reports to Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and he gives them a report on artificial intelligence, how they move in. You will see in a minute how many projects are happening there and how many billions and tens of billions every year are spent on these projects. You look at Qatar, Oman, and other locations, they are doing the same. One of the biggest projects in the region, in the Middle East, and probably in the world, is happening not far from here. Does anybody know what is the biggest project, most expensive project is happening in the next, starting from now until 2030? Just giving you a hint. No, as a project by itself, as a city, let me make it closer. Neom City. You all heard of Neom City? Neom City is going to be built by the Red Sea and near Jordan and Egypt. Is greenfield from zero. Is the project of the century by His Highness Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia and his vision for 2030. This city is expected to be built anywhere between $500 billion to $3 trillion. And there is no matching on the way this city is going to be built. The airport is 3 times bigger than Dubai Airport. The city itself is going to be multiple times bigger than Dubai and Abu Dhabi. The whole city will be built on technology and particularly on artificial intelligence. This is the guidelines by the highest levels over there. So imagine the opportunities and the amount of work that will be put in place in that city in terms of artificial intelligence. The guidelines are that this city, when it is built, is going to be 5 times more advanced than any city in the whole world. Now, of course, you will ask, where are we? And when I say we are all together, Bahrain, from all these big projects, from these technologies. And this is where we coming in and pushing for it and saying, look, let's be very honest with ourselves. We in Bahrain do not have the investment capabilities that other neighbors or bigger sisters have in the GCC. You know, we cannot invest like UAE do on artificial intelligence in tens of billions or in hundreds of millions, if I want to be more moderate, in the artificial intelligence, as you can see, and we will talk about the projects that are coming up and as the development is happening. The biggest, I was talking to some of the friends outside, the biggest capital we have in Bahrain is our people, human capital. And the Western companies are not investing in this country as supposed to do so. You know, they come up in technology, I'm talking about particularly. They bring, a small group of people, sell licenses, which is a piece of paper for using 500, 1,000 licenses and make money out of it. But what's it doing for the country in terms of employment? 10, 15 people, they're all salespeople. There is nothing to do with the technology, nothing to do with the education. There aren't many Bahrainis employed there. It's different than UAE. UAE, they have a big internet city where they have thousands of people working there. And again, there it is only people who are doing sales. There is no evolution. So what we're perpetuating and proposing and putting Bahrain forward as a research and development for artificial intelligence in the whole Middle East. Because we have every year hundreds, if no more than 1,000 employees graduated from various universities in the area of technology, which are ready to be invested and prepared for artificial intelligence, where we can ask these multinational companies, the Silicon Valley companies, to come here and invest in developing products, programs in artificial intelligence, make them ready to diversify and distribute them the whole Middle East. This is how you started in India 25, 30 years ago. India was not a center of Silicon Valley in the world, but it started with exporting expertise or taking pace for other multinationals to invest there and do a research and development and use the product and send them away. But then it converted, of course, to be one of the biggest centers for companies like Infotech and others, and Tatas, to develop and such things. So we in Bahrain, we need to start from there, from developing our people to work in technologies, and this is the future. Unfortunately, I had a statistics that over 50% of our graduates from universities in technology, they end up not working in the field of technology because there aren't many opportunities. They end up working in banks, in insurance companies, and motor showrooms as a salespeople. They're intelligent people, but they couldn't find the opportunities. So when they found a better salary, better prospect, they move on there. Now we need to bring them all back under one umbrella to do the distribution. There aren't any, unfortunately, all the multinational companies, European and Americans, they don't invest in people in this part of the world. The last one was before 2011 in Egypt, but that's vanished. So the Middle East needs a center, it needs talents, and we are Bahrain, should be the center for that. We don't have, as I said earlier, buying power, but we have the people to develop this and to be one of the leaders in the regions. So that's what we're trying to do in the society and be part of the artificial intelligence, because this is going to take the world for many years to come. And I think, with all the respect with the blockchain that's happening and IoT, others, all complementing or parts of the artificial intelligence which overlooks such futuristic activities. Now, in few words for those people who still have the doubts on what is the AI, in a simple language, technology had two phases. The first phase, which started many years ago, was to provide information through internet, through servers and data centers to humans to facilitate your job, to go there and fetch the information, to process it. But you are the key person behind the desk. Information is provided to you through the dashboard, through business intelligence, etc. Now, the computers got smarter, and they say, why the hell we provide the information to the human being, so why can't we do the whole thing ourselves? So now, the artificial intelligence is saying, well, okay, it's not anymore about facilitating the information to human being. We, as robots, are more intelligent than you. And these are exact words if you looked at some of the old movies of Arnold Schwarzenegger and others about robotics, space, etc. And we were just watching it in the evenings with our kids and thinking this is science fiction and enjoy the movie. But now it's beyond the movie. Actually, human brain is being replicated to the machines through machine learning, deep learning. These are some of the, of course, more sophisticated terms that I don't want to get into through this forum. But the human brain is very complicated. And one of the neurologists was telling me there are 2 trillion cells that is processed with the brain. And this is what the artificial intelligence is doing now, replicating the human brains through making decisions independent of the human being. Of course, there are certain controls, but all the layers are being disappearing and coming to ultimate intelligence to take those decisions. And I make so many sessions in this country, in the schools and universities, but also only to parents like yourselves. I tell them, you know, your job is very safe now, and maybe you can stay in your job for the next 10 years or 15 years, etc. But I tell you what, your children's future is not safe anymore. You cannot plan the career of your children as your parents did for you. You cannot say, you know, most of them you are accountants, if you want your children to be the accountants and say, well, If you are a chartered accountant with master degrees, your job is safe and you'll always find opportunities. No, you have a challenge from competitors, and your competitors are these people. They will be taking your jobs and other people's jobs. They'll be doing it more efficiently, faster, more transparently. Now, I'll give you a few examples, but if you give me any jobs in this world, even right now, just throw and say a job, and I'll tell you how it has been replaced by the machines. And that's happening today, not future. You go on the Google every day and search for artificial intelligence latest news. Just do that. And you say on that day, there is a new invention of a machine learning somewhere in the world, something done to eliminate human factor, to do it cheaper, faster, and more adequately. So it is the blood coming up. Silicon Valley companies are taking over. Kodak, they sold the company a few years ago, and it was, I think, just around 100,000 employees. And it was a few billions, less than 10. Now you look at the technology companies. Look at Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube. You know how many employees each had when they sold them? How many? Guess. Sorry? They had, one of them, for instance, Instagram, they had 65 employees. They sold them for over $18 to $20 billion. Now imagine how much each employee is worth in that company. Divide that, you are the accountant, the number by 65. All right? I think Instagram was something like 18 people when they sold it. And it was, again, tens of billions of people. So these high-tech companies with tens of billions, and as you go, it increases to hundreds of billion worth, they don't have, I mean, don't look at Google and Microsoft where they're having a bigger picture. But most of them are, by the way, they are salespeople. They're not the people who are really developing algorithm. But you see that the whole concept is changing. Jobs are decreasing. There are more demands on those jobs. And the value is getting higher and higher and higher. Wall Street Journal, I think it was a couple of years back, they brought technology. The whole Wall Street Journal employees were 150,000 because of technology was reduced to 100,000. And soon they will be refreshing that as well. So maybe the Wall Street Journal will end up with 10,000 employees from that many. So, a few applications of what's happening around the world. Donald Trump talked about the military budget of $700 billion, I think a few weeks ago. $700 billion for 1 year. That's not a joke. And then there was an explanation beyond that, and saying most of that budget, I think it was over 45% of it, will be spent on bringing military with artificial intelligence. They're not going to go deep into just making weapons for soldiers to use or pilots, etc. That's you see where these companies are coming from. The programming is being developed. I will come in a minute and talk about drones. But for instance, Boeing, and this is the area that I'm very aware of, they already announced in 2025 they will have the first aircraft without pilots. Of course, olden days you had 2 pilots and an engineer sitting in the back. And then you had 2 pilots with autopilot facility. Because the aircraft, when you take off, they put it on autopilot and it'll take you to the other place. But they are there to monitor, to do the landing, manual landing, etc. But they're going with pilotless aircraft. Imagine you're sitting on the aircraft and having a cup and tea, and the aircraft is going by itself and land there. So it's a scary thought. It'll take cultural diversity to accept, to travel through those. But this is what's happening. Drones in Afghanistan, they've been, Americans, they target, for instance, Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. And you think these drones are run by people sitting over there. These are the people who go in suits every day in the morning in Philadelphia from home, 15 minutes drive to Pentagon, and drive those drones from there and hit places in Afghanistan. So the whole control is elsewhere. Of course, there's a big risk here. What's going to happen, because it's all connected to the internet, to the wireless. And if you have smart friends like Russians who can intercept that, then of course you can move the whole aircraft to elsewhere. You can crash it, you can use the drones to head somewhere else, because it's all to do with, of course, Internet of Things and other remote connectivities that is coming into place. We talked about decoding of the foreign languages, but I'll tell you in a minute on how these things move on. On the face recognitions and voice recognitions that has been used moderately in airports to identify criminals or people with different attitudes. Now factories in the West with hundreds of employees or thousands of employees getting rid of the supervisors and the managers to oversee those employees. You know by how? By the face recognitions. There are cameras around, but these cameras are not monitored by human beings to see what activities you do. The artificial intelligence monitors the faces of employees and sends the reports and evaluate their performance. They will see the body language if these employees are actually lazy, if they're doing the work, if they feel sleepy, or are they into the actions. It is the same thing that has been implemented now in the classrooms, and I will come to it in a minute. So on the science and on the medical, there's a big revolution that's happening on those. Many people ask me, parents, when we talk to them, that they send people to their children to study over 7-8 years in medical. And I tell them, well, there will not be enough jobs in future for doctors in the hospitals. That is going away as well. Now, radiologists, this is one of the quickest things that will go away. Why do you need a radiologist to take your X-ray, ultrasound, and write a report and you take it to the doctor? The machine will take your ultrasound, will put a report, it will identify what is wrong with you, and it will recommend remedies and drugs and tablets for you. The most complicated or sensitive operations are on a prostate. There's a lot of, with the men, there is a chances of bleeding because there are very sensitive veins happening during the operations. Now, the most successful operations in that area, and by 80% and more, are done by robots, not by doctors, without intervention of single medical person. They are going and completely making the operations. And these are happening today in the US with a success rate of much higher than human doctors are doing it. Of course, for you, God forbid, needing that to sit and say, well, the machine is going to do and nobody else is in the room, you're not going to give your body to it. But the future is going to happen like that. So the weather patterns and things that is happening, there are lots of stories of what happened in California. That would have been avoided by artificial intelligence that's happening. Manufacturing is one of the fastest area that is disappearing, and the lower level jobs are going away. Don't worry, your accountant jobs will go away as well. But those are going faster. They're doing it with the help of robots. It's not only because it's cost effective, but it's faster, it's more accurate. Chatbots. I know one person knows chatbots. I was talking to her earlier. But how many people know chatbots? Okay. Chatbots it's a variation, sorry, from an elementary level to the highest levels. Do you know many big organizations getting rid of the call centers with chatbots? There are no more agents to talk to you. And we're not talking about chat line that, for instance, companies use or somebody else is sitting. One of the biggest elements beyond, as I said earlier, the artificial intelligence is the big data. Big data basically is unstructured data that is available on the internet, on the Google, in your company data. That is like your old closet that you put it in the cupboard, but you don't know anything about it, and you probably don't come back to it. But this intelligence will go and fetch the data that is required at any time and bring it back to you. So the robot or the machine that is talking to the customer can provide him or her any information that is required through a quick search on the big data, on the company information, and it does the voice recognition to answer the questions, and for instance, in the airline industry, do the booking without the requirements to go online or to provide information on the other side, and it will provide you with all the information and the features that you may require on that, for instance, the flight, or in the banking sector, for instance. All that is happening now through the chat box. I don't know why it keeps moving. Okay. So there has been some, for instance, information. Alexa was one of the early birds of chatbots. In Saudi Arabia, they brought a robot called Sophia. I don't know if you heard about it. It was the first robot who had another country's citizenship. They had Saudi citizenships. And they made a live chat with her on the stage, asking her questions and answering questions. Smart questions, difficult questions. But of course, that was too expensive to implement it for the consumer part. But now, as the technology, like everything else, getting more condensed, the cost is going lower. And again, I'll go back. This is all about algorithm, it's about mathematics, it's about processes. Artificial intelligence is not only technology, is everything behind it, is the processes, is the people who needs to put that in place. Driverless cars. We talked about driverless airplanes and drones, but this is coming. Last week, there was the first driverless taxi in Dubai. I don't know if you read about it. But in UK, for instance, in 2022, they already, or 23, declared there will be driverless cars in the roads. UAE, I think 2025, there will be flying cars. They're all without human interactions. Of course, there are lots of processes behind it, lots of policies, how you think you guys are involved in VAT, you think that is complicated. Well, how is it going to happen with such technologies that are coming up? Imagine roads, you're driving and somebody's putting a signal and comes in front of you, and all of a sudden you see no one there. So you're wondering if somebody's drunk and sleeping in the car or is a driverless car. So, but that is coming up, especially in the transportation industry where you cut down the requirement for drivers, for accidents. And in Europe, of course, they started with the electrical cars, but now the driverless cars are becoming more and more available. So in medical, we talked about it, but now human being doctors, they need continuous development. They need continuous reading, unless it is something simplified. But the artificial intelligent doctors, they have wealth of information from all over the world that they can identify a case with different articles or information that's written and identified in seconds. Imagine let's take two important cases that's happening in the health industry, which is cause of most deaths. One is a heart attack, second is cancers. When do you find out about these two? God forbidden to any of you. But when do the doctors tell you about it? About the cancers, either it's too late that they inform you. Heart attacks, actually when it happens, they will inform you. So now with artificial intelligence, the theory has shown that they can identify heart attacks well in advance, hours, with the symptoms, of course, with the aid of devices carried on human, hours before it's happening. So imagine somebody knowing that he's going to have a heart attack in 1 hour, through the intelligence and through remote connectivity that they're having to the hospitals, to the intelligence. How many lives will be saved by that? To go and say to the doctor or go hospital, well, I'm going to have a heart attack in 45 minutes. Can you do something about it? Cancers, imagine how many cases can be resolved or cured if they are caught in early stages, and again through the machine learning and through machine indications. That's a big revolution in the medical industry. And if you think of the human being, I think getting to that level through a manual processes that is happening, and that has not been happening for the last 80 years, will take us another 100 years. Maybe a human being can catch up with that kind of stuff. China introduced last week the first artificial intelligence newsreader, or a robot newsreader. And of course, one of them is real and one of them is not real. And there's a video for that. Of course, by looking at it, you don't know which one it is. And even by listening to them, you cannot tell unless you are very picky. Now, this newsreader can read any news in any languages that is put in front of him. He can also pick up information from various news agencies, process it at the same time, and based on the country, based on the priority, puts the most important news on the top and briefs it and goes through it. Now, imagine that something else is gone, the media. Now, I'm just putting the few examples. I could be sitting here until tomorrow and give you an example of each industry and say how those things will disappear. The drones are taking over, again, as from the military point of view and from civilians. By the way, Russia announced, again, a few months ago, of submarines, one of the biggest submarines without crew that can be controlled remotely, which is more difficult. In the air, you can do a better frequency communication, but when it is underwaters and trying to communicate with them. Of course, for instance, the driverless cars, UAE, they found out that if it's running on 4G SIM card and the car is in the roads and suddenly the line is cut off, you haven't paid the bill or something else, the car is stuck in the road. You cannot do anything about it. But of course, these are problems that we don't want to simplify that will come up. But the civilian use now every other ways. You don't find helicopters or cameramen sitting on the roofs. The drones will do the job. Your job will go as well, by the way. We'll have a drone here and it will take our photo, not you. So, just looking at the markets of the jobs. On the right side, these are the jobs that will be created in terms of percentage, and on the left of this line, the jobs that will be lost. Of course, you can see in services sectors, wholesale, construction, finance, insurance, defense, all those, manufacturing, the most area that you see the jobs will go. But there will be other jobs, maybe not traditionally same as what they do today in the health sector and other areas that will bring opportunities for smarter jobs. We call them smart jobs, but not normal jobs to do the same. So these are the things. One of the surveys shows 47% of the current jobs will go, 47%. Another survey says in 3 years' time, there will be 30% of the jobs in 3 years' time, and by the time it gets here, let's say 5 years' time, 30% of them do not exist today. So even you don't know what these jobs are in 3 years' time. That's why in technology, it's difficult for people to predict the next 10 years, 15 years. You can predict up to 3 years to be very relevant to that. And giving you some percentage on the growth and the GDPs that's happening. You can see UAE and Saudi Arabia is doing that. Egypt, they're trying to, but I don't know if there is an investment over there that is happening. And similar things in billions and numbers that we can see that's coming up as part of their GDPs. So I think I tried to summarize it, but that's how we're saying that artificial intelligence is going to change our life. There's much more to say. And I hope it has been very bit, even on a basic levels, informative for you guys, for your, at least children's future, and having some food for thought for your future. So thanks for listening to me, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, Dr. Jasim. Thank you, Dr. Jasim. I believe everyone has enjoyed and get enlightened about the artificial intelligence. And we don't allow the question and answer session. But I have one question which I personally believe everyone will have the same question in their mind. The question about, do you have any artificial intelligence which can help to assess the spouse's mind, what is going on with their mind? I mean to say, what's going on the mind of the husband about the wife and wife about the husband?
I'll tell you in one word, but for ladies, excuse me to say this, but I think human brain for men is limited. But ladies are to the husbands, are their mother, their wife, their children. So their mind, I think, is bigger than men's minds, so they are more intelligent in that.
Thanks for your enlightening about the mindset. For the time being, we have a shortage of time and we have another sessions to start over. I would like to call CA Sridhar, our chairperson. And also I would like to invite CA Nath, video partner. Please, CA Sandeep Sir, carry the next session.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After an embracing session as to how an artificial intelligence is changing the world, let's gear ourselves for another interesting session on subject which is close to every CA's heart. As chartered accountants, the term accounting and auditing gets embedded in our DNA. The day we join the course, traditionally, we have learned that when accounting process ends, auditing begins. However, global financial crisis, technology disruption, and increased expectation from the regulators has transformed and redefined the traditional role of accountants and auditors. to ensure great transparency and understanding for all stakeholders. To enlighten us more on this subject, we have with us ICICI past President CA N.P. Sharda. May we have audio, please?
CA N.P. Sarda, past President ICAI. CA Sarda was President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, in 1993 to 1994. He was also the Chairman of Deloitte India from 2007 to 2011. He has practiced as partner of an audit firm for 41 years. He has delivered lectures for CA students for over 2 decades and on professional subjects at several seminars and conferences in India and abroad. He has held positions as Public Interest Director on the Board of the Stock Exchange, Mumbai, a member on the board of the erstwhile International Accounting Standards Committee, London, a member of IFRS Advisory Council, London. Currently, he is an independent director on the boards of various companies. CA N.P. Sarda.
Friends, please welcome CA N.P. Sharda to present his topic, Changing the Dynamics of Static Subject, Accounting and Auditing.
It is a great pleasure to be with you this evening. I have been here earlier. I was a speaker in the first international conference in January 2009. And I had come again in 2015 in the annual conference. And this is the third occasion I'm here with you. At present, I'm having some constraints and challenges. The first constraint is that I'm going to speak on the subject accounting and auditing to the persons who are having highest qualification in accounting and auditing. And I'm going to speak on changes in accounting and auditing in last 45, 50 years in just 45 minutes. And I'm going to speak to an audience who have been sitting there right from 8:30 in the morning, 8 hours sitting, so their concentration levels must have been down. It is challenge to speak to them, but there is only one silver lining. And the silver lining is that since I'm the last batsman, you don't expect much from me. The theme of this conference is embrace change and grow. We were told in the morning by the Swamiji that we have to change. We have to change ourselves. We have to embrace the change. And if we don't change, we become irrelevant. Particularly when you are auditing computerized accounts in a highly automated situation. If you use your old techniques of auditing, of casting and posting and vouching and so many other things, putting ticks on the client's records. If you don't change in this computerized and automated environment, you become irrelevant. History of accounting and auditing is very old. It goes to 1500 BC. There is some literature. What is accounting, auditing? I will not go into this. There are constraints of time. Accounting is a science or art. Yes, it is both. In a way, there is a body of knowledge. There are rules and regulations. At the same time, there is application of human mind. when you apply the accounts. Why different accounting policies? In different jurisdictions, different regulations, trades, customs, usages, culture, everything differs, and there are different viewpoints. Somewhere cost is preferred, somewhere fair value is preferred. Why formation of accounting standards? Because there are different accounting policies which you can follow. That doesn't mean you can follow convenient accounting. There has to be some rules of the game, and that is accounting standards. And we are going to discuss today how the horizons, dimensions, and dynamics of accounting auditing are changing. I started giving lectures for CA students in 1968, 50 years ago. Subject accounting and auditing. Today also I'm speaking on the same subject after 50 years. But the dynamics have changed, dimensions have changed, horizons have changed. In accounting auditing, there are some concepts, the going concern, consistency, accrual. I will not go into that. There is revenue recognition, the matching concept, cost and revenue. If cost is incurred in this year, revenue in the next year, you transfer the cost to the next year. Can you do the reverse? Answer is no. If revenue, you have to decide in which year it falls, and the cost can follow. But it cannot happen the other way around, that the cost is incurred in this year, revenue is next year, so revenue you bring in this year. That is not allowed in accounting. So first you have to decide in which year revenue arises, and then the cost can follow, as the dog follows in the Videocon the advertisement, that wherever the network goes, it follows. There are varying focus in different jurisdictions on cost, fair value. Cost is realistic, but fair value is more relevant. As accountants, we would like to have cost because it is measurable. But the user wants fair value. He is not interested in the cost incurred once upon a time. There is focus on time value of money. If something you are going to receive at a future point of time, and you are not going to earn interest on that outstanding amount, in that case the present value is lower, and that is time value of money. Substance over form. That legal substance is more relevant than the form in the accounting world. Say legal control and control in substance. You have a subsidiary. Legal control, you are holding more than majority of the voting power. Then you have a legal control. But control in substance, supposing you are holding 49% capital, but you have a right to appoint the managing director and the finance director of that company. You are able to govern the operating and financing policies of that company. You have a control in substance, even though you are holding 49%. This is the legal control and control in substance. Legal obligation, obligation in substance. Supposing you have announced VRS scheme, those employees who have accepted the scheme before the year end, legal liability has arisen. But control in substance, that you have announced the VRS scheme. Some have accepted, some have not yet accepted. But whatever is the estimated amount likely to be accepted, that is the obligation in substance. And the accounting standards normally give preference to the substance over the legal form. There is a growing importance of intangible assets. In the past, plant and machinery was very important. And now, the intangible assets, the brand, is very, very important, and it has a great value. Financial instruments, the importance is growing, and we shall discuss financial instruments in detail. The concepts are evolving. I was talking about 50 years back. At that time, these concepts were not very much in the vogue. Concept of consolidation, concept of segment reporting. That if you have different companies in the same group, you would like to know the position of the group as a whole. And if you have one company and you have various departments, you would like to know the profitability and the operations of each department. So consolidation, segment reporting, these new concepts are coming. Impairment, that apart from depreciation and amortization, impairment is also required. Is it okay? Deferred tax accounting. Is it okay? You are able to hear? Deferred tax accounting. That the tax effect is in a different year and the transaction is in a different year, how you bring the matching through the deferred tax accounting. Discontinuing operations. That if you have taken a decision to discontinue a major part of your business, what should be the accounting implications? You have to bifurcate your profit and loss account into two parts, the profit from continuing operations and profit from discontinuing operations. So the concepts are changing, new concepts are evolving. Even concepts which are already there, concepts are changing. For example, concept of control in consolidation. I discussed the control in substance, that you are holding 49% capital and having control over that company by appointing managing director and finance director. Concept of control in substance was there in the old accounting standard. Now in new IFRS 10, the concept is different. The concept is that you can say that you are controlling the other company if you have you have a control on the other investing company, if you can have power over the investee company, and you have exposure or rights getting varying returns through your involvement in that investee company, and you have an ability to exercise the power over the investee company to affect those returns. That means three elements. That you have power over the investee company, you are getting some varying returns from that company, and you have a power over that company to influence that. Then it becomes control, and then the consolidation is required. So the concept is changing. Investment in investment company. If you have a subsidiary company, which is you are an investment company, in other company you are having investment. If it is investment is the objective, in that case, consolidation is exempted. You need not consolidate. Accounting for joint venture. Supposing you have a joint control over the other company, you are holding 50% power of the other company. There were two options available earlier. Proportionate consolidation. That 50% of assets, liabilities, expenditure, income, you consolidate. Or the other alternative is, you don't consolidate 50%, but 50% of your interest in that company, in the equity of that company, whatever is the appreciation or depreciation over there, that you bring in your accounts. That is equity accounting, it is called. Now, proportionate consolidation is out, and only equity accounting is allowed. That means if you are holding 50%, you don't consolidate, but you record your interest, appreciation or depreciation in the net wealth of that company, you bring in your books, and that is equity method that is followed. UK and Germany were following equity method. France and Spain were following proportionate consolidation. And when this IFRS changed, the France and Spain had to change their accounting. business combinations. That if there is a combination of two companies, maybe amalgamation, absorption, there were two alternatives, two concepts. One is acquisition concept. You take over assets, you take over liabilities, you are giving consideration, excess of consideration over what you take over is the goodwill what you are paying. That is acquisition concept. Second concept, pooling of interest concept. That there are two companies, A and B, two are merging, you add assets, you add liabilities, you add the reserves, capital of one company continues, capital of the other company is substituted by issuing new shares to that company. The amalgamation reserve comes into existence, goodwill does not come into existence. There were two methods. Now, the pooling of interest concept is out, it is not allowed, and only acquisition concept continues, unless it is the company within the same control. Concepts are changing. Financial instruments. We had a standard on investment, how to value investment. Now, financial instrument is a much wider word. It covers investment, it covers several other financial contracts. Maybe forward contract, maybe futures contract, maybe options, various types of contracts, hedging contract. So many contracts are covered by the financial instruments. And the financial instruments valuation, the standard, the accounting concepts are changing. There was financial crisis in 2008, and because of the financial crisis, the G20 leaders told the accounting standard setters that your standards for measurement, fair value measurement of financial instruments are not adequate. There are complex financial instruments, and so the FASB and IASB worked to bring the new standards, and IFRS 9 lays down the concepts on financial instruments. IFRS 9, the work started in 2008, 2009, and completed in 2014. And it was done in stages, that first on measurement of financial assets and financial liabilities, then on impairment, and then on hedging. All components were done one by step, and finally, 2014, entire IFRS 9 came into existence. And under IFRS 9, the debt instruments, the measurement is at amortized cost or fair value. There are two options. But which option you can exercise, the rules are laid down. And the rules depend upon your business model. If your business model is that you have given some asset, some loan, some bond you have invested, and what you are going to get the return, and you are going to get the principal at the one maturity. And you are going to wait until maturity, then you follow amortized cost method. But if your intention is not to wait until maturity, you may dispose of in the market at any time, then you follow the fair value model. So amortized cost, that is the discounted value of the future returns, or the fair value. These two are the methods depending upon your business model. Equity instruments are classified as fair value through profit and loss account. And there is an irrevocable election that you can decide that some strategic equity investments, appreciation or depreciation, you would not like to take to P&L, you can take to your other comprehensive income. That option you can exercise right at the beginning if you wish. Financial liabilities, they are valued at fair value through P&L or amortized cost. And derivatives, that your contract has some element like inflation or rate of exchange or market price or security price, and that goes on changing, and the value of your contract goes on changing, that is called derivative, and that has to be valued at fair value. If there is embedded derivative, earlier in the financial instrument standard, the host contract and the embedded derivative, both were valued separately. Now the IFRS 9 requires that derivative and the host financial asset no longer separated. You have to value as one asset in their entirety. Hedge accounting, under this new standard IFRS 9, finalized in 2014, is optional, but it allows an entity to reflect risk management activities. Impairment, that if you have invested in bonds or debentures, in loans, you have invested, and you want to know the impairment, in that case, there was earlier the concept of incurred loss, that you find out that whether that loan is recoverable or not, if is there any impairment, and then you make the provision for the impairment. Now, there is not only incurred loss, but expected loss you have to take into consideration, and you have to make based on expected credit losses, the loss allowance has to be made, and that is equal to the 12 months expected credit losses. And if there is deterioration after the initial recognition, then you have to take the entire lifetime credit losses we have to estimate, and you have to take into consideration for deciding your impairment. Concepts are changing. Concept of revenue. There was IAS 11, accounting for construction contracts. And there was IAS 18, accounting for revenue other than construction contracts. In IAS 11, the concept was that if you have under construction contract and it takes 4 or 5 years, how do you estimate the profit or loss? Whether every year on percentage of completion method or only in the 5th year when the contract is completed. And there were 2 methods, completed contract, percentage of completion method. IAS 11, construction contracts. For other revenue, the principle was that when the risks and rewards are transferred, you recognize the revenue. You have to decide whether the major substantial risk and rewards have been transferred to the other party. If yes, you can recognize the revenue. IAS 11 and IAS 18, these were there. And sometimes there was confusion that whether it is a contract, construction contract in the nature of IAS 11, or it is a revenue contract in the nature of IAS 18. And there was IFRIC 15 was issued. How do you decide? If you are selling ready-made flat, then you may decide on IAS 18 that when the flat ownership is transferred, substantial risk and rewards are transferred, you recognize the revenue. But if you are constructing some asset on behalf of the other party, the work in progress, then you go by IAS 11, the construction contracts. IFRIC 15 gave the guidance whether to follow IAS 11 or IAS 18. Now there is IFRS 15, revenue, and it covers both. Now the principle is, how do you recognize the revenue? Principle is, first decide what is the contract. In the contract, what are the obligations, performance obligations to be performed? You find out what is the price of the contract, identify the price, contract. Contract price you allocate to various obligations, and as and when each obligation is performed, completed, then you record the revenue. So you have to identify, allocate the contract price among the various components of obligations, and as and when obligation is completed, you record the revenue. And this is the new standard IFRS 15. What does it mean? Supposing you have sold the goods and you have given some commitment for maintenance or other services in the subsequent period after sale. In the year sale is complete, but some services you have to perform in the subsequent year. Earlier in the standard, what you used to do, that you will recognize revenue now because the sale is complete. Risk and rewards are transferred. Some obligation continues, commitment for some service in the future period, and for that commitment you provide the liability. Now if your other part, that second part, other commitment is very substantial, in that case, first you allocate the contract revenue, that what is for the sale of goods and what is for the commitment for the subsequent maintenance. I'm assuming both are very substantial. In that case, first you decide, allocate the price over the two obligations. Sale of the goods is complete in this year. You record the revenue of that portion now, and the commitments are performed in the subsequent year. As and when that is done, you record the revenue in that year. So these concepts are changing. Revenue, the concept is totally changed than what it was earlier. Standard on leasing. In the leasing, as far as lessor is concerned, accounting treatment remains same. But the lessee used to record only the lease rent for the current period in the accounts. Future obligation, lease rent payable every year in the future was not brought into the books by the lessee. Now the standard requires that supposing you have taken a building on a lease for 10 years, and you have done a commitment that for 10 years your agreement is entered into, you can't withdraw it, you can't give back out. 10 years commitment to pay the building lease rent, and for 10 years. In the books of the lessee, earlier it was enough if you provided the lease rent for the current year. Now you have to bring in the books the right to use the building for the next 10 years as an asset, and the lease rent payable in the next 10 years as a liability, of course after discounting to the present value. So even in the operating lease, you have to bring the future obligation in the books of account. That is the new concept which is coming. We will spend a few minutes on evolution of IFRS. IASC was there, International Accounting Standards Committee, 73 to 2000. That did the main work of reducing the options and trying to eliminate the differences. And IOSCO, the International Organization of Security Exchanges, their approval they wanted, that the standards developed should be accepted on the stock exchanges of the world. In 2001, IASB was formed. IAS developed, were taken over, and new IFRS started being developed. Aim was to formulate single set of highly qualified standards, and European Commission gave the acceptance to the IFRS in 2005, and that gave a major boost to IFRS. ISB 2006 to 2009, IASB and FASB, both were competitors. IFRS and US GAAP, they were competing. Now they started coordinating. There were convergence projects, and those convergence projects were done during this period. There was an MOU with FASB, and there was discussion on harmonization was replaced by focus on convergence. Financial crisis in October, we discussed G20 leaders and financial instrument standard and fair value measurement standards were evolved. 2007, Japan signed MOU. Now, 2010 to 17, what is being done, apart from the consolidation standard, etc., 3 major MOU projects completed, IFRS 9 in 2014, IFRS 15 on revenue in 2015, IFRS 16 on lease in 2016, and another major project on IFRS 17 on insurance completed in 2017. There is work on two major projects still continuing, and one is financial instruments with characteristics of equity. That if there is an which includes element of debt and equity both, for example, convertible debentures, debenture and equity both. In that case, how to segregate? On that, further work is being done, and the project is on at the moment. IFRS 3, phase 3 and 4 is now more focused on implementation rather than bringing new standards. Implementation, transit resource group, better communication with the persons who are applying standards, that is going on. IFRS is used in 144 out of 166 jurisdictions at the moment. 144 out of 166. But the implementation of IFRS is with local jurisdiction, and that's why the success of IFRS depends on the work of many parties, and only just the quality of IFRS standard is not enough. Let us come to auditing. Risk and challenges are increasing in auditing. Increasing size of business, entities and groups. There are many locations where the business is done, many subsidiaries are there. Increasing complexities of business transactions, complex financial instruments, and complex contracts are there. Rapid changes, volatility, changes which used to take place in a decade now take place in less than a year. Increasing uncertainties. At the end of the year, when you prepare financial statements, you have to make number of provisions, number of valuations, number of estimates. And when you have to make these estimates, uncertainties are there. And these uncertainties are increasing, valuation and estimates becoming more and more difficult. Changing regulatory and economic environment. Increasing internal and external risk, market risk, price risk, rate of interest risk, rate of exchange, risk of concentration, technology risk, obsolescence, innovation. Corporate frauds are increasing. Fraudulent reporting, misappropriation of frauds, and the expectations of users are increasing. Greed, over-optimism, and pressures to show better inflated results, that is increasing. Now we have to give quarterly result, and the desire of the management is that every year, every quarter, the result should be better than the previous quarter. With that desire and with that objective, they prepare the accounts. Failures of business entities are increasing. Bends on the road of business are becoming deeper and more frequent. If we study the 10 major corporate frauds, it reveals that most of them are management frauds. Frauds done by the top management, not by some employees downward. Top management has done the fraud. Enron, WorldCom, subprime mortgage, Satyam, Devu, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, AIG, four more, Bernie Madoff, and Barlow Klaus. All these 10 major corporate frauds which have taken place, if you study, they were management frauds done by the top management. They were done how they were done? By fraudulent financial reporting. And why the financial reporting, fraudulent reporting was done? To cover one of the two objectives. Either the objective was to cover the misappropriation of assets, or the objective was to cover the deteriorating financial position. These were one of the two objectives, or sometimes both, for which the management frauds were committed. And for frauds, the expectations of users are increasing. You are going to discuss tomorrow the whole subject of fraud, so I need not go into detail. In any case, I don't have time. Audit being done in a highly automated and computerized environment. Old techniques no longer work. Vouching and all those old techniques no longer work. There are increasing automized and online transactions, internet banking, internet shopping, mobile banking. So visiting the branch and doing the branch audit doesn't serve the purpose, because the customer doesn't visit the branch. Customer does the branch banking on the mobile or on the internet. So your audit techniques has to change. Auditing around the computer will not do. Just looking at the computerized output, it looks very beautiful, very clear. Earlier we had to tally the trial balance. Here we need not. Everything is tallied. But auditing through the computer becomes necessary. Effective use of computer controls is required. Computerized environment, computer techniques, can be very difficult if we don't get used to that. But if we get used to that, they can be very helpful to us. If you use computer techniques, you need not do sample audit. You do the audit of the entire universe. You apply your analytical tool. You ask the computer to analyze the data for the entire universe, entire population, and the computer will give you. You want age analysis of the debtors, which are more than this much old. Whatever data you want, you decide the criteria. You decide what are outliers. And once you decide the outliers and tell, the analyst will do the job and will give you the analysis. And you will have to apply judgment on that analysis. Work of the auditor is going to change. Instead of vouching the transaction, preparing the analysis of the transaction through the computer will become more relevant. Analysts will have more value than the vouching of the transaction. Artificial intelligence will come. So many things will be done mechanically, and you need not do routine audit. Instead of routine audit, your machine will do it. But you will have to apply the judgment, what analysis you want, what outliers you want, what are the things, transactions which you want to check. Which are the transactions done beyond office hours? Which are the transactions done at the CFO level? Ask through the computer, get that data, and which are the transactions done by general vouching, general transactions, transfer from one account to another account at the end of the year. Ask the computer to give you those transactions, and you do the audit of those exceptional transactions, and that will help you. So use of computer can be a great enabler. There are so many other risks, and which require special audit consideration. Unusual transaction, not in the normal course of business. Significant transactions with related parties, always a danger, transaction with related party. Major legal disputes, demands, claims. There are tax liabilities running into huge amounts with the authorities. And those things are not settled for years. But you can't wait until those things are settled. You have to prepare your financial statements, and you have to decide whether to provide that tax liability or not to provide. Management override of controls. If controls are not followed at lower level, risk is much less. But if top management decides to override the controls, it was done in Satyam Computer. The managing director himself decided to change the software system to do what he wants. The managing director decided the controls, there was override of the controls, and there was a big fraud. Revenue recognition issues become very important. Off-balance sheet transactions, Enron fraud. Off-balance sheet, there were a number of entities outside the scope of the consolidation, where the obligations were taken, liabilities were taken, losses were incurred, but they were avoided from consolidation somehow by using the loopholes in accounting standards. And the Enron happened. Doubt as to use going concern assumption. Financial statements are prepared on the basis of going concern assumption. If concern is not likely to continue, if there is a risk that the concern may have to be closed down in near future, in that case, accounting policies have to change, auditors' approach has to change, and that becomes very, very relevant. In audit environment, because of this risk, what is the response by the auditor? He has to make effective use of audit techniques, audit standards. He has to do planning. He has to understand the environment, the industry, the client, the business, the accounting policy, the systems, the procedures and controls. He has to understand. He has to spend more time on planning than doing the execution of audit. He has to find out where the things can go wrong, risk assessment procedures and related activities he has to do. And then he has to adopt audit procedures which are responsive to audit risk. There is standard on auditing, international standard on auditing, 330, which gives you that when you identify some risk, how you have to change your audit techniques, what you should do. Special procedures for unusual transactions, evaluation of uncertainties, estimates, You have to use trained and talented audit team. Industry specialization is required when you are doing the audit. Use of computer techniques and consultation with experts required. Auditor need not be expert on everything, but he can take the help of the experts. Auditor himself may not be a computer expert, but he can have the help of computer expert to decide what he should do and how he should do. Use of professional skills and judgment is very, very important. Professional skepticism, very, very important. If you find that company is well reputed, that doesn't mean that there is no risk. Satyam was very well reputed company. All the awards on governance were given to that company. And still the things went wrong. So as auditor, you can never be sure because the client is reputed. You don't have the risk. Even in a reputed client, risk can be there. So professional skepticism has to be there. Discussions with management and those charged with governance. Earlier, there used to be board, directors, and we used to have whether to have dialogue with directors or not. Now, directors are of two types. The executive directors and independent directors. And the independent directors, the executive directors look after management of the company. Independent directors are supposed to look after the governance of the company. And the auditor has now special role through appearing to the audit committee, discussing with the persons, independent directors and the audit committee about the issues we have done. Auditor, if you just do the routine audit, just to satisfy the law, that law requires the audit, so you do it, it has no value to the client. And so what it requires is giving value-added insight. As an auditor, you come to know many things about the organization, about the internal systems, procedures, the efficiencies and inefficiencies over there. And if you use your knowledge and expertise and give value-added insight to the management, it can be really helpful to the management. And only statutory audit for satisfying the rule does not interest the management, but management will be interested if you use your expertise to give value-added suggestions. And appropriate reporting. After all, whatever audit you do for several months, finally it comes out in the report. And the report should be good, it should be adequate to cover the work which you have done. And so the reporting becomes very, very important. There are international standards on auditing. I'm not going to discuss, time is over. But what purpose the international standards on auditing serve? International standards on auditing cover each situation, each audit technique, each situation in which audit is done, each relationship, how the auditor should work with joint auditor, with internal auditor, with the expert, with the board of directors, the persons who are in charge of governance, how the auditor should work with different persons, different situations, different techniques, and these standards lay down a lot of guidance. They have to be followed. It brings a lot of work for the auditor, but at the same time, if the international standards on auditing are followed, you can do really an effective audit. And there are different international standards on auditing, and they lay down what has to be done for audit planning, what has to be done by internal control, audit evidence, all these areas, how the auditor should do, how he should use the work of experts, and how he should come to the audit conclusions and report. His report, it may be a clean report. It will be under ISS 700. If it is a qualified report, ISS 705. And if it is a not qualified report, but you want to invite attention to some matter in substance, it is ISS 706. And there is one new thing now, that you have to give key audit matters, ISS 701. That apart from giving normal auditor's report, key audit matters, that what were the major audit issues arose in the course of audit, and how you discussed with management, how you discussed with independent directors, audit committee, and how you dealt with them. That you have to give key audit matters. It is a new standard becoming very, very relevant. So the world of accounting and auditing is changing. Accounting, auditing, subject remains same, but the world is changing. Lot of changes are taking place, and if you want to be the successful auditor and do the job, you have to remember the theme, and that is the change is taking place. You have to embrace the change. Then only you can grow, then only you can go forward. Embrace the change, and for embracing the change, first change yourself. Change your techniques, change your knowledge, change your expertise, change the way you are doing the audit. And if you do that, you will be able to do the successful audit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA NP Sharda, for refreshing and reviving auditing and accounting in just 50 minutes. Now I would invite our BCICI chairperson, CA Sridhar, and CA Arvind Sharma to come to dais and present a token of appreciation to CA NP Sharda. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would hand over control back to CA Mahesh.
Hello, everyone. Are you all having a good time? Do you know these are the lyrics from a song in a movie? No idea? All right. Thank you, Sardar Saab, for your wonderful and insightful presentation. If you said you are the last man, then I am the 12th person. And if you look at the agenda, I'm supposed to be doing my summation at 5:15, and I have time until 8 o'clock before the next session starts. So please bear with me so that I can make the sum of all things together. Ladies and gentlemen, we started today's event with a sumptuous breakfast, followed by a delightful and artistic presentation by Mr. Khalil Asar. Can I have a raise of hands of all the people who have been in the hall who witnessed his wonderful performance? Thank you, thank you. Followed by his wonderful presentation, we moved on to the inaugural session. We had the representatives from the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism. We had His Excellency, the Indian Ambassador, of course, our good friend, Jamal Fakhru, and President of Bahrain Accountants Association, Abbas Al-Radi, sharing their thoughts and views on the relevance of the theme in the present day and the contribution made by Indian professionals in the growth of the Bahrain economy, and how they're expecting we professionals to ensure that the challenges the Bahrain is going to face in the coming days, especially with the implementation of VAT, is reduced to a large extent. Of course, after that, we had our keynote speaker who changed his subject from the sum of all things and left it for me to do in the evening and made it relevant how you embrace change and ensure that you change a few things and you don't change your values. Profound and significant feedback. The mic itself doesn't want to continue. Profound and significant feedback from his keynote. For those who are not here, embrace change by changing yourselves. And the other thing is, change without changing the values and principles you stand for. I'm sure those who were here since the morning ensured that this session has a lot of takeaways for all of you. After that, we had Mr. Aditya Rath presenting how the customer's experience of tomorrow is going to be made available today and sharing his information on creating tomorrow's experience today and going global. We had then Mr. Nagesh, who prepared us to face the future with confidence. He did mention that jobs are going to be lost, and the landscape of jobs in 2022 is going to change drastically. And he did have a word of caution for us finance professionals to upgrade ourselves so that we don't become redundant. Then we had CA Santana Krishnan taking us inside the boardroom and giving us a picture of how governance works and what are the pitfalls one should avoid while handling sensitive areas. We had CA Rita Shah, who brought the super you and the super me in all of us. We had Mr. Dr. Jasim Haji presenting a very relevant and interesting subject of artificial intelligence and how artificial intelligence is impacting our lives and how artificial intelligence is being developed by our neighboring countries and what role Bahrain can play in becoming an R&D center for artificial intelligence. Lastly, we had the last batsman, CA NP Sarda, past president ICI, presenting his perspective of how the world of accounting and auditing has changed in the last 45 years in a capsule 40 minutes. That was all for today's evening. We are not done yet. We have a cultural event at 8 p.m. I request all you to please assemble by 7:45 so we can start on time. With this, I conclude today's day, and I will see you at around 7:45. All raffles have been deferred till tomorrow because of paucity of time. Thank you.